Okay. Listen, you smarmy bastard cucks. If you want to be seen on the stream, go this way. Okay? Go that way. We're dual streaming. And if you want your chats to be respected, you're going to want to go Twitch ways, okay? No. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Or you can say YouTube, whatever makes you happy. I'm not telling you to do anything. Fuck. But I couldn't figure out how to get the YouTube emotes to work in this dual streaming software. Actually, it seems to be working now. Wait, YouTube members. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, half of it doesn't work. Some of it works, but not all of it. Okay, fine. Fuck. Okay. Let me just make the announcement. Dual stream, let's go. Okay. Why are you the IDF's strongest Pallywood actor? I don't know. It comes naturally to me. It's like, okay, fuck. How we doing, chatters? What's going on? Is this a hot tub stream? You wish, cuck. All right. Fucking creep. Let me get the YouTube chat. Okay. Whoa. Looks like you have hat hair. I have wet hair is what I have. Idiot. Like the new font, just noticed the last video. Yeah, I thought so. Thought it was decent. The thing about Twitch is the emotes are just so much funnier though, right? Like, how can you deny that? There's no getting around that fact, actually. I wonder what it's like uploading a video and turning on stream at the same time though. That's interesting. Who knows? Very interesting news today. I'm wondering how to actually start approaching it. Jane Socks, I think the book emote is there. I saw people using it. The book emote is in Twitch, no? Am I wrong? Am I crazy? It's tier 2. Well, no one's stopping people from getting tier 2s. Oh god, I always remember when we go to Twitch. When we go to Twitch, we can see this guy. We can see our favorite Twitch streamer. Look at him. Look at him go. Our tankoid hero.
We're trying to tell you Trump would be worse, so you have to vote for him.
Why is he reeing at fucking Twitter when he just blocks everyone? Oh, this is someone he likes. Okay.
He goes, 0 possibility of a ceasefire. And then the liberals go, you have to vote for him. He'd be worse. What? Why? How?
Well, because I don't think Trump would be encouraging humanitarian corridors and humanitarian pauses, right?
You gonna vote for Trump? By not voting for Biden is a vote for Trump. But
yeah,
by not voting for Trump is a vote for Biden. It's what we learned.
Remember the Holodomor?
So it just cancels out. That's the whole point of not voting. Cancels out.
Wow. That's a good argument. There's no getting around that. Wow.
Send me another link? Why?
I love how every, like, minority or social group
Biden's at fault for genocide in Gaza because Biden has chosen to keep sending billions of dollars.
Just because on the false assumption, I would say, that Trump and Biden are exactly the same on even what's happening right now. Oh, God. Is he just intentionally regarded? No, he's just...
So despite the fact Biden's worst...
It's what happens when you think all the answers to politics are in some fucking essays that were written by people from 100 years ago when they were fighting a monarchy. You know? Or like...
Ethan breaks down on stream after withstanding an unending barrage of 30,000 cultists in Hassan's
That's
chat.
this guy.
Spamming Hamas are resistance fighters and from the river to the sea and Zionist pig perpetually for 3 straight hours.
Uh-oh.
Man. And you know I'm not a fucking radical
Bro, why
Jew.
does every
I'm not
tanky
even
have a
religious
deranged
Jew.
laugh? Why do
No,
they
I
all
know.
laugh like fucking
He looks like he wakes up and
cartoon
dies every
villains?
morning.
I have no...
What the fuck was that? What was that?
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks for the sub, Rokan. Anyway. I don't understand that. That's insane. Why are they... I will follow Dan now for good content. I could just empty chair him for like 2 hours. Am I destined to be a tanky for my weird laugh? No. People, not everyone who has a weird laugh is a tanky. But every tanky has a weird laugh. I don't understand it. Debate him, please. That guy will never debate. He blocked me on Twitter for like, I think because I was fighting with someone that he knew. That's the kind of level of disengagement that guy's on. Ugh. I'm gonna go to his chat and start shit. Okay, let's have a look. Let's watch Queen Janie on the go. I think you have to be a follower though, don't you? That's why I don't bother going into this guy's chat.
They're fucking bloodthirsty. And then he goes, the guy with the stake in the game. I have no stake in the game. Then why? Yeah.
Did you ever hear from
I
Dan
never,
Cohen?
I don't even have to
No.
say that. Isn't that wild that when you have no stake in the game, you don't even have to say it? We're up to probably 11, 12. Who knows how many fucking dead. New follower, Queen Janie. Welcome in. Like I recognize the name.
Uh-oh. What's... I don't... Wait.
Literally 2 million. Big fan of your videos.
What's
Holy
she
smokes.
doing?
I'm really
Big
happy
fan-
to hear that.
Fan of
Yay.
your...
Queen
What's-
Janie.
This is trolling. This is
Theodore Herzl wasn't even religious. Yeah.
this is abusive.
25% of Jews in Israel are Orthodox and they are having a terrible time.
This is abusive.
Please keep bullying him because it seems to be working. No. Don't. I'm not target. Don't do targeted harassment. But
Yeah,
Ethan cannot fucking
that's what
handle
I
this,
thought.
you guys.
Even though when he's
He's a
speculating
Zionist.
about my
I don't
family being in the
debate.
IDF.
I do not debate. I don't debate Loner Box. He's a fascist, dude. He's literally a genocide apologist and a genocide denier. I don't debate fascists. I don't debate genocide deniers.
How can
I
you
would
be an
never- I don't
apologist and a
debate,
denier
just
at
to be
the same
clear.
time?
But specifically, also, I don't debate. He's not a Zionist. He's Zionist adjacent. I don't know about that.
We got moderacy in the chat. We're gonna show
what?
some examples.
He doesn't believe Israel should exist. What about Sam Cedar? Oh God, what is this?
Damn, we're throwing all the confusion now.
All right, hold on. I gotta see
Honestly,
what
you're
this
the
looks
only
like.
one who could do it, to be honest.
Sort of cool. What is
Okay,
it?
I'm
What
sorry. This is so
that
mean.
like
This is like
Ulu?
actually just bullying a fucking wounded pony. All right, let's stop. Fuck me. God, I wish you could get both chats up because they're both, it's so much funnier when they're both going off at once. Oh shit. What the actual fuck is this?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Teb, thanks for the 1790 shekels. I really appreciate that. Good job on the talk yesterday. You slowly colonize and assimilate another land, have some shekels. Okay, well, yeah. Well. I feel like I didn't go hard enough on that fucking Quibbles guy with his whole like reoccupy in Area B Gaza. That's probably not. I was so because it was a 2v1, but I wanted to say that his fucking colonizer mindset was getting the better of him. To imagine if Israel occupies Gaza, right? And it's like Israel's a small country, so you've got a bunch of fucking IDF guys who probably quite a lot of whom will have lost people they know either in October 7th or in the war. and they're out there policing a population where everyone knows people who died in the fucking war that just happened. Can you imagine that kind of fucking relation trying to? That'd be insane. That'd be chaos. The fuck. But yeah, God. Yeah, just a temporary measure until there are so many fucking riots and fucking clashes that they just have to like run out and do the same thing again. I don't know. It's just it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Holy King Kong 95, thanks very much. World War II. Yeah, the difference with World War II though is like the fucking Germans after World War II didn't really have much of a Nazi cause to believe in anymore, you know? I think by the end of World War II, they were kind of like, whoa. I think they were kind of done with the whole Nazi shit, to be honest, a lot of them. Especially given how many of them, even after 33, like the Nazis were already losing votes before 33. And so it's like, I feel like by then, and after watching what Nazism basically allowed to happen to their country, didn't we have to re-educate a bunch of them though? I mean, the Soviets put them in camps, but I don't really know how much education was happening in those camps. It looked like most of them were just dying in there. Yeah, we had to fucking like convict a lot of criminals and we had to occupy for a while, but it's like, I think it's a little bit different from the Palestinian situation, you know, where you actually feel like these are people who stole your land and are now stealing more land. It's like, yeah, it's a bit different. And also, it's not like there were a bunch of foreign Nazi regimes keeping the cause alive in Germany, you know, funding Nazi terror groups in 1946, keeping them strong. The Soviets hired them. The first generation of the Stasi were nearly all former Gestapo. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And also the scientists and all that shit. Yeah. I don't know if the Allies put them in camps as well, though. I think they might have. But I know for a straight facts that the Soviets put them in re-education camps, and it's there's not really. It seems pretty clear that not much education was happening in the camps. It looked like they were a lot, like a third of them, or quite like a double digits percentage at least, died just of the conditions in the camps. And I think I'm just wondering what that was like. Like, why was it called a re-education camp? Is it just like you've got someone who's like starving slowly, maybe like got fucking tuberculosis, smashing up a little rock, breaking a big rock into a little rock, and there's just a fucking guy in the corner with a gun, just like reading Stalin quotes out loud to him. I don't know. Re-education camps. What a meme. What are people saying? Following you, I can't follow YouTube chat like that. It's actually quite difficult. Hang on. Let me make some moves. We need to do some housekeeping on my end. All right. Live chat. Where's the fucking pop-out chat? Ugh. Here it is. Hideous Lemon, thanks for the bits. Tell YouTube chat to come here so we knock Denims off. I don't think we're going to match Denim's view count. She does pretty well these days. 2 chat solution. Yeah, I know, right? Anyway. It's not a competition, guys. We're just enjoying ourselves. I've seen No Justice is doing pretty well. She's going on all kinds of things. She's on Novara. She showed up on Hassan's stream, actually. Yeah. Not chatting on Twitch ever. Well, your loss. One day I'll figure out how to work the fucking emotes on this one. Ugh. What do you think about Destiny's take that Palestinians should just sit and take it for 5-10 years so they have a moral argument? Well, I think I said it to him, right? I said, like, there's no way that ever happens. Because if you do that, what's to say that that won't result in, like, settlers just going further into the West Bank because they know that they're not going to get fought back against? How do we... It's just so dumb. Yeah, there's no... You can maybe say, like, oh, who knows? Maybe things would be better if they did that. But it's like, again, it's not going to happen. They're not going to do that. There's just no chance. It's not even a what if. It's just like, oh, you know, had a dream last night and this happened. Like, fuck. Did you join your buddy Tommy Robinson and the lads on the protest on Saturday? No, I don't recall. I do not recall to that. I think I actually oppose Tommy Robinson generally, like all the time. He's a pretty bad dude. Fucking square-shaped piece of shit. Okay. Thoughts on Suella getting the boot? I mean, shall we talk about that now? I feel like Twitch chat needs to be busier. I feel like these stream segments are better when chat is busier. Did you plan to destroy the cenotaph? Well... What are we at? We got 108 Twitch viewers. It's actually all right for the first 20 minutes, to be fair. 124. It's crazy, chat. It's absolutely insane. So many people for a Twitch. This used to be my peak. My average streams used to be 120 viewers on Twitch. And I was like, you know what? We'll make do. Yeah, we'll just get by. Thanks for the bits, Hideous Lemon. Does chat condemn Hamas? I don't know. That's a good question. It's been a while since we checked. It's been a while since we snooped around. Hey, Full Stuff, how's it going? Oh, you got 575 on YouTube. I know I do. We're fucking swimming. But it just means the Twitch algorithm's not really going to take me anywhere. It's fine, though. It's a different kind of audience, you know? It's a different kind of audience. A bunch of fucking 8-year-olds on Twitch. Little Zoomer shitheads. All right. Damn, that Ethan Hassan video is doing pretty well. Okay, hang on. Let's go.
That doesn't mean...
Whoa! Okay. Let's explore the news. David... Hang on. Okay. It's been a while since I've been surprised by the news. I guess last month was pretty surprising, October 7th. But I guess this is the second most surprising thing that's happened to me recently in the news. David Cameron is back in politics. He's been taken back into the cabinet. David Cameron. The first election I ever participated in. I was 18 years old. I did not vote for David Cameron, but David Cameron won. Made a coalition with Nick Legg, a liberal Democrat. What is this guy? What is this guy's legacy? How do I even describe it? I guess when he was taken in, his image was very much a more sort of centrist, liberal conservative. The conservatives really, really wanted to shed the reputation of Thatcher because Thatcher at that point was such a controversial name. So, and interestingly, it was all like social issues or aesthetics, you know? So he had this thing called the Big Society, which was all about encouraging communities to get involved with like helping each other and coming together to like coordinate social projects and shit like that. And it was basically just this completely empty policy that was kind of just their way of saying that we're not like Thatcher, you know? And also so that they could use it as a cushion for their austerity projects. So he tries to push this kind of like liberal, modern, conservative image. Talks very green. Their logo was a tree. Their logo became a tree. Look at it. Little tree. Everyone likes trees. They allowed the Liberal Democrats into a cabinet. They kind of had to because they didn't have a full majority. Legalized gay marriage. They did that too. And also used the 2008 recession to push through crippling austerity measures that resulted in riots, that resulted in a lot of fucking disabled people committing suicide because they were found fit for work when they were absolutely not fit for work. The dawn of the age of widespread food bank usage, all that shit, you know? Yeah. That's David Cameron. David Cameron was the human face of Thatcherism. Thatcherism without the anti-gay shit. Woke Thatcherism. He started to face because of all the austerity measures and the cost of living crisis and all that stuff. He kind of oversaw quite a big rise in the populist right. And that populist right was spearheaded by the Brexit movement, by Nigel Farage. His English name, Nigel Farage. And in a stunning display of Etonian upper-class arrogance, David Cameron held the Brexit referendum hoping or expecting an easy win that would allow him to consolidate control over the Conservative movement and push the Brexit UKIP side into the background. and he lost. The Brexit campaign won. And throughout the entire campaign, it was very clear to see why they were going to win. Because every pro-European Union candidate from this period, Nick Clegg, David Cameron, all just came out looking like patronizing, fucking metropolitan, cosmopolitan, upper class, like fucking establishment droogs. Meanwhile, you got Nigel Farage smoking cigarettes, drinking pints in pubs with regular old dudes with purple faces who enjoy EastEnders and domestic violence. And yeah, it was a shambles. They got completely. I put money on it. I voted Remain, but I put money on Leave. Yeah, they got cucked. And then this guy, David Cameron, who kind of oversaw it, oversaw a miserable Remain campaign, oversaw basically us getting chucked out of the European Union, and then just kind of strolled off, just kind of hummed to himself on the way into Downing Street, and just kind of disappeared. And now no one heard from him for quite a while. And now he's just, in that effortless, posh boy way, just strolling back in. He's the foreign secretary. I don't even know, is he even MP? Is that normal? He's the foreign secretary now. The foreign secretary. Because the Conservative Party are in such shambles that they have had to do a cabinet reshuffle quite abruptly, I think. They're like 20 plus points behind in the polls. Suella Braverman absolutely is gone as well. She made a complete mess of multiple things, I guess. Like, I guess it's okay as a Conservative MP to talk about how you have dreams about deporting asylum seekers over to Rwanda on a plane, regardless of the human and financial cost. That was okay. It was probably also okay that she wanted to cancel the pro-Palestine protest in London. But because she said that they were hate marchers and that they were bigots and that they were like whatever the fuck else, like used very inflammatory language about the protesters, it resulted in a counter-protest, or inspired a counter-protest from the far right, including Tommy Robinson. And those far-right counter-protesters charged across the police barricade 2 minutes before the 2-minute silence, or before the moment silence at the cenotaph. And I'm like, you can't do that as a conservative, because as a conservative, if you have any connection to someone, to a group that disrupts the moment's silence at the cenotaph on Armistice Day, you're done. You are so done. Also, David Cameron allegedly fucked a dead pig's face in uni. That's allegedly. That's also a thing that was spoken about. He was part of the Bullingdon Club, you know, the dining society at Oxbridge, where they would wear these like £2,000 dinner jackets, and they would go to fancy restaurants, trash the place, and then pay the guy at the end for the damages, pay the owner at the end. Yeah, they did all kinds of shit, all kinds of, and Boris Johnson was there as well. Basically, just like the very peak of upper class degeneracy. They would also trash streets. I would imagine they were probably not very nice to women either, to put it lightly. I think Boris Johnson said that they did something that was like dark deeds involving traffic cones and letterboxes. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, rugby values. Yeah, just worst of the worst. I think there was a member who was in the Bullingdon Club at the same time as David Cameron, who sat naked in a fucking canteen and screamed that all virgins should be shot or some shit. Yeah, just like wacky shit. Oh yeah, I think part of their initiation was you would set fire to a £50 note in front of a homeless person. I think that was what they did as well. I think that was an initiation procedure. So I don't know. This is who keeps electing these people? Well, this guy did not get elected. Well, not recently anyway. He was just appointed. He was just dragged back in as a last resort, I guess. He's foreign secretary now. Bro, what's he going to do as foreign secretary? I don't even... He's going to talk about a two-state solution. He's going to condemn terror. He's probably going to say don't commit war crimes or some... No, he won't say that. He'll just say something very timid towards Israel. And then he'll say two-state solution. Rejoin the EU. Yeah, well... But I guess now that he's relevant again... Oops. I think the important thing is that we never forget Danny Dyer's response to David Cameron after Brexit.
What's happened to that twat David Cameron who called it on? Let's be fair.
I think you're referring to our former Prime Minister.
Yeah, but how comes he can scuttle off? He called all this on.
Yeah.
Yeah?
He has no regrets.
Where is he? He's in Europe, in Nice, with his trotters up. Yeah? Where is the geezer? I think he should be held accountable for it. He should be held accountable for it.
It's a valid point. A lot of people do feel...
Twat.
That
What's happened to that twat?
Where is the geezer? Well, now we know. Our national treasure, Danny Dyer. Top cunt. Top geezer. Oh, well. I don't even know the news about... Let's see. I never watched this. The news about Suella getting sacked. Let's see. What's her story?
That doesn't mean we could never
Suella's
do it.
been sacked, I'm just hearing.
For the second time, Suella Braverman has lost her job as Home Secretary.
Nobody's ever done that before.
It is all. I think we think it is
book.
unprecedented that a Home Secretary is forced out of their job for the second time for effectively misconduct. In this case, it was insubordination to the Prime Minister. Last time, when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, it was an allegation about leaking documents, but there were also policy disagreements. Rishi Sunak has just taken one of the biggest and most controversial calls against his party that he has made.
As much as I hate David Cameron, this new populist fucking crypto-fascist culture warrior conservative that people like Suella Braverman, it's so much worse. talking about dreaming about sending asylum seekers up over to Rwanda on planes, dog whistling about cultural marks. She's just horrible. Like, it gets worse, yeah.
As leader.
I always thought looking at all those fucking posh boy millionaire
You
Etonians,
smarmy.
thinking,
fuck
yeah,
bastard.
this is as low as it gets.
I am
But
calling for a complete and total ban on Etonians in UK politics until we can figure out what the hell is going on. Obama.
Obama. Thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. Slipper. Yeah. Do you know what the fees are for Eton College? I mean, I know what they were from 10 years ago. They're probably higher now. It was like £27,000 a year. £27,000 a year. Hey.
Rishi Sunak came in trying not to destabilise the
It's probably higher now, isn't it?
Conservative Party any more a year ago in the wake of the chaos of Liz Truss. Now he has, after just about a year of trying to stabilise the party, now decided to confront.
I love it. The House of Commons head shake. The House of Commons Gurn head shake. No, I did not say that. I did not.
One of the most important elements on the right of the party, a person, Suella Braverman, who thinks she can be leader of the party after the next general election if there is a defeat. You do have a sense of a Prime Minister now flexing his muscles, proving that he is strong after weeks of whispering that he might be weak. He will not know the scale of the backlash that he may or may not face from Suella Braverman advocates. They were already briefing over the weekend.
That's what I do whenever Lonerbox gives a take. Why are you watching my stream then? What? Dye your hair a different color. Okay.
Is this going to go to the next
James
level?
Cleverly, Foreign Secretary, just arriving in Downing Street, pausing.
He said it. He said it.
I'm not saying that he's getting the gig. He's Foreign Secretary. I mean, that is one of the big offices of state.
Sam is extremely excited now, having.
With Cameron back via being made a lord, does that mean he can sit in the Hock for debates without having a vote, but vote in Hull on gov policy he worked on? Isn't Hull meant to be a check on Hock?
So Hull is House of Lords and Hawk is House of Commons for the 98% of chat who don't know what the fuck that means. Yeah, I don't even know. So I think you're usually supposed to be an MP if you go to cabinet. So he's not that. If you're in House of Lords and Commons at the same time and cabinet, is he going to be in the House of Commons? If he's not, because the House of Commons is a seat for MPs. Those seats are for MPs. Is he going to be in the House of Commons if he's in government, or is he going to be a government minister who's in the House of Lords? Which means the government can propose legislation to the Commons, and then he can influence what happens to legislation in the Lords. Or it's just what the fuck, whatever. Wow. Do you think if he gets in the House of Commons as well, that'll be called a full English? Like some bullshit like that? A cabinet minister, a lord, and a MP. There are lords with ministerial positions, Lonerbox. Is there? That's stupid. The lords is kind of stupid, even though generally they actually do things that are probably for the public good quite often, with holding up insane legislation.
Having put it out there as James Cleverly, I mean, what is he doing in there? He's not going in for a quiet cup of tea.
Let me across the road, doesn't he?
Let me explain two things. First of all, the choice of who walks up Downing Street is decided by Downing Street. So who walks up Downing Street matters. Secondly, as we were gaming who the names were yesterday, who could replace Suella Braverman, you could get Alex Chalk, but he's not a particularly high profile.
The guy who resigned when the Falklands were invaded was a lord. Damn. Imagine resigning over the Falklands War. Imagine thinking that was a bad decision. Imagine being so colonial that you think we should give up the Falklands to a bunch of Argentinian colonizers. cuck.
Figure. He's the Justice Secretary, but he also is possibly too much from the centre of the party. Maybe you could get Robert Jenrick. He had to leave government before under a cloud, so would you want to put him in that job? To my mind, nobody was saying this, but to my mind, you need a big figure in the Home Office because the biggest decisions that Rishi Sunak is grappling with around that small boats bridge, around immigration, require a big figure alongside him to tackle. It seemed to me James Cleverly should be a contender.
Okay.
Wow. Well, I guess we'll just wait for further updates, you know? Look forward to the legacy of David Cameron's second pop. I guess we're going to see. We're going to see what we've got to look forward to with him. Wow. So exciting, isn't it?
Remember the Holodomor?
David Cameron coming to save Israel and Palestine. Suesington, thanks for the sub. What's this? Oh yeah. Is that a it's a person. The fuck? Wow. Wow. Okay. British politics, guys. Had to come back to it one day, eh? Okay. Check on YouTube. He has a wild video. I don't know. I've already I've had enough. That's my fill of that content, whatever the fuck that is. Resolution 1547, the refugee Lamau 1547. Why not keep going? Let's go to 160 MBC to when Pangaea was a continent. Within the last century, we witnessed a group of people occupying and stealing land. 40s is a lot closer than 1547. Damn, this person just kept going. This person just kept going after the first sentence. Oh my god. What an incredible W. Guy just went on his own fucking journey. Wow. Oh god, Forethought. I don't know much about Forethought. He sent me this fucking Reddit thread yesterday. I was supposed to read it. He sent me this at like 4 in the morning asking if I was awake. It's not that long. Do I... Lycan Finkelstein, a lesson in why citing books you haven't read is a stupid idea. Oh, no. It's good. Do I want to read this? Ugh, it's not that long, thank God. Some of the Reddit posts on this sub are insane. Okay, because I guess I had the discussion yesterday, even though I tuned out for like 89% of it. Oh. Okay. Lycan is in my DM. Oh wait, should I? No. Why would I? Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Wait, I feel like I've got information now, but I can't say it. Okay, okay, fuck, whatever. Let's just read this. Let's just chill, okay? I should stop doing that. I'm sorry. I forgot. Yeah, I actually do respect privacy. Fuck. All right. Lycan and Finkelstein, and a lesson in why citing books So I'm gonna guess, okay? I'm gonna guess that I think what people do is they don't cite books they haven't read. They'll cite a book that they've read, but they'll cite the citation of the book that they've read, but they haven't read the citation. I think that's probably what people are more likely to do. Anyway, feel free to catch up on my previous authorship regarding Orbiter U Lichens impossibly okay, right, no, let's just... In a previous post, this is the kindness of cataloguing the unhinged beliefs and statements of controversial author Norman Finkelstein and Lichens' chat logs regarding Finkelstein's work in one central location. What fucking... If my community ever starts behaving like this toward each other, I'm gonna think it's based. It'll be so fucking funny. I want to see, like, I don't know, Maruzzi and fucking Embo Man writing Google Docs about each other. Only cited him for Israel-Palestine, probably the biggest stickler for factual accuracy. You'll be hard-pressed to prove him wrong on statements related to this conflict. I don't think that's true, but okay. Because the way he characterized that Amnesty International report was not impressive to me. Anyway, okay. In a back and forth in the thread, Lycan implied I have poor reading comprehension and requested cite something in Method and Madness or Gaza that proves me a fool. While I find this statement to be quite motivating, I was taken aback by such a bold challenge. Surely this book must be some truly rock-solid piece of the new historians. This book must be so thorough and ironclad to so enthusiastically throw your credibility behind it. As there are hundreds of people here researching this conflict alongside the streamer, surely you won't just bank on no one actually reading it. Like, fuck me. That was a long sentence. Okay. Of course, that's me projecting how I think onto an idiot. A classic blunder. I doubt... Oh, what the fuck am I? I doubt he read any of this book, let alone the citations, as Finkelstein's Method and Madness falls in line with his other largely maligned work. See reception of his more infamous book, The Holocaust Industry. Controversial, negative reviews, positive reviews. Irreplaceable critique of the instrumentalation of the past, okay? Oh, wah, wah, wah. Core of Truth. Valuable historic piece. Trivial book. Easily aroused anti-Semitic prejudices. Oh, that's not good. Don't want to do that. Harsh critics of American Jewry from the left. Useful idiot for all kinds of anti-Semites. Oh, okay. Had I known how trivial challenging Finkelstein's works would be, I would have done it the same day. In the book's very first page of the first chapter, it lays quite bare that it is an unserious work, and is exclusively interested in pushing the narrative of an innocent Palestinian resistance against a Sparta-like society. Okay. I'd like to start with this first page of the first chapter. First chapter of the first page, surely. Oh yeah, you could say that. Yeah. No, you're right. Okay, I'm so stupid. All right. As it doesn't improve from there. What you include as a historian is just as important as what you exclude. Let's see the page. What are we looking at? If only it would just sink into the sea, Rabin despaired before signing the Oslo Accord. Israel had always coveted Gaza. Its stubborn resistance eventually caused the occupier to sour on the strip. Sharon announced they would disengage. It would relieve international pressure on Israel and consequently freeze the political process. This quote is, I know this quote is controversial, but okay. A close advisor to Sharon explained, laying out the rationale behind the disengagement. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. Again, this is, yeah, you need to explain where this quote's coming from. I can already see. Anyway, whatever. Thanks for the dono, or whatever the fuck that was, the sub. What did it say? Oh no. Johnny versus Chef grudge match. I just, I'm dying. It's so wacky. It's so kooky out here. Sarah Roy? Oh, this is why that fucking person was nudging me to read this person yesterday. Observed that with the disengagement from Gaza, the Sharon government was clearly seeking to preclude any return to political negotiations while preserving and deepening its hold on Palestine. I don't think that was that's the consensus on why he did it. I feel like this is a more niche opinion on why they did it. I feel like the demographic explanation is pretty substantiated compared to these like offhand quotes. Like, I don't know. I know the consequence of Gaza was obviously the peace process got fucked because Hamas came in. But whether that was like part of a plan or like, yeah, I don't know. That's maybe a bit higher burden of proof. No longer occupying Gaza. Israel still preserved near total dominance of the Strip. Army redeployed outside the periphery. Remains in control. Yeah, that's probably fair. I would maybe say that. Disgusted by corruption and fruitless negotiations, they elected Hamas. Israel immediately tightened its blockade of Gaza, and the US joined in. The blockade got worse in 2007, didn't it? So there was a blockade, I think, from 2005 to 6, but the immediately tightening, I thought it was after the attacks that they tightened the blockade. Okay, I'll just read it. Sorry, I'll just read it. I won't try to debunk every fucking thing. Sorry. He's not going to mention Egypt did a blockade there as well. It was demanded in the new elected government that it renounces violence and recognize Israel as well as prior Palestinian agreements. These preconditions for internal engagement were unilateral, not reciprocal. Israel wasn't required to renounce violence. It wasn't compelled to withdraw from the occupied territories, enabling Palestinians to exercise their right to statehood. Whereas Hamas was obliged to recognize prior agreements, such as the Oslo Accord, which undercut basic Palestinian rights. Israel was free to eviscerate prior agreements, such as the 2003 roadmap. Was the 2003 roadmap ever agreed to by Israel? Sorry, wait. I thought Sharon ditched that as a non-starter because he didn't want to free settlements. Oh, Sharon accepted the plan with some artful language. Accepted the steps set out, but not the roadmap itself. It reached a deadlock in phase 1 and was never implemented. Okay. Hamas consolidated its control over Gaza in 2007 when it preempted a coup orchestrated by Washington in league with Israel and elements of the PA. After Hamas checked this democracy promotion initiative of H.W. Bush, Israel and Washington retaliated by tightening the screws on Gaza yet further. In June 2008, Hamas and Israel entered into a ceasefire brokered by Egypt. But in November of that year, Israel violated the ceasefire by carrying out a bloody border raid on Gaza. Israel's modus operandi recalled a February 55 border raid during the build-up to the Sinai invasion. The objective then and now was to instigate a backlash that Israel could exploit as a pretext for a full-blown assault. In December 2008, Israel launched Operation Cast Lead. The first week consisted of air attacks, followed on 3rd of January 2009 by combined air and ground assault. Piloting the most advanced combat aircraft in the world, the Israeli Air Corps flew nearly 3,000 sorties over Gaza and dropped 1,000 tons of explosives, while the Israeli army deployment comprised several brigades equipped with sophisticated intelligence gathering systems and weaponry, such as robotic and TV-aided remote-controlled guns. During the attack, Palestinian armed groups fired some 925 mostly rudimentary quotation mark rockets and an additional number of mortar shells into Israel. On the 18th of January, a ceasefire went into effect, but the economic strangulation of Gaza continued. Israel officially justified Cast Lead on the grounds of self-defense against Hamas rocket attacks. Such a rationale did not, however, withstand any superficial scrutiny. If Israel had wanted to avert the Hamas rocket attacks, it would not have triggered them by breaking the ceasefire in June. Israel could also have opted for renewing and then honoring the ceasefire. In fact, as a former Israeli intelligence officer told the crisis group, the ceasefire options on the table after the war were in place there before it. More broadly, Israel could have reached a diplomatic settlement with the Palestinian leadership that resolved the conflict and terminated armed hostilities. Insofar as the declared objective of Cast Lead was to destroy the infrastructure of terrorism, Israel's alibi of self-defense appeared even less credible after the invasion. Overwhelmingly, the IDF targeted not Hamas strongholds, but decidedly non-terrorist, non-Hamas sites. Okay, that's a lot of bold claims, and I imagine Forethought is going to have some issues. What you include as a historian is just as important as what you exclude. In January 2006, disgusted by years of corruption and fruitless negotiations, Palestinians elected Hamas. Israel immediately tightened its blockade of Gaza, and the US joined in. I imagine he's going to contest the timeline of the blockade. Anyway, once again, in an analysis of Israel and Palestine, Egypt seems to just vanish, and he instead includes the United States. No motive is ever given for the blockade, no statement, citation, or explanation. As far as Finkelstein is concerned, it just happened. It was demanded of the newly elected government that it renounce violence and recognize Israel as well as prior Palestinian-Israeli agreements. These preconditions for international engagement were unilateral, not reciprocal. Israel wasn't required to renounce violence. It wasn't compelled to withdraw from the territories, enabling Palestinians to exercise their right to statehood. And whereas Hamas was obliged to recognize prior agreements such as the Oslo Accord, which undercut basic human rights, Israel was free to eviscerate prior agreements such as the 2003 roadmap. Again, I think the roadmap was already done by 2006, no? I don't know why he's saying it that way. There's a really strange way to... Anyway, firstly, there's not even a passing attempt to be somewhat clinical in the assessment of the facts and context of the time. It freely flows between personal condemnations of the author, intersped between facts and outright falsehoods, okay? Again, the reason Israel was keen on the terrorist organization denouncing violence was because the same terrorist organization that became the government was regularly suicide bombing Israel throughout the early 2000s. As you'd expect, Finkelstein completely and entirely omits Hamas's terrorist activities, and by reading, you'd expect that this is just Israel making absurd demands of a democratically elected government. Israel was free to eviscerate prior agreements such as the 2003 roadmap. Israel did not agree to the 2003 roadmap. His own source states as such. This deadlock over the PA being unable to control Palestinian terrorism is not in dispute. His own source? The Israeli government announced 14 caveats and prerequisites, some of which would preclude final peace talks. This isn't mentioning that Israel, but they did. It's just not that the screenshot doesn't tell you that though. Okay. But I know. Oh, all right. PA being unable to control terrorism. By the end of 2003, the PA had not prevented Palestinian terrorism, and Israel had neither withdrawn from the areas occupied, and since September 28, 2000, not frozen settlement expansion. The requirements of phase 1 of the roadmap were not fulfilled, and the roadmap had not continued further. It eventually reached deadline. Yeah, that's what I read. Okay. Well. At no point was Israel in any way bound to the 2003 roadmap proposed by the quartet. They did not agree to it. They made rather absurd demands before they could agree to it. In June 2007, Hamas consolidated its control over Gaza when it preempted a coup attempt orchestrated by Washington in league with Israel and elements of the PA. I think this is true. I think the preemptive thing was true, that there was actually a planned coup, but let's find out. After Hamas checked this democracy promotion initiative of George W. Bush, Israel and Washington retaliated by tightening the screws on Gaza yet further. Preempting a coup is an interesting way to put purging the previous democratic government and refusing to hold another election. Wait. I thought elections were cancelled by Abbas, no? You gonna source that? Let's see. Cancelled by a bus. Yeah. They were supposed to form a unity government, but it was never going to happen because Hamas didn't want to change their position on Israel. But then I think... Where is it? The preempted coup thing, I think, is true, right? Are they going to have the war? Journalist David Rose published confidential documents apparently originating from the US State Department, which would prove that the United States collaborated with the PNA and Israel to attempt the violent overthrow of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and that Hamas preempted the coup. The document suggests that a government with Hamas should meet the demands of the Middle East Quartet, otherwise President Mahmoud Abbas should declare a state of emergency, which effectively would dissolve the current unity government, or the government should collapse by other means. He believes that Hamas had no intention of taking Gaza until Fatah forced its hand. That's what I thought. Okay. But it says citation needed. Okay. Wow. Who knows, eh? Maybe I'll look more into that. Is he going to say something here? Because saying purging the previous democratic government and refusing to hold other elections. I guess he means in Gaza? Does he mean in Gaza? Because obviously Hamas haven't held elections in Gaza on their own. They've just been the government, like the de facto government. Okay. At the time of publishing this book, Hamas had not held elections in 5 years, a curiously absent detail in his recounting of how Hamas checked this democracy promotion initiative. In June 2008, Hamas and Israel entered into a ceasefire brokered by Egypt. But in November of that year, Israel violated the ceasefire by carrying out a bloody border raid on Gaza. Israel's modus operandi recalled a February 55 border raid during the build-up to the 56 Sinai invasion. The objective then and now was to instigate a backlash that Israel could exploit as a pretext for a full-blown assault. Again, the negotiations and demands of either side are curiously absent, despite being publicly available at the time. What's this? These are the demands of the ceasefire. This is the expiration of a 6-month ceasefire on December 19th. Eh? Why did they say it expired? I thought... Sustainable ceasefire? Did this motherfucker not cite page numbers? I guess not. He just said an entire document. Okay. Israel refused to lift the blockade. Rogue elements unmanaged by Hamas in Gaza still fired rockets into Israel during this ceasefire, and Hamas refuses to return the captured soldier Gilead Shalit. Why leave these details out? In favor of what, you ask? What is the author's citation number 8 there? What's the source? Finkelstein's fucking citing himself. Hey. Hey, okay. I need to look more at the breaking of that ceasefire in 2008. I need to look more into that. Okay. Probably good to follow the chain of citations further. I would imagine that because he might be citing something completely credible. Yeah, in the other one. He is citing as evidence that Israel's doctrine is to deliberately instigate backlash in order to respond with overwhelming force. His own book. Now, dear reader. Now, dear reader, I'm sure you're thinking, hey, Forethought, I've read other works of serious historians and they cite their previous work sometimes because it's a large body of knowledge they previously collected about their area of expertise. It's actually quite common, especially in some esoteric history because there simply isn't another authority. And if this post was about a serious academic that produced a serious piece of work, you might have been right. This stickler for facts is citing the same passage that was literally copy-pasted into his other book. Here's the two books side by side with the relevant text highlighted. So where's the citation from the time we went too far? Now, I'm sure you're thinking, citation 24 in this book, the time we went too far, must have the details behind the operation. You would be mistaken. No! He wasn't? Forethought was mistaken about that citation? No way. Wait. This is 24 here. Is there not one here then? No, 23 is here. Foiled the coup attempt. Bro. It was at this point, having thoroughly interrogated a single page of this book, that I feel I have fully met the challenge of proving Lycan a fool. Bro, this guy should make video essays. Here's why we hate Norman Finkelstein in one page of his book. This is where I put some based commentary about how dogshit the humanities are, or derision towards Palestinian activists that are constantly proven to be incompetent liars. Ooh. Or how we can't rely on a single source for truth, but this really was just spite. Lycan, you are a fucking moron. I want everyone to throw this post in your face whenever you tell anyone as much to read a fucking stop sign. Bro, why is this guy so... Why is he so toxic? Why is he so mean? God. Yeah. Correction. As pointed out by Lukey, I'm not going to say that word, the citation for his CV paste was on 16 for the EPUB, but the corrected page is 1617, and this time we went too far. He's still wholesale lifting passages from his previous work, page 24, and his source for his claim that Israel intentionally baits retaliation is still himself. Okay. He's such a debate open-air prisoner. God, there is no chill. No, absolutely. The fuck? Oof. Ouch. Okay, I want to look into this ceasefire. I want to get to the absolute bottom of the breaking of the ceasefire in Operation Cast Lead. Will this get me to it? Overview of the conflict. Post-conflict. Origins. Oh. DGG is just 4chan for retards. What are the 4chaners then? Whoops. What are the 4chan people? What does that make them? Is Finkelstein a bad researcher in your opinion? Everything I've seen of him just suggests that he starts with an assumption. He starts with his conclusion and works backwards. So the way he read that Amnesty International story about the ambulance attack, the ambulance fucking story, it sounded like he had already made up his mind that Israel was like fucking Satan and that they would blow up a civilian house for no reason, wait for the injured victims to come outside, wait for them to get into the ambulance, and then hit the ambulance. But the story just wasn't that at all. Yeah, he just seems like the kind of guy who starts off with the presupposition and then just works back from it. It's really annoying when people do that. Interesting that the majority report has only had Pape and Finkelstein as experts thus far. Pape, I think, is a bit more like respectable than Finkelstein, though, right? At least as far as I know. People say barely. It's just because he's like a nicer guy. Like he's not an asshole in the same way that Finkelstein is. Yeah, Pape has some chill. I just don't know. I need to look at the degree to it, because I know that he's fabricated like some quotes, which again should really, it really like makes it difficult to read him in the same way after knowing that he's done that. Because now every time I read a quote from Pape, I'm like, why did you take 3 words and then leave your own words and then put 3 more words? I'm like, why are you doing that for so many quotes? Why? What? Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's annoying. The conflict's origins. Prior to the start of Israel's campaign, experts warned that a full-scale resumption of Israeli-Palestinian violence was imminent. As Egyptian mediation failed to extend the 6-month ceasefire that expired on December 19th, 2008, Israel and Hamas had indirectly agreed to the ceasefire in June. Hang on. The operation began, but the 6-month ceasefire ended on November 4th. So the IDF made this raid before the ceasefire had formally ended. Okay. Good start. Good start, Loner Box. Okay. Are they going to talk about the raid? Because people are saying that Hamas had kidnapped some guys before the raid. So let's look at Deir al-Bala. Who are the best pro-Israel historians? I don't know. What do we have here? I don't know, bro. Why is this not... Is there a kidnapping? No. I don't think this is going to tell me what I'm looking for. I want to know the sequence of events for Operation Cast Lead. Why won't you give me that? Because they're saying the rocket fire was following the expiration of the ceasefire. But apparently... What does this say? Where's this leading us to? Gaza truce broken in The Guardian. Attempts to renew the truce were unsuccessful. How long is this? This is the paper. But why is the raid not in it? Oh. Okay. What's the start of this bit? The conflict's origins. Oh, it could have gone from here. Prior to the start of Israel's campaign, experts warned that a full-scale resumption of Israeli-Palestinian violence was imminent, as Egyptian mediation failed to extend the 6-month ceasefire that expired on December 19, 2008. Israel and Hamas had indirectly agreed to the ceasefire in June. For the first 5 months, the ceasefire held relatively well. Some rockets were fired into Israel, but most were attributed to non-Hamas militant groups, and progressively, Hamas appeared increasingly able and willing to suppress even these attacks. No Israeli deaths were reported, although there were injuries and property damage, and Israel refrained from retaliation. Nevertheless, each party felt as though the other was violating the terms of the unwritten ceasefire. Hamas demanded unsuccessfully that Israel lifted its economic blockade of Gaza, while Israel demanded, also unsuccessfully, a full end to rocket fire and progress on the release of Israeli Corporal Gilead Shalit from Hamas's captivity. Israel cited the sporadic rocket fire as justification for keeping the border crossings and Gaza's seaport closed to nearly everything but basic humanitarian supplies. Hamas and other Arab leaders and some international and non-governmental organizations involved in aiding Gazan civilians complained that Israel was reneging on its promises under the unwritten ceasefire agreement. Some in Israel believe that the pressure applied through a blockade on Gaza could squeeze Hamas from power by turning Gazans against the Islamist group. While other observers asserted the exact opposite, that confining economically desperate people in Gaza would likely increase their dependence on Hamas. That's probably the latter one I would choose. The nearly complete shutdown of the highly export-dependent Gazan economy left Israel and its supporters open to charges that they were knowingly worsening the already precarious situation of Gaza's population, one of the most densely concentrated and poorest in the world. The United Nations estimates that at least 80% of Gazans live below the poverty line. Many believe that all along, both sides considered the 6-month ceasefire to be merely an opportunity to prepare more fully for eventual conflict. Accounts of Hamas's military buildup and its use of tunnels from Egypt's Sinai Peninsula for smuggling weapons, and reports describing how Israel devised plans for the eventual Gaza offensive supported this argument. Opportunity to build up, accounts of Hamas's military buildup, its use of tunnels from the Sinai, smuggling weapons. Israel devised plans for the eventual Gaza offensive. Okay. Some commentators have said that giving up on the ceasefire was in both sides' interests, asserting that if the Hamas wanted to reclaim the mantle of heroic resistor in order to reverse erosions in its popularity among Palestinians since its takeover of Gaza, while Israeli leaders wanted to prove their ability to defend Israeli citizens on the eve of national elections. Oh. So it's a bit less than a peace-loving Hamas getting attacked by a conspiratorial Israel who wanted an excuse to smash Palestinians. Okay. Looks like we got both sides here being a little bit dubious, being a little bit sketchy. Violence had already resumed in the waning days of the ceasefire, after an Israeli raid on November 4th, ostensibly aimed at preventing Hamas's use of tunnels to abduct Israeli soldiers. Rocket fire on Israel resumed with greater intensity from Gaza. Some analysts speculated that the cross-border skirmishes and rocket fire that continued into December represented jockeying by both Israel and Hamas for more favorable renegotiating positions as the ceasefire's December 19th expiration approached. On the 19th, Hamas issued a statement on its website that the ceasefire is over and there will not be a renewal because the Zionist enemy has not respected its conditions. On December 24th, approximately 88 rockets were fired into southern Israel from Gaza, followed by another 44 on December 25th. The magnitude of this assault, although it did not cause casualties, apparently prompted the Israeli leadership's decision to launch the December 27th airstrike and larger offensive. Okay. Did you end up talking to Avi? No, I need to speak to him. Back then, Israel didn't have the Iron Dome. When did the Iron Dome come in? 2011. Bro. And fucking Finkelstein out here with his rockets. Oh, shit. That's cringe. Ooh. I don't know why. Is it from? I'm starting to see that a lot of the people who say all this horse shit about Hamas were actually like trying to be peaceful and moderate, but Israel was just like poking and prodding the bear into conflict. It's like, Is it all from Finkelstein? Is that where they all get it from? Is that where it comes from? He's citing weapons experts. He didn't make that up or coin the term. What? By putting rockets in quotation marks? Glorified bottle rockets. Oh. Hassan said he got his ideas from Finkelstein at least. I don't know. Are we gonna get a fucking link off in chat now? So I didn't know that Hamas had been smuggling weapons in through Egypt, and also that damn. David coming out guns blazing here. Lycan got his ideas from Palestinian guerrillas who say Zionism is Nazi Germany. I think that's maybe a bit a bit extreme. Okay. Whoa. Surprised how little Edward Said gets cited. He linked it to Destiny on stream with no embarrassment. You guys can figure that out for yourselves. I mean, you can both come in the VC. I mean, I see David in the waiting room. I don't know. Now we've got custom link. We got Discord GG/lonerbox. That's what we've got. Can I switch chats? Will that fuck up my stream? You can do. Look at that. I can type in all the chats. Look at me go. Let's go back. Ooh. I'm everywhere. All right. I guess can we stop with the fucking ad homs in chat with about Lycan? Holy shit. Don't need that in my life. Ooh. So let's just recap. Hamas was suppressing rocket attacks. Okay. Israel didn't retaliate. So they didn't blame Hamas on rocket attacks here. Each party felt as though the other was violating the terms of unwritten ceasefire. Hamas wanted the blockade to get lifted. But Israel wanted a full end of rocket fire and to release Gilead Shalit. Okay. Sporadic rocket fire. They wanted pressure. They wanted to turn people away from. That's a bad idea. They just used it as a build-up. They were putting tunnels from Sinai Peninsula to smuggle weapons. They were using the tunnels. Israeli leaders wanted to prove themselves on the eve of national elections. This seems a bit more nuanced than the Mr. Finkelstein take, but I want to see. Wasn't there a kidnapping? They said the tunnels were going to be used to kidnap more soldiers. If they came within 500 meters of the border, the IDF would attack, and that's exactly what happened. I think the ceasefire was breached by both parties. The incident that Dr. Al-Bassous was referring to happened very close to the Israeli border with Gaza. The Israelis has added a condition to the to the Tahini, being concerned that Hamas was building tunnels to go under the Israeli border and kidnap more Israeli soldiers. The condition stated that if Hamas came within 500 meters of the border, the IDF would attack, and that is exactly what happened. It was within that context that Israel attacked the 6 people who were killed, and Hamas responded with unrelenting rocket fire. Well, like 88 rockets, yeah. Egypt then tried to negotiate the extension of the Tahrir and squarely put the blame on Iran, saying it blocked Hamas from renewing. Okay. It's quite a complicated picture. I do not think the ceasefire is a bilateral Israel-Hamas issue any longer. Other parties in the region are involved, and I think one has to take the role of those parties into account, not only in the analysis of the situation, but in trying to find a solution. I'm talking about the force used in 2006. Ceasefire is supposed to last for 6 months, extended. The crossing points were supposed to be open to a certain extent to bring goods and supplies. Okay. Is it realistic to include Iran and Syria in negotiations? Probably not with the current regimes, no. I don't think so. Who knows? Well, I guess we know a bit more about Cast Lead now. Oh, but British barrister and professor and General Nick Parker opined during a lecture that building a tunnel was not a breach of the ceasefire, but the armed incursion into Gaza definitely was. Ooh. Ooh. There's just no stop. There's just no end to any of this chaos. This is a 1-hour lecture. Operation Cast Lead?
On the 4th of November 2008, with outgoing rockets from Gaza, and you'll know that Gaza has had a history of rockets going out, rockets that can't be that well directed or controlled or targeted. Rockets going out were at a low rate.
Okay.
And it was at that stage that the Israeli Defense Force launched an attack within Gaza territory on the pretext or on the reasoning of a tunnel that was being built within the territory of Gaza, which was not be a breach of the then existing ceasefire. And was it an excuse? Was it used as a reason, this tunnel, for Israel to mount an attack? On the 27th of December of 2008, a massive air attack on Gaza was launched, followed by a ground invasion on the 3rd of January of 2009, the stated aims being to stop rocket and mortar fire and to prevent the smuggling of weapons. You'll also know of the pattern of underground tunnels.
So I just need to ban all the fucking people who come into Discord with really weird names. I come on a regular basis. No, no thank you. Who are all these accounts that look like they were made up 5 minutes ago? Fuck off. Okay. Right.
Underneath Gaza, going to Egypt, going into Israel, the purpose being said to be...
Who the fuck is Donovan? It's all Donovan. Oh, yeah. Donovan is my most frequent YouTube commenter. He is completely insane. Incorrigible.
Sometimes military, but of course the purpose also being certainly following the blockade to enable trade to pass, to be effective between these two countries in Gaza when the blockade would otherwise have rendered it impossible. This operation, Cast Lead, was the subject of a very extensive and detailed report set up by the United Nations under Richard Goldstone's chairmanship. It's worth reading the summary of it.
Goldstone?
It's extremely critical of Israel. It makes all sorts of findings, technical, about crimes committed by Israel against the occupants of Gaza in the course of that attack, where 1,400 Gazans were killed, including more than 300 children, where factories and small industries and so on were destroyed. Sometime later, it is said, after great pressure was put on him by America and by Israel, Goldston wrote an op-ed which maybe moderated his view, but it didn't affect the opinion of those who sat on the commission with him, not at all. What's happened, of course, is that to some extent this emphatic report has become the subject of concern, not the contents of the report. And so an argument is left, why did Goldston do this? Not what did the report say, what did the report show? That report recommended reference to the International Criminal Court. And those of you who follow these things will know that there has been no such reference on the basis of that report, although since the Palestinian Authority has signed up to the ICC since, there has now been a form of reference to the court in respect of the operation that happened last year, the operation with which we are more immediately concerned. Looking at the history until this point, Professor Schleim concludes that violence was the defining characteristic of the Netanyahu government's approach to Hamas. Like its predecessors, it shunned diplomacy and relied heavily on brute military force. And he will say, and says in his books, and you can find summary of it in the paper, that he missed opportunity after opportunity. And then in November 2012, it ordered an extrajudicial assassination. The government of Israel ordered an extrajudicial assassination of Ahmed Yabari, the chief of Hamas's military wing at the very moment he was reviewing a proposal for a permanent truce in substitution of the provisional truce that was then in place. And the timing of this assassination may be a matter of some concern, suggesting an attempt to preempt the threat for Israel of a diplomatic solution. In any event, Israel broke the informal ceasefire to operate that second named event, pillar of defense, that I referred to right at the beginning.
Okay. Well, one war at a time here. Holy shit. Cease flyer through. Violence had already resumed in the waning days. This is the raid. Okay. Did Israel achieve its goals? Rocket attack since 2001. They've been doing it since 2001. Yeah, when people say that the blockade was up before a rocket was fired, that's so stupid. I've heard that a lot, before a single rocket was fired. Yeah. Ashkelon, Ashdod, Negev City, Beersheba. Rockets. 7,000 fired since 2001. Killed 18 Israelis and wounded dozens. Psychological effect? Yeah, I would imagine. New counter, Iron Dome. This is the range. Access to food, water, services, extortion, and sanitation were extremely limited during the fighting. Yeah. There's humanitarian stuff. Okay, not really much of a timeline there. well. What are we doing? I don't have time for... I don't have the energy for all that right now. Got a slightly more nuanced understanding, but I think we need to do a bit more if we're going to do cast lead. But I think taking like sparse bits here and there is probably not the best way. I want to focus on my kind of start to finish approach that I'm doing off stream. And I'm still on mostly the origins of Zionism and the original integration. What do you want to do today? I don't actually know. Because again, I slept really badly last night, so I'm just like, and then going to the gym didn't help either. Is it a Twitch chat on stream? Yep. Streams have consistently been the best for the last month. Ooh. Yeah, but I'm worrying we're running out of content a little bit now, you know? I feel like we need to do more shit. Maybe just take a day off so I can gather some more ideas. We already did the fucking David Cameron segment. That was funny, but it was short. Let's look at some news. David Cameron is less popular than Boris. Bro. Twat. What was it? Watch the TYT Israel debate. Which one? With Cenk. Because I watched the one with Cenk and Pierce. Oh no. This one, the humanitarian pause. The Cenk faces are so good. Not this one with Dennis Prager. No way. Never happen. Oh, Candace Owens went at Ben Shapiro. Uh-oh. This one. I don't think I watched this one because it was just Cenk on his own, wasn't it? It was every fucking Cenk face. Oh God, let's go. Let's go with the rabbi. Let's go.
Welcome back. The G7, including the UK and US, is calling for humanitarian pauses in Gaza. Many other countries in the Middle East are demanding a full ceasefire. Israel has ruled out a ceasefire, while Hamas holds around 240 hostages who were kidnapped during the deadly terror attacks on October the 7th. It says there's already tactical pauses in its daily assaults on the Gaza Strip, where more than 10,500 people reportedly now being killed in Gaza, including over 4,000 children. That's according to the Hamas-run health ministry. On Sunday...
Oh, no. Fuck me. Oh, no. What are the 4 hours? God, what a fucking drag. What happened here?
I don't think Israel can completely dismantle Hamas because I think the civilian cost is going to be so high that I think Israel's going to lose standing with the rest of the world, and I think eventually they're going to lose. If this ends with like 40,000 plus civilian deaths...
No, Twitch. Oh, it's a brief. It's okay, whatever.
You can't build settlements in militarily occupied territories. That's on a hinge. That's insane. When Hamas comes into Israel, like on October 7th, their goal is not to just like, we've got to kill everybody because anybody could be a soldier. They're like clearly going to areas hunting explicitly for civilians, but you guys are equating, and I think it was even said earlier, that this is a matter of policy for both sides. The IDF does this, and the...
I didn't say that at all.
Okay, sure, but that the IDF, this is the general claim, is while we can agree that the IDF engages in disproportionate reprisals, while we can agree that the IDF engages in a matter of like, what do they call it, shared punishment for the population, that there is undue care for civilian deaths, that sometimes they're not distinguishing between militants that have military tribunals or charges attached, but that is a...
Okay, whatever.
Sunday, the Pope made an urgent plea to stop the conflict, saying, I pray to you to stop in the name of God, cease the fire. So with so much bloodshed, is it time for a ceasefire? Joining me now to discuss this, America's rabbi and best-selling author, Rabbi Shmuley Batayak, and welcome back to Young Turks Trojan Democratic Presidential Challenger, Cenk Uygur. Well, welcome to both of you. Cenk, let me start with you.
The Unchained.
Many people are calling for a ceasefire. Queen Rania of Jordan, Angelina Jolie, Arab leaders, and so on. I presume you would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they've murdered enough Palestinian civilians. And even Netanyahu, in an interview with ABC News, said, now that we're on the ground, we're finally pressuring Hamas on hostages. Oh, so the 7,000 bombs you dropped were totally useless and collective punishment, and your attempt to murder civilians on purpose as some sort of sick vengeance. So please stop the murders, ceasefire right now.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response.
Cenk is polling in the Democratic presidential primaries at 0%. Nothing. He has a greater likelihood of being elected the new king of France.
Come on.
And don't interrupt me, please. And the reason is that the American people are decent. They understand that Cenk's anti-Semitism, which he has voiced on your show repeatedly, calling Jews genocidaires, and this is the eve of Kristallnacht, the 85th anniversary of the start of the Holocaust. He would deny the Jewish people the only dignity left to us, that we were victims of genocide, and he would say that we are the Nazis, we are the Gestapo, for simply wanting to defend ourselves against the brutality and the savagery of Hamas. Cenk, you'll have your turn. Just show some decency. If you're not going to show it to my people, show it to me and show it to the viewers of the show. But who is surprised that a man? Who is surprised that a man the name of whose podcast is Young Turks, who perpetrated the Armenian genocide? The Young Turks is like calling your podcast the Young Nazis, the Young Gestapo. They killed 1.5 to 2.
Turkey's also a nation, you fucking idiot. It's like, what? Oh, wait. What? Am I missing something here? Was the Young Turks like the name of the people who carried out the Armenian genocide, or what? The Young Turks were the party that did it. Oh, God. Oh, wait, that's bad. I didn't know that. What the fuck? Why did they call themselves that? Why do I not know? Holy shit. Why do they call themselves that? Uh,
2 million Armenians between 19.
It's also a general term for political activism. And Anna is Armenian. It's not the best idea, but fuck. The Young Turks' crime against humanity. Why would you make a channel with that name? Knowing that this can come up in Google and shit. Oh, God. Wow. Yeah, you learn something new every day.
1915 and 1918. The Armenian community has begged Cenk to change the name of his show. For the first half of his life, he was a complete Armenian genocide denier. Then he changed. Now he is a Holocaust denier because he is saying that the Jews are engaged in a genocide of the Palestinians. Now, which nation? How can there be 1.8 million?
I know I've heard it a million times, people saying that Cenk denied the fucking Armenian genocide. Is there any actual evidence of that? Like, what are people referring to when they say that? Didn't the British refuse to accept it for a long time? Okay, anyway, come on. Someone can show me that, because I haven't seen I've only seen people say it in chat. He wrote an article. He acknowledges it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Wow. Ouch.
Really? Muslim, Arab citizens.
Rabbi Shrumi,
okay,
I'm going to go to Cenk. You said some very strong things about Cenk. You can now respond, Cenk.
Yeah, you should never have this guy on air. Everything he said is a lie. I don't deny the Holocaust. That's insanity. And in terms of the Armenian genocide, there is a powerful analogy there. Why was it a genocide? And yes, it was a genocide. Why? Because they moved and displaced so many people and killed civilians on the way. What is Israel doing? Moving and displacing millions of people and killing innocent civilians. It is the exact definition of a genocide. So I think the Jewish people are an amazing people, and their culture is beautiful. And I don't.
What percentage of Armenians was it who died in the marches? Those death marches? I always forget. But it was like it was a pretty high number, wasn't it? In some places, around 99% of the Armenians deported to Erzurum did not reach their destination. Like millions of people who died here, wasn't it? Over 1 million. Ugh. Yeah, but how many people were marched? Armenian. That was like 1915, right? World War One. No, I don't want the wiki. I want let's say the Holocaust Encyclopedia. This is when people tried to, again, like it's so. So, there were approximately 1.5 million Armenians living in multi-ethnic Ottoman Empire in 1915. At least 664,000 and possibly as many as 1.2 million died during the genocide, either in massacres and individual killings or from systematic ill-treatment, exposure, and starvation. Say yes with a sub, thank you very much. The origin of the term genocide and its codification in international law have their roots in the mass murder of Armenians in 1915 to 16. Lemkin, the coiner of the word and later its champion of the United Nations, repeatedly stated that early exposure to newspaper stories about Ottoman crimes against Armenians was key to his beliefs about the need for legal protection of groups, a core element in the UN Genocide Convention in 1948. Ottoman authorities, supported by auxiliary troops and at times by civilians, perpetrated most of the persecution and mass killing. The Ottoman government, controlled by the Committee of Union and Progress, CUP, also called the Young Turks, aimed to solidify Muslim Turkish dominance in the regions of central and eastern Anatolia by eliminating the sizable Armenian presence there. Mass atrocities and genocide are often perpetrated within the context of war. The destruction of the Armenians was closely linked to the events of World War I. Fearing that an invading enemy troop would induce Armenians to join them, in the spring of 1915, the Ottoman government began the deportation of the Armenian population from its northeastern border regions. In the months that followed, the Ottomans expanded deportations from almost all provinces, regardless of distance from combat zones. The victims of the Armenian genocide included people killed in local massacres that began in spring 1915, others who died during deportations under conditions of starvation, dehydration, exposure, and disease, and Armenians who died in or en route to the desert regions of the Southern Empire. And wasn't this intentional as well? They sent them on such a long distance with a very limited amount of supplies that the idea was to kill them. Like the idea was for them to die. Like it was a death march. It wasn't a deportation. It was like an intentional death march. Is that not true? That's how I understood it. Okay.
Tolerate any anti-Semitism. But I think that the occupation is decaying the moral core of Israel. How long are you going to oppress these people?
They deported people into the Black Sea and threw them off the boats. Wow.
But Cenk, and I know this guy, all he wants to do is an ad hominem attack. He's a liar. And you could tell exactly what kind of indecent human being he is. But the main reason he's doing it is to avoid the topic. When are you going to stop murdering Palestinians and cheerleading it?
Okay.
If you're talking about genocide, you're the one right now doing the genocide.
May I respond? May I respond?
Yes. Go ahead, more live.
This is Cenk's article from 1991. I don't really know how I feel about holding someone to account for something that he wrote like when I was born, but like in the same year I was born. After I was born, not too long. He said it was the false Armenian propaganda in America. Propaganda. All of this propaganda was not to persuade the British to arrest the top 300 Ottoman officials after the war on the charges of genocide. Armenians claimed that there was another genocide in this century. They claimed that the Turkish government between the years of 1915 and 23 carried out a genocide of the Armenian people. They claimed that the truth of this matter is also beyond reproach. Every year in the Armenian Club, takes out a full-page ad in the Daily Pennsylvanian making its claims of a genocide. Then they try to proceed to try to block a similar ad showing the other side, claiming that their version of history cannot be questioned. Well, I question it. The claims of Armenian genocide are not based on historical fact. Ooh. Ooh. You know, I used to believe a lot of dumb shit when I was in my 20s. A lot of dumb shit. I don't think I ever denied any genocides, though. I feel like I skipped that bullet, you know, that rite of passage. But still, okay, I'm not going to fucking... And he, formally retracted this claim in, like 2017 or something? So it's quite a while ago. Okay.
Nice. Go.
Not even about the kulaks.
You know, I've spent my life debating people. Whenever someone starts using personal names and screaming like a lunatic, they're losing the debate. Let me remain
You're the one who
the Palestinians were offered a state in 1936 in the Peel Commission. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1947, the UN partition plan. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1967 after Israel conquered Judea and Samaria and the West Bank. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 2000, Yasser Arafat, Ehud Barak. They rejected it. They were offered a state with Ehud Olmert, 2008. They rejected
Napkin Accords. Whoop. There. The Peel Commission was the one that was rejected by the Arabs, but I think the Zionists rejected it as well, didn't they? Need to go back to this. The Zionist leadership was bitterly divided over the plan. In a resolution adopted the 37 Zionist Congress, the delegates rejected the specific partition plan, yet the principle of partition is generally thought to have been accepted but not rejected outright by any major faction. Delegates empowered the leadership to pursue further negotiations. Okay. According to Benny Morris, Ben-Gurion and Weizmann saw it as a stepping stone to some further expansion and the eventual takeover of the whole of Palestine. Was this the Peel Commission map, this little one here? Okay.
Rejected it. Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza in 2005, and they did not create a state. In fact, where were you, Cenk, when you say that you care about Palestinians?
They couldn't. I hate the Gaza pullout one. Like, they couldn't create a state. The point wasn't for them to make a state. You think Israel would have recognized a state in Gaza even if it was like peaceful and shit? No, they kept control over the border. Like, even before Hamas got elected. I don't know. The point, like, I don't think they knew that. They knew that Hamas were popular in Gaza. There was no intention to let a state come up there with Hamas being there. Like, yeah.
Children, when Hamas stole the highest rate of per capita international foreign aid, larger than the Marshall Plan, from Palestinian children, did not build schools for them, did not build hospitals, took all the money to buy bombs and to build a network of tunnels, which is larger than the New York subway system. Where were you then? Why did you only come up now? In fact, when Bashar al-Assad killed 600,000 children, Arab children, when he gassed them with mustard gas, my organization took out full-page New York Times ads to protect them from sarin gas. Where were you then? You don't care about Arab children. You are a Jew hater, defined as someone who only wants to lie and say that the Jews are genocidaires. And don't try to cancel me and say...
Oh god. He's like a script. He doesn't even sound like a real person. Cenk is so funny. Yeah, he's like a wrestler. He's like a wrestling promo.
That I shouldn't be on. You're not a producer of this show. Because you are ignorant of the facts and ignorant of the history does not mean that you can cancel my voice.
Cenk, your response.
Okay, so first of all, this guy is a full-blown bigot. He's one of the most racist people I have ever seen, does not value Palestinian lives at all. And everything he said about me is 100% untrue. I was vicious in my criticism of Bashar al-Assad. I have criticized Hamas over and over again, and I think what they did in the attack against Israel was reprehensible. But for God's sake, how long are you going to occupy these people? For me, the idea of Israelis and Palestinians or Muslims or Jews being different is absurd. Those are just stupid labels that we put on people. They're all human beings. I value the Israeli life just as much as I value the Palestinian life. We're all human. Stop using these nonsense labels
Cenk, let me ask
to
you a
kill
question.
each other.
Cenk,
and all this guy wants to do is more murder of Palestinians.
Cenk, let me ask
when
you.
are you going to let them go?
Cenk, let me ask you a question. You mentioned genocide there.
Let's go.
What Hamas is actually in its charter dedicated to doing is the purest personification of genocide. Well, it is. They want to see the eradication of Israel.
Yeah, you don't need to roll your eyes. It looks so bad. Like, yeah, fuck. You can just accept it and then move on. And then people let you talk about Israel as much as you fucking want. Yeah.
And they proved on October the 7th they will kill as many Jews as they can possibly get their hands on. So that is pure genocide. What Israel is doing in return, I don't think meets the category of genocide.
Oh, no.
Right? Because they don't want to get rid of every Palestinian. They don't want to kill every Palestinian.
They
want to kill every Hamas terrorist. Now,
Pierce is having a loader box moment. Oh, no.
There are legitimate question marks about how they're going about this and about the civilian casualties. But there is a moral distinction between what Hamas is dedicated to doing and what Israel is dedicated to doing, isn't there?
No, first of all, Hamas is a bunch of idiots. They should take that stuff out of their charter. All it does is hurt the Palestinian cause.
I agree.
There's no call for it. It's dumb and it's immoral. But Hamas claims that they would like to do these things, and from time to time they do these attacks that are horrible and they should never do. But Israel actually kills Palestinians, actually occupies Palestine, actually denies the Palestinians a state. So there's this absurd talk of like, oh, if Hamas was super powerful, they might deny Israel its existence. Except Israel does exist. And the Palestinian state does not exist because Israel is blocking their state. So stop using, and I'm not saying it to you, Pierce, but this propaganda, hold on.
You know, Cenk,
this
Cenk,
propaganda.
you and I,
He's not really focused on a particular point here, is he? The corrected reference from the forethought thread. Oh no. This may contain erotic imagery. Okay. Sure, bro. What am I looking at here? The time we went too far. This time we went too far. Footnote 8. Where? Oh, page 16 to 17. Ceasefire brokered by Egypt, Israel violated by carrying out the border raid. The modus operandi was to instigate a backlash. Okay. So he's saying it here. Why is he highlighted Benny Morris? Let's read this whole thing. The road to modern Gaza's desperate plight is paved with many previous atrocities, most long forgotten or never known outside of Palestine. After the cessation of battlefield hostilities in 1949, Egypt kept a tight rein on the activity of Fedayeen in Gaza until February 1955, when Israel launched a bloody cross-border raid into Gaza, killing 40 Egyptians. Israeli leaders had plotted to lure Egypt into a war and to topple President Jamal Abdel Nasser, and the Gaza raid proved the perfect provocation as armed border clashes escalated. In October 56, Israel, in collusion with Great Britain and France, invaded the Egyptian Sinai and occupied Gaza, in which it had long coveted. The prominent Israeli historian Benny Morris describes what happened next. Many Fedayeen and an estimated 4,000 Egyptian and Palestinian regulars were trapped in the Strip. Identified and rounded up by the IDF, GSS, and police. Dozens of these Fedayeen appear to have been summarily executed without trial. Hey, this is the quote I used. Some were probably killed during 2 massacres by the IDF troops soon after the occupation of the Strip. On 3rd of November, the day Khan Yunis was conquered, IDF troops shot dead hundreds of Palestinian refugees and local inhabitants of the town. One UN report speaks of some 135 local residents and 140 refugees killed as IDF troops moved through the town and its refugee camp, searching for people in possession of arms. In Rafah, which fell to the IDF on 1st to 2nd of November, Israeli troops killed between 48 and 100 refugees and several local residents, and wounded another 61 during a massive screening operation on the 12th of November, in which they sought to identify former Egyptian and Palestinian soldiers and Fedayeen hiding among the local population. Another 6 Palestinians, probably Fedayeen, were executed in a number of other instances during screening operations in Gaza Strip. The United Nations estimated that all told, Israeli troops killed between 447 and 550 Arab civilians in the first 3 weeks of the occupation of the Strip. Where is the... But it's the claim here, though, isn't it? That oh no, because there's no footnote here. The footnote is before the border raid, but this bit, the objective is to instigate a backlash. That's what we're contending, but that's not actually a footnote. Because that's the bit I don't think he's... Because he said it here. I don't remember. The objective was to provoke retaliation. No, but this is a different part of the page. This is footnote 8. 424, sorry, not footnote 8. The objective was to instigate a backlash. Then they launched Cast Lead. That's footnote 9. So there's no actual footnote for this sentence here. That's the important sentence. And then this one. So he's not, none of what he's got here is proving this sentence. The objective was to instigate a backlash. That's the problem. Okay? Right. We still haven't solved that issue. Let's go back to Cenk. All right.
Cenk, you and I are almost the same age, and I'm actually quite worried for how upset you get on TV. You got to protect your health. You're just kind of losing it. Now, calm down.
Because I'm upset that you keep advocating
when
for
you
the
keep
murder
on
of
saying,
civilians.
Cenk, you have
like
to stop
terrorist.
yelling. You have to stop screaming, and you need to know the facts. The Palestinians were offered a state 7 times, and they rejected it 7 times. Bill Clinton told Yasser Arafat in 2000, you have made me a failure as president because Israel was giving you 97% of Judea and Samaria and the old city of Jerusalem. And Ehud Barak even offered the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Judaism, and the Palestinians rejected it.
Wait, whoa. Let's go back there. That's not Camp David he's referring to. What the fuck?
Let's be clear.
You keep advocating
when
for
you
the
keep
murder
on
of
saying,
civilians.
Cenk, you have
like
to stop
terrorist.
yelling. You have to stop screaming, and you need to know the facts. The Palestinians were offered a state 7 times, and they rejected it 7 times. Bill Clinton told Yasser Arafat in 2000, you have made me a failure as president because Israel was giving you 97% of Judea and Samaria.
It wasn't 97%. I think it was up to 95, and that was after quite a lot of pushing from the starting point of 92 or something. Because there was one of the problems was that Palestinians and Israelis had different definitions of the West Bank and the borders. And he's not going to mention the non-contiguous West Bank as well. Borders, Camp David. Where is it? Where's the Camp David map? Here. I think the problem was that the Israeli final offer looked like this, right? Had quite a lot of cleaving going on. That was one problem anyway. So that bit's not really accurate. Okay.
And the old city of Jerusalem, and Ehud Barak even offered the Temple Mount, the holiest site in
This, I don't think, let's say that again.
Judaism. And Ehud Barak even offered the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Judaism, and the Palestinians rejected it. You simply...
I don't think they offered, it wasn't full sovereignty of the Temple Mount, was it? It was custodianship. What would that exactly mean? It was custodianship, though. It wasn't full control. Okay. Similar to the current arrangement with Jordan. Yeah, so I don't, yeah. And I think the 97% thing he's confusing with the Clinton parameters, which came after Camp David. As far as I know. And with more land swaps, 1 to 3% rather than 1 to 9 or whatever, following the suspension of Camp David. Yeah. Yeah. This is after Camp David, it was December. So, yeah. The guy's confused two things. Okay, wow.
don't know the history. Read a book. In fact, read a Wikipedia article before you get on TV. Number two, you know, you made a very good point before, Pierce, that Winston Churchill is the greatest British statesman and hero of the 20th century. Let's remember, when Churchill was faced with a genocidal threat of the Nazis, you know what he did, which Israel would never consider doing? He laid waste to 70% of Dresden, Essen, Cologne, Berlin. He eviscerated Germany and turned it into a parking lot, murdering about 6 million German civilians. Israel has never even considered doing 1,000th of that. And FDR acquiesced to it, and he's considered our greatest president of the 20th century. And then Harry Truman dropped 2 atomic bombs on Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So and Israel has nuclear weapons, has never considered doing that. Israel opened a humanitarian
let me come at you, Rabbi.
Yom Kippur, they were quite, wasn't that when Moshe Dayan was running around screaming about like the fall of the third temple and shit? So Israel has been a little bit jittery with their nukes. Not against Gaza. Yeah, not against Gaza, as far as we know.
I have one question.
I want to come back to you on 2 points.
Simple question. Cenk.
I want to ask you a question, Rabbi.
Of course they can't nuke Gaza. It's like a kilometer away from fucking like kibbutz villages. Bro, like what?
Churchill a war criminal on this show today. Will you call Churchill a war criminal?
All right, Cenk, answer that question.
Okay, so Rabbi Shmuley, if you're actually a rabbi, why
would you say that?
The standards of history have changed. So the Mongols went into Baghdad and killed every man, woman, and child, killed 800,000 people, the largest city in the world. Now, we don't live by those standards anymore. And right now, if a modern British prime minister or American president advocated for dropping a nuclear bomb in Japan or killing 70% of the people that live in Dresden, you're damn right I'd call him a war.
70%? There was like 25,000 people died, but there are only like, what, 30 or 40,000 people living in Dresden? Where's he getting that stat from? The Dresden population in 1939 was 642,000. Is he using the Nazi stats? He's using the Nazi stats. That's what the rabbi said. So the rabbi used the Nazi stats. He's using the Goebbels numbers. Wait, let's go back. I missed it.
Criminal.
No, I want to come. Israel opened up.
Well, they've actually.
Israel has nuclear weapons. Has atomic. He's considered our of that. German civilians. Israel lot Nazis. You know what he did, which Israel would never consider doing? He laid waste to 70% of Dresden, Essen, Cologne.
70% of what? Like the buildings? Where's that percentage coming from? I look for 70 on the wiki. 30% of the buildings? Maybe. Maybe. %23% of the industrial buildings and 56% of the non-industrial buildings have been seriously damaged. So not 70%. Huh. Bombing of Dresden. Death toll. Goebbels. What did Goebbels say?
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks, Nellis D. Really appreciate that. What did the Nazis say the death toll was? Numbers killed in the attacks have fluctuated between 35,000 and 500,000. Wait. So, what was the population of Dresden? $642,000. Okay. I guess he's hovering around the Nazi numbers. Okay. Golly.
Berlin. He eviscerated Germany and turned it into a parking lot, murdering about 6 million German civilians. Israel has never even considered doing 1,000th of that. And FDR acquiesced to it, and he's
number of German civilians killed in World War II. I thought it was between 1.5 and 3 million. That's why, yeah. It's around 6 million. Why? He's not using Nazi numbers twice. I've never heard of this.
considered our greatest president of the 20th century. And then Harry Truman dropped 2 atomic bombs on the...
I can't believe he said the Nazis have a point. If you add soldiers who are not... No, whoa. I thought the German soldier death count was fucking enormous in World War II. Yeah, 5.5 million. Oh, okay. Is he meaning military? Okay.
Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So and Israel...
Do you count the Jews the Nazis killed as German civilian deaths? Well, most of the Jews that the Nazis killed, like, were not German Jews. They were Eastern European Jews, right? Actually, how many German Jews were killed in the Holocaust? I never actually knew that. What percentage of them were? Maybe it was more than I thought. Only 500,000 lived in Germany in 1933. So there were 200,000. Yeah, it was mostly Eastern European Jews, right? Yeah, European Jews, not German Jews that died in the Holocaust. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Damn. Thought I accidentally did some Holocaust denial there. Woo! Never happened. Not this guy. We've gone this far without denying any well-documented genocides. We'll keep going. We'll keep chugging along. Yeah, it was like millions of a lot of Polish Jews, yeah. Bulgarian, Lithuanian, fucking all that shit, yeah.
Has nuclear weapons, has never considered doing that. Israel opened a
they've actually
humanitarian
let me come at you,
begging
Rabbi.
I have one question.
I want to come back to you on 2 points.
Simple question.
It's incredible how much Pepe we've got from this this insane fucking debate, right? We've got Cenk, the ex-Armenian genocide denier. We got both of them agreeing to the fact that to the Dresden bombings killing 70% of the population. Wow. What else? Almost a bit Pepe with the, I guess, confusing the German civilian body count with the soldier body count.
Cenk,
No,
will you at
I
least
want
be
to ask you a
consistent
question,
and
Rabbi.
call Winston Churchill a war criminal on this show today? Will you call Churchill a war criminal?
All right, Cenk, answer that question.
Let's
Okay,
go.
so Rabbi Shmuley, if you're actually a rabbi, what the standards of history have changed. So
Yeah,
the Mongols went
that's
into
good point,
Baghdad
okay.
and killed every man, woman, and child, killed 800,000 people, the largest city in the world. Now, we don't live by those standards anymore. And right now, if a modern British prime minister or American president advocated for dropping a nuclear bomb in Japan or killing 70% of the people that live in Dresden, you're damn right I'd call him a war criminal. It's a different situation today than it was in the past. And so what you're saying is, hey, we only murdered 10,000 civilians and wantonly and recklessly, and we only did a partial genocide, so we're not as guilty. I'm not buying it at all.
Rabbi Shmuley, I want to ask you a question. Okay, hang on, Rabbi, I want to ask you a question, which is this. Which is the unique scenario in Gaza is that nearly half of the civilian population are children. They have nothing to do with this. They're not politicians. They're not in Hamas. They're not terrorists. They're not military. They're kids. And they are in their thousands being killed here. And I ask you, really, is there any limit, you as a rabbi, of the number of children who need to be killed to get rid of Hamas here? Or is there no limit?
Of course there's a limit. We mourn the death of every Arab, Muslim, Palestinian child as if a Jewish child died. They are absolutely equal before God. That's why Israel withdrew completely and utterly in 2005, something that Cenk will not even acknowledge. There isn't one Israeli soldier, there wasn't until this new invasion, because of the attack on Sderot. I went to those places, Pierce. I was there 2 weeks ago. I saw the blood caked on the walls, congealed to 3 or 4 inches. I saw the knives that were used to murder entire families. We saw the place where Thai, not Jewish, Thai farm workers who were growing pumpkins were beheaded. We saw the body of Shani Luke, and I spoke to her mother, Ricarda, who was taken naked. These are religious men in Hamas, taken naked in her underwear and her bra, her dead body, these necrophilia savages. We saw all that. How many...
Jesus. These debate necrophiles. Oh, no. Whoa. Puerto Rico vegan musician socialist lies. Bro, are people still huffing the propaganda about October 7th? Are people still huffing the lies shit? Like, we've seen, I feel like they've invited journalists from around it's basically like the Holocaust response, right? They've invited journalists from all over the world to come and see this footage and to see this evidence, to verify it. Because they know people won't believe them, and it's still happening. But it's coming from leftists. It's leftists who are like, nah. Hamas would never do that. Nah. Like, what the fuck?
How many Palestinian children need to die? God forbid, not one. All Hamas needs to do is let the civilian population go south. Stop using them as human shields. Hamas.
Which one did he say that wasn't true? The beheading of the Thai worker, like with the shovel. That's real. I watched that. Like trying to do it with a shovel. The blood caking on the walls. Yeah, I saw that. Dragging the. Okay, maybe they didn't rape the girl who was like had her fucking skirt up in the back of the truck. Maybe they just did that because, like, you know. Which one of those was a lie? Okay.
Wants these Palestinian children to die. Every Palestinian child to Hamas is a bulletproof vest.
But you said
they exist for no other reason than to humiliate Israel. Let them go south and be safe. But Hamas wants them.
There were no rapes reported. Are you kidding me? Are people not? Have you not read heard the fucking people doing the autopsies saying that there's like evidence on multiple women that they've been raped? Are you guys just not following? Do you guys just read everything and like on fucking day one? before the fucking bodies were put into the fucking morgue, and you're just like, oh yeah, done. That's all the research done, because we just spent the rest of the fucking last 2 months or last month saying genocide about Gaza. Show me the rapes. What do you want me to show you? Do you want me to show you rape pornography on the fucking internet? What the fuck are you talking about? Here, no, you tell me. You tell me what kind of a threshold you would need to see for evidence of rapes. Do you think all those women like had their fucking bodies like with their fucking dresses lifted up? Do you think, and like no underwear, do you think that was just like, they just felt like leaving people like that for the laugh of it, or what? Oh, thanks for the raid, No Justice. Chud will, oh yeah, have you not seen the Chud Logic review? Is that why? Where are people getting this evidence from? Let me see. It's been a while since I've grabbed up these stories. I thought we were kind of settled on October 7th. Now it's just... So this is from Reuters. I don't know if we don't trust Reuters anymore. Military forensics teams in Israel have examined bodies of victims of last week's Hamas attack on communities around the Gaza Strip and found multiple signs of torture, rape, and other atrocities, officers said on Saturday. It's like they invited like over 100 journalists to look at this footage and to see the... What?
Remember the Holodomor?
Is this a recent article? This is from October 14th. Wow. Wow. I don't know, maybe they just stripped the woman for like, to be like, oh, you're a degenerate. Ooh. Maybe they just did that.
But Rabbi Shmuley, it's Hamas's fault, it's Hamas's fault, it's Hamas's fault.
Rabbi Shmuley, you did say there is a limit. What is that limit?
Pierce, it's hard.
Were there any twit-longers about the rapes? I mean, that's usually the standard of evidence, isn't it? Believe all women unless they say, unless someone says Hamas did it. Fuck me, bro. Eesh. They were already stripped. They were at a I'm sorry, Mohammed Rahif, you fucking disgusting, degenerate cunt piece of shit. Do you want to show me pictures of women who had their fucking skirts lifted up, lying down on the floor at a rave? Listen to yourself. What a fucking unbelievably radioactively retarded thing to say. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. There's the threshold. There we go. Fuck me.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Berthum, thanks for the $5. Lonerbox, do you condemn the frogs? Ye wins. I don't know what that means, but thanks.
Hard to put a number on how many people Hamas is prepared to allow to die.
I love it because I'll bet you anything that guy like identifies as a fucking communist and actually like soys the fuck out about women's rights like until Hamas does something bad to women, and then it's like, oh no, that's just Western women. They always have their skirts up and they're no fucking underwear. Yeah, that's what they all do. Jesus Christ.
In order to destroy the state of Israel. Remember, Hamas's motto is from the sea. From sea to sea, Israel will be, Palestine will be free. It's the annihilation of every Jew. Iran calls for it openly. a second Holocaust. This is the eve of Kristallnacht. I don't want to put a number on how many Palestinian children. I want a ceasefire right now. Hamas must surrender unconditionally, just like FDR and just like Churchill demanded of the Nazis, unconditional surrender, release the hostages. We get a ceasefire right now. Cenk, let me ask you to call for a ceasefire by having Hamas, who you think actually cares about the Palestinian population, announce their surrender. Call for their surrender right now. They launched this attack unprovoked against Israel. They slaughtered 1,400 people. They are holding little babies whose...
I'm verifying Hamas statements by Jewish historians like Ilan Pape and Norman Finkelstein, actual historians. Okay, there we go. Yeah, nice one. Amazing.
Diapers need to be changed as hostages. Call for them to surrender unconditionally.
All right, Cenk, final word to you.
Can we...
Okay. So, look, all this is nonsense. First of all, Israel did not withdraw. They control the borders of Gaza 100%. And as you can tell now, they cut off the water and power anytime they want. The Jewish people have been oppressed throughout history. My heart goes out to the Jewish people.
You know, it makes me wonder because I feel like I don't know about Finkelstein because he he was soying out and like support of the Hamas attack on October 7th, comparing it to the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. But I don't think Ilan Pape has ever said anything that would be like a championing of Hamas. Usually when he talks, like he advocates for this whole like reconciliatory one-state solution, whatever the fuck, but I don't know. I wonder if they knew the kind of like followers that they cultivate. Shit. Finkelstein was 100% correct, bro. What, comparing it to the Warsaw Ghetto uprising? That's because you don't know anything about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. You don't know anything about Hamas. You don't know anything about Gaza. That's why you think that. You think that because you don't know anything about any of the things you're talking about. I didn't realize that those people at that festival were like SS officers, and like any minute they were just going to go into Gaza and seize a bunch of fucking people and drag them to a fucking extermination camp. I didn't realize they were going to do that. Whoops, missed that one. That's what they were preparing for. That's what the dance was. It was a seance. It was a fucking... It was a pre-death camp deportation ritual.
For all the pain and the suffering that they have endured through all of these years. But now Israel, unfortunately, is not the oppressed. It is the oppressor. Look at them dropping 7,000 bombs on grandmothers and children. There's an American nurse that explained on CNN yesterday about how she sees little kids with burns all across their bodies. So Hamas is terrible. Yes, I can call for their surrender. That's easy. I don't like Hamas. I think Hamas is Muslim fundamentalist. But it's an impossible standard, and you know they're not going to meet that standard. And because you want to keep killing those civilians to show them how mighty you are and what a great oppressor you are, I'm sick of it. And it's not...
He's almost onto something there. You can absolutely point out that Israel's strategy is very much like, oh no, these people, they all hate us. We just need to be really strong. And like, that's why they always go fucking overboard with their attacks. Like, yeah, because you can apply that criticism, but I don't really know if that's what he was going for. But yeah, that's been Israel's fucking stance in one way or the other since fucking, I don't know, like 1948. Yeah.
Only ruining the Palestinians and causing their deaths, but it is ruining. It is
Palestinians are always under violence, systemic oppression, poverty, bombings, etc. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I didn't know that. Wow. So you admit that? I don't think you know what I just said. If I'm not conceding to what you think. You think they're like a genocidal fucking Nazi organization. That is different from feeling threatened by Middle Eastern countries around you and like Iran and shit, and then feeling like the only way that you'll survive as a nation is to be like reckless and to be overreactive and to fuck shit up to assert your presence in the Middle East. That's why Six-Day War, Israel took the Sinai Peninsula because they knew that they could use it as a bargaining chip to get peace with the Egyptians, like that kind of shit. And that with fucking Lebanon, with the Hezbollah village, that they will just like take out way more targets than they need to as a way of like not allowing them to assemble anything in the future, or as a way of like almost terrorizing the opponent to start like to back off. That's different. That's not the same as what you're claiming. And I'll bet you, I'll bet you're the kind of person that if anyone ever compared Soviet crimes to Nazi crimes, you would fucking scream. You'd be digging up all the fucking context and the nuance. We're like, oh, well, actually, really, you compare the hunger plan to the Soviets. I know that they didn't necessarily liberate Eastern Europe, but they definitely rescued them from a far worse fate. You'd probably say something like that. But I guess you just don't do that when it comes to Israel for some reason. It's so weird. It's so stupid.
It is causing the moral decay of Israel.
And it's
blood libel.
Sorry, and it's transparent. It's so good that people like you have just completely fucking ruined yourselves in the like in the eyes of public opinion, just so you can support a fucking like terror group. Yeah, nice one.
Blood libel. This is a blood libel against the Jewish people. You may as well just say that we drink the blood of Christian children in our matzahs.
It's not working.
Cenk, you are guilty of a blood libel on the eve of Kristallnacht. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm going to call.
It is a blood libel. Change the name of your
thing.
show away from Young Turks who are genocidaires who killed 1 million Armenians.
I'm going to try and wrestle things back to the host here and call a ceasefire for now.
See, this is the thing, is like you're so emotional. You don't even know what I said. No, we can say, oh, you think Soviets, Nazis and Israelis are equally bad. Oh yeah, so you're just like you're sort of like one of those more kind of okay, I got you. You defend Israel at every last end, but less than Destiny. I don't defend Israel. I just correct people who say wrong things. It's not easy being in a position where I feel like I criticize Israel quite a lot. Like most of my content about Israel is critical of Israel and supportive of Palestinian rights. I've never stopped supporting Palestinians' right to self-determination. I've never stopped thinking the settlements need to end. I've never stopped thinking the blockade of Gaza and all that shit needs to end. I've never stopped thinking any of that shit. But the problem is that you guys come in and you describe Gaza as a fucking death camp, and then I'm like, well, it's not really a death. Oh my God, you must be defending Israel. Like, yeah, I defend Israel against fucking the retarded fucking fake bullshit that you guys come out with.
It's been a fascinating debate, very passionate on both sides. I get that. I appreciate you both agreeing to debate each other. I think that's important in this situation. And thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you.
Remember the Holodomor?
Yeah,
thanks for this up.
This guy's ruining. There's tremendous anti-Semitism in the world. By crying wolf, he's actually
from
hurting
people
the
like
Jewish
you.
cause
From people like you. From people like you.
Okay, you're a bigot. Stop killing Palestinians, you bigot.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
That was a good debate. That fucking rabbi was wild. That rabbi was a giga. Debate horse fucker. I don't know what to... I just can't stop liking Cenk. I can't stop. His energy is incredible. We need more people like him. I'll bet he just strolled out of that conversation. He was just fine. He probably just played with his cat and like ate some falafel. Yeah. Did some bench presses. Didn't he say he benches like... He said he said his bench was really high, didn't he? Like 250, yeah, pounds. So what's that in kilos? That's high. He's a fucking block. An immovable block. Pierce knew to just stay out of it because he was getting the content. Sorry, that react really, with all the chatters, that react really took a lot out of me. Oh God. He's shaped like a bench, yeah. Watch the other debate. Which one? There are loads of debates. There's too many. Where's my debate? A lot of crazy tankies on Twitch. Oh yeah, how's Twitch going these days? Oh, Hutch is reacting to Cavernackle's video. What's he saying?
Their primary funding state is state-sponsored. Iran, despite its difficult economic situation, transfers between 30 to 100 million to Hamas each year. Qatar adds an additional 200 to 450 million.
Whoa.
In addition, Hamas collects taxes from Gazans.
Yep.
Okay.
It's completely different. So that's another thing I don't understand. But to them, it's Muslims. Like, they're all the same. Which, again, insane to me.
Oh, this guy was like suggesting that Iran doesn't back Hamas because because Iran's Shia and Hamas is Sunni. What an unbelievably naive position. What the fuck? I like it how he spent more time in this video talking about how knowledgeable he is than actually imparting any knowledge. Yeah, this guy's a moron. Fuck whatever. Mohammed Hijab is debating the rabbi on Piers Morgan. 1 hour debate. No way. No way. Let's keep going.
Why sometimes I wish I didn't know stuff.
Oh my god.
I know all this stuff.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, we are reaching critical
I know all
mass
this stuff.
for levels of snobbery.
He knows. Yeah. Well, just me.
Again, it's really hard for me to process that this is like a real person saying this.
Holy shit. Hutch.
Hold on. Sorry, guys.
Getting mad.
Loner box.
He's burdened with glorious knowledge, guys. This is a burden, okay? Us small heads, we don't have that same burden.
He could have done better than small heads. He lost me as a viewer. I'll come back to him another time, give him another chance. Yeah, Hutch is a cool guy. I like him. I like his vibe. There is no charitability. Yeah, I know. It's hard out there. Hop in and double team. No. I've already done a react to him. Ooh. It's funny that smugness, people always think like they see smugness and it's only when people disagree with them. If someone agrees with you, they never appear smug. It's really funny. What's your opinion of the Cavernacle? I don't like it when people constantly cite their credentials and then only give you like just surface level talking points. I don't like that. It's really annoying. Or they'll just say things that are wrong. Because I think the weirdest thing that Cavernacle said that just makes me not really want to take him seriously at all, after talking about how knowledgeable he is, I think it was this. Again, I'm okay with people making mistakes. I don't give a fuck about that. But it's like, after priming yourself so hard and going into like this kind of shit.
Killed by an IDF bomb. Are you really going to start going around thinking, oh my god, Hamas are holding me hostage? And the human shields thing is absolute bullshit. Israel attacks them no matter what. It doesn't matter. They're bombing hospitals, schools. They're not looking for Hamas. They want to, and that's what I mean. They fundamentally don't understand it, these liberals. They think...
Like, he doesn't know. He's saying the human shields thing is bullshit because Israel goes after civilian infrastructure anyway. It's like, he doesn't... How can you not know? You can look at, like... We've known this for decades. There are no designated military bases in Gaza. We know because they use civilian infrastructure. Yeah, like here. That these objects, this is a Committee of the Red Cross investigation into Operation Cast Lead. They targeted rocket launchers, stockpiles, command and control facilities, weapons factories, explosives laboratories, training facilities, and communications infrastructure. That these objects were often concealed embedded in civilian facilities, such as residential buildings, schools, or mosques, did not render them immune from attack. And I guess now that they're surrounding this hospital in Gaza City, I guess we have to assume that either there's something going on in that hospital or underneath it, like a base, like they say, or that they're just obsessed with this hospital, like the biggest hospital. They're just like, we really fucking hate hospital patients, especially, I don't know, fuck. So it's just like, how can I... Like, you're saying that I'm getting this from the IDF. This is from an investigation which also condemned IDF actions. This is from the ICRC. And these guys are they're not like fucking Amnesty and shit like that, where they just fucking put out a bunch of publications from like interviews with people on the ground and shit. Like, these guys actually can make recommendations to the International Criminal Court. They can interview people when they're detained by the criminal court. They actually work with like in the process. So, But god damn it. But you guys are all just like, no, Finkelstein said it's different. Like, shit. And we know why they do it. They conceal that stuff because it makes them less likely to get attacked. Or if they do get attacked, they win on propaganda wars. And you guys fall for it. Yeah, they use everything. I know they use everything. That's where the human shield thing comes in. Again, I'm sorry. Like, you guys who like to cite human rights reports all the time, but apparently this one just triggers people so hard. I can never stop sharing this. If anyone doesn't know, they frequently commandeered the homes of civilians as temporary military bases to attack Israeli forces. It's like, bro, these guys are not your friend. They're not. There are good critiques of Israel in here as well, actually substantial ones that are based on real shit, not just like they're genocidal or whatever. Like, there's plenty of stuff in here about Israel targeting like sewage plants and shit like that have no discernible military use. There's lots of like claims of recklessness and claims of going fucking way past the threshold of what is like militarily proportionate. Yeah, we've got this from them. But like, I can make those claims using the same report that goes after Hamas, but you guys are just like, I don't know, your standards of truth are just so strange. Anyway, that's probably why I don't really watch The Tabernacle, okay? He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything, it's just not good content. And I guess to you guys, it's just like a fucking, Hamas didn't do anything wrong, though. I guess it's... I guess if you want Palestinians to die, I guess they didn't do anything wrong. Oh, chat's a bit wacky today. I guess we got a lot of viewers, but... By criticizing the Tabernacle, you've just become a liberal fascist. True. That's all it takes, really. Fascism is when you're mean to me as a YouTube creator. It is true, it is real. All right, where are we going? What are we doing? You're the DGG babysitter. I know, we've got to keep these barbarians supplied, don't we? That was a fair criticism. I thought it was. Yeah, I don't know. I tend not to, like, I'll usually be mean after criticizing something, not before. Like, yeah. But I think you can be mean and fair. Okay, that's not even a meme. Fuck you. You're white and 17 years old. I think that's a good default response to the Hamas supporters on the internet. Anyway. Does he read YouTube chat or Twitch? I read both. Dumbass. But Twitch chat just looks better on the screen. YouTube chat looks stupid. Like, I can even try. Look. It doesn't let the emotes in, even though it's so much more busy. Go wild, YouTube chat. See what happens. See if we get emotes. Actually, it doesn't get the custom ones, does it? It gets some of them, but not the custom ones. Why is that? See, look, it just gives you cat orange whistling. Why? Fuck. It's just, it's a shame. Because it's funny when chat goes ballistic. Look at that. But, I don't know. What can you do? What can you do? Lycan is chatting with Sunday today. Ooh. Ask Dan for his chat box. Who's Dan who? Alright. Sorry, YouTube. You guys fail. Does YouTube chat work? Oh, I could do this. This might be a bit clunky, but I could do it for now. I feel bad. I feel bad for the YouTube shitters. Let's just do it like this. If I just separate it, because then you can actually just get YouTube chat unadulterated. And then I can just move Twitch chat. Okay. Let's put Twitch. And it's about here. Okay. Up here. And YouTube. Down here. Hey, look at them go. But I should start Twitch chat at the bottom, like this. Okay. The two chat solution. True. There we go. Look at them go. That's so cute. Look at them go. Now we can see all their stupid faces. We're so busy. This is crazy chat. It's absolutely insane. Unheard of. Unreal. Inconceivable chat. Okay. What about actual chat? DGG chat? Yeah, maybe. Hang on. Chat apartheid. It's true. So real. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What happens with this? Hey. Look at them. Look at these little savages. Just put them over here. That's cute, isn't it? Look at them. Look at them go. Put them in the cuck chair. All right.
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks, Don Ella. Thanks for the sub. Well, this is actual apartheid, not like that fake apartheid in the West Bank. Okay. All right, we haven't actually done proper news. The three chat solution. A Reuters is just filming the border. Okay. Israel's ambassador to the UK. Oh no, not her. She's crazy. She's annoying. Because Israelis don't, I've noticed that a lot of them, they don't really talk. They kind of shout. It's like between talking and shouting. They have this weird medium. It's a bit jarring. You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, do you guys want to watch, what was that? There was this DW documentary about a fucking German teenage settler. And it's just the weirdest story. Where is it? Hmm. Was it this? Life as a Jewish settler in the West Bank. Ugh.
decades now, Israelis and Palestinians have been locked in an ongoing dispute over a few thousand square kilometers of land. The West Bank sandwiched in between Israel and Jordan. Ever more Jewish settlers are moving here, some of them from Germany, like Chaya Tal. She lives in Alon Shvut.
Oh shit.
Personally, I see no problem with our living here. It's a matter of...
Shit. We need to... Hang on. We need to fix things up here. Okay, I'll get rid of this one. Remove? Oh, I removed the wrong fucking one. Alright, hang on. Remove this one. Then we'll take this one. Copy. Ugh! Why won't it copy? Fucking hell. Why? Alright, let's just do this. Hey, okay. There we go. And then YouTube chat. Copy. Paste. Oh, that's different. Where's the YouTube chat? Oh, yeah, this one. Copy. Yeah. Okay.
How we live.
Chaya Tal is a settler, and to many Palestinians, a provocation. For her part, she claims direct contact is the only real path to peace.
Like, there's... Yeah. I'll just show you. You'll see what happens. It's just weird.
Chaya Tal was born in St. Petersburg in 1991 and grew up in Cologne. At age 19, she emigrated to Israel. She's been living in a Jewish settlement in the West Bank since 2014.
The chain symbolizes the country of Israel. I'm not a political person. I'm a religious person, for one thing. For another, I've got my principles. And one is that the land should be unified for everyone who lives on it.
Chaya lives in this converted container in the Alon Shvut settlement just over 20 kilometers south of Jerusalem. The United Nations and the European Union both regard the Jewish settlements as violations of international law, as they're built on occupied territory. But the settlers justify their initiative by citing an Israeli court ruling that declares the building of the settlements legal.
If it's declared legal by Israel, I don't think it's an outpost, no.
It isn't over by a long shot. It may even get worse. Anything can happen. We might all contract the coronavirus and wind up in solitary confinement, so nobody will be able to attack the other. That'd be just dandy. This corona.
We first met Chaya in early March, as the Purim festival was just getting underway. Traditionally, Jews don costumes for it and exchange gifts. At that time, the coronavirus had already come to Israel, but the people were still getting together to celebrate.
Uh-oh.
They kept up their usual social contacts and did not yet practice distancing. Why did the settlers prefer the relative isolation of the Judean mountains on some of the most disputed land in the world?
The people who live here do so partly for their beliefs, partly financial reasons, just because it's cheaper, or they like the sense of community. I'd never lived in a community before where all the neighbours are so tightly knit.
She looks like a minion.
The muezzin's call is nice, really nice, because it reminds us we're not alone and that everything's not as simple and beautiful as it would appear at first glance.
The West Bank is about the size of the US state of Delaware, but the potential for conflict is vast. About 430,000 Jewish settlers live here, among 2.7 million Palestinians, behind fences, walls, and barbed wire. The expansion of Jewish settlements extensively impacts the lives of Palestinians like Ali Abu Awad. He comes from a family of political activists. His brother was shot and killed at an Israeli checkpoint in 2001.
Oh no, this guy's gonna be...
Abu Awad was active in the resistance against Israel and spent years in prison. He says he's renounced violence, even if the discrimination continues unabated. His Palestinian license plate is enough to
I
get him
completely fucking misheard what I thought the guy was Israeli. Okay.
stopped at the supermarket by security. Asked where he is coming from, Abu Awad replies that he came from Gush. The officer asks to see some ID, but Abu Awad doesn't have any on him. The officer
This guy becomes Hamas. I don't blame his ass at all. Well, I guess what's interesting about this guy is you're going to find out that somehow, after everything he's been through, he manages to like have like 1 billion times more humanity than people like you do. I just find that really interesting. That like there are Palestinians out there who can go through so much shit and still have more humanity in them than like half of all these fucking dipshit like white leftist larper fucks on the internet who have never suffered anything. It's really weird.
Suggests he look for it in his car and that he cannot let him into the parking lot without an ID. Even if he did, the next officer would stop him, so Abu Awad offers to turn back.
And I forgot my ID, so I was not allowed to enter. This doesn't happen to the Israelis, just the Palestinian that has to be checked. And if you forget your ID, it's a big deal. I feel sometimes that every Palestinian is a suspicion until you prove you're a good guy. Everyone here is like freaking out in a way because there is a lot of fear, a lot of different activities, attacks. Any wrong move in this junction, in Gush Etzion junction, any mistake with a wrong move while you are driving, it can cost you your life.
When I look around, I see many settlements are surrounding this land. I mean, this is what I see. And this is what Palestinians face every day. For these people to exist and practice their identity, there is a price of my dignity and my rights that I have to pay every day. And this is unjust. Israelis are acting without considering the Palestinians as fact on this land. Palestinians are struggling to survive that, but also to start to harm the occupation in any way. And this is endless. I don't want to spend my life doing this. I'm out of this victimhood. And the feeling of victim in both sides is such a huge issue. It's even the competition of suffering. Who suffers more? None of us is gonna give up his right. None of us.
For decades, Israelis and Palestinians have been locked in a kind of local Cold War in which neither side wins. Chaya shares this view and sees it as unfair that she and other Jewish settlers are called an obstacle to peace in the Middle East.
450,000 Israelis are not something to be ignored, and you can't just classify several 100,000 people as criminals and think you'll be able to expel them for some political motives. Personally,
it's like there's too many of us to arrest, but it's still a little bit, I just find this person in particular just so complex, though. Yeah, anyway.
I see no problem with the fact that we're living here. It's more of a question of how we live here, of how we behave, and how the other section of the population, the Arab inhabitants of Judea and Samaria, the Palestinians, behave towards us, of the kind of interaction happening here. And it's not happening very positively, I'll have to admit.
On the question of whom the land belongs to, there are no easy answers. People debate the issue and seek dialogue with the other side. Like Hayatal, Rabbi Hanan Schlesinger lives in the Alon Shvut settlement. Together with Palestinian partners, he's launched the grassroots initiative called Roots.
6 years and 6 weeks ago, for the first time in my life, I had a face-to-face meeting with a real Palestinian. Before that, I had seen them on the street, I had hired them to work in my house. They did my gardening, but I never really talked to them. I was completely thrown for a loop that here are people that I thought of as terrorists, and they have a human story just like mine. I was so taken aback to hear their stories of living under occupation. I'd never used that word before. I'd never heard that word before in a face-to-face conversation. Here we are. Both sides are an obstacle to the other side's peace. Our identities are the obstacle to peace. We have two contradictory identities. Israelis say, and it's true historically, that the whole land is ours. That's true. We were here 2,000 years ago.
Uh-oh.
But the Palestinians are also connected to the whole land, from the Jordan to the Mediterranean, the same whole land. It belongs to both sides, legitimately.
Roots organises regular events for Israelis, where Palestinians talk about their lives under Israeli occupation. For some of the young men and women here, this presentation...
The way Israelis are shielded from the realities of occupation is so interesting. Yeah, yeah, growing up with Israeli propaganda, so I've heard, is pretty fucking... it's pretty fucking kooky.
will be their very first direct contact with an Arab. Once an enemy becomes a partner, there's a chance of finding a political solution. That's the idea behind Roots.
We have to create a new reality in which we live not at the expense of the other side, but in partnership with the other side. And the truth is that the best place to begin creating that partnership is here, in the West Bank / Judea and Samaria, where we live close, so close to each other.
This is precisely what Chaya Tal set out to do. In Roots, she got to know a Palestinian, and over time they've become...
Would this settler be a one-stater? When he's saying it belongs to both of us, that is a one-state position, yeah. I would be interested to say, because a lot of liberal, self-proclaimed liberal Israelis do believe that. They say it belongs to both of us. They'll often say, but, with Israeli sovereignty, or it would still, like, that kind of thing. And that often means that they wouldn't get voting rights if they were assimilated in. That's often what I hear. I don't know if that guy is saying that, but yeah, it's like the whole like the ethical apartheid bullshit. Yeah, I don't think the girl really has a state solution. She probably does mean it when she says she doesn't feel political, even though it's like. There's not many situations where just like the place you choose to live is like a massively political decision, you know?
Good friends. He lives in Husan, an Arab village halfway between Alon Shutz and Jerusalem. But the political situation does not make such inter-ethnic friendships easy. Signs even warn Israelis not to enter Palestinian villages, claiming that it's dangerous. Chaya Tal doesn't agree. She's even learned some Arabic, because she wishes to communicate with her neighbors. Chaya and Muratis are determined to let what they share and not what separates them shape their friendship.
We've had enough of warring. Either we decide now how we can live together reasonably in peace, or one side will throw the other out. Some are against us meeting, others are for it. I don't care. I have no reservations about meeting with Israelis. Everyone knows that.
Because of his contacts with Israelis, Muatas was detained for 4 days by Palestinian security forces. The mutual distrust runs so deep that anyone who has contact with the other side is quickly suspected of being either a traitor or a spy. Even so, there's something essential the two share.
The desire for peace. And we both like to smoke hookahs.
It's the personal contacts that make all the difference for Chaya.
Why do I stay on here? Because I have a good social community. I have lots of friends here, both Jews and Arabs, and I'm getting along fine here.
In spite of their differences, Chaya, Abu Awad and Rabbi Schlesinger have formed a common bond. They're convinced it's the only way to bring peace to their own country.
Okay. I thought this documentary also had the crazy settlers. Just so I would imagine this is probably pretty exceptional for the region. I don't know if this happens very often, unfortunately. Isn't the issue if her home belonged to someone else recently? In this, no, that fucking box that she lives in, that shipping container that she lives in, wouldn't have been owned by someone else. It'd be the land that she settled on illegally under international law. That's what it would be. It's Hasbara. You're so stupid. I hate you so much. But keep talking, it's fine. What? It's settler colonialism. It's genocide. It's apartheid. We're just trying to. I just like a nice story. Fuck in this whole. I'm not saying it's like a systemically fucking useful thing. It's not going to happen very often. It's not like a solution. It's just it's encouraging that like some people can do it. God. Because I think realistically, the idea of moving 700,000 settlers outside of the West Bank and East Jerusalem, a pretty fucking heavy task. And if there are examples of Jewish communities in the West Bank that can be allowed to stay and live as equal citizens in a Palestinian state instead of having to annex the territory, that might be a good thing. I don't know. That might be better than trying to than having all these fucking weird cleavages in the West Bank. All these weird cuts. But it's probably not very likely. Does anyone watch this and go, I just saw a settler who befriended a Palestinian, I guess I'm okay with settlements now? I don't think anyone in this chat has done that, no. I would hope not. That would be very stupid. I did. Yeah, now I think of it, I did as well. Actually, I changed my mind again, because that's quite stupid. Yeah. How bad can settlers get? Shall I find some videos of settlers being insane? I think DW did another documentary about settlers, but that was not good. Oh god, this one. Do you not remember the Huara riots? I think this was them at their worst.
Palestinian authorities say that one person has died during a riot by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. They say a group of settlers set fire to cars and some 30 homes. That was just hours after a Palestinian gunman shot and killed 2 settlers on Sunday. The attacks are part of worsening violence in the region and happened as Israeli and Palestinian officials met in Jordan to de-escalate tension.
Calls for calm did not last long in the West Bank. Just hours after 2 Israeli brothers were shot dead in their car, scores of Israeli settlers began rioting near the town of Hawara, apparently in response to the killings, which Israeli officials described as a Palestinian terror attack. The rioters began burning Palestinian homes, cars and businesses.
What's happening is the burning of an entire village. This is what they do. Dozens of shops and houses were broken and burned. These were safe houses, and they were destroyed by about 400 to 500 settlers with people from the army for their protection.
Palestinian officials say one man was shot dead by Israeli fire and 4 more were badly injured. Nearly 100 others were treated for tear gas inhalation. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas condemned what he called terrorist acts carried out by settlers under the protection of the occupation forces.
Yeah.
Israel's Prime Minister has called for calm.
I ask, even when the blood is boiling,
look who it is.
not to take the law into one's hands. I ask that the Israeli Defense Forces and the security forces be allowed to carry out their work.
About 2.9 million Palestinians live in the West Bank and around 475,000 Jewish settlers, many of whom hold hardline views. Since the start of this year, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has claimed the lives of 63 Palestinians and 11 Israeli civilians. Talks to stop the intensifying violence took place in Jordan over the weekend. While both sides made promises for peace, the meeting failed to calm tensions, which are now higher than they've been in years.
And let's bring in correspondent Rebecca Ritters in Jerusalem. Rebecca, tell us more about what happened.
Well, Sarah, this is really some of the worst settler violence that we've seen here in many years, some saying since the end of the Second Intifada some 2 decades ago. As we heard in that report, in an apparent revenge attack for the killing of 2 Israeli settlers yesterday in the West Bank near this town of Hawara, there was a call put out on social media for settlers to get...
What did the IDF do to help while this was happening? They protected the settlers, and I don't think they did that much at all to help. No. This was when Smotrich was calling for the town to be wiped off the face of the earth. And he got pushed to take it back later by, I guess, by fucking media pressure or whatever the fuck.
Get out and avenge that killing. That call was responded to, and we saw settlers then going into this town, Hawara. It is a bit of a flashpoint in the northern West Bank and often the scene of settler violence. We saw them going in there, torching Palestinian homes, businesses. One home had a family in it. The IDF had to, the Israeli Defense Forces had to evacuate that family out of the burning house. We've seen dozens of cars burned, and one Palestinian was also shot and killed during that attack. The scenes were so shocking, in fact, that one Israeli security official who wouldn't be named told local media here that he called the events of last night a pogrom, and that's a word that's being echoed here on local media. It really gives you the indication of the scale and severity of this attack, and this comes on the backdrop of what has already been one of the most violent years in recent decades. We've seen some 60 Palestinians this year alone killed, and also 13 Israelis, 7 of which were killed in that synagogue shooting towards the end of last month. So we're seeing the tensions really ratcheting up here, very serious fears that things could well spiral out of control.
What do both sides have to say? There's been more reaction.
Yeah, of course, there's been the usual international condemnation. The US, the UK and the like. Palestinians have come out both in the West Bank and in Gaza, both the Palestinian Authority and Hamas coming out condemning these actions, as you might expect. Although we haven't seen anything more concrete coming from the Palestinians so far. Hamas have instead been criticising the Palestinian Authority for taking part in that summit yesterday that was mentioned in that report in Aqaba to try and ease tensions. But last night we heard Benjamin Netanyahu calling on the settlers, or calling for people not to take matters into their own hands, to allow it to be taken care of by the security forces. We haven't heard that much so far from the more right factions of the coalition. I'm speaking particularly of Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, the Finance Minister, both settlers themselves, both calling in the past for annexation of the West Bank. Nothing official coming from them, but other members of their party definitely coming out in support of the actions last night. Quite alarming, quite surprising. A prominent member of that coalition, the chairman of the National Security Committee, actually has come out in support, in fact, saying that it has more of a deterrence effect than we've seen in the West Bank in the last 2 decades. So this kind of ratcheting up of tensions, certainly a concern here. Everyone wondering where this is headed.
Rebecca Ritters in Jerusalem. Thank you.
Well, okay. Do you know how often in this conflict the settlers engaging in random violence are actually arrested? It's a pretty even if they're arrested, the sentences are insanely low. Like they're insanely gentle. That's a huge problem. It's actually there needs to be more law and order in the West Bank for fucking settler criminals. I don't think it's never. They sometimes get jailed for like a year or two. But this is the world Dustin wants. Okay. What are we doing now? Soft tacos or hard tacos? I don't really eat tacos. Any updates on the Al-Shifa hospital? I don't want to do breaking war news. Because everything we're going to hear about now is going to be just the word of the IDF or fucking Gaza officials, right? Hamas. So, or maybe the hospital, people in the hospital. So, I don't know. Gaming stream? Nah. Not with 1,200 viewers across both platforms. I have a good video for you. What? DM it to me. Or fucking stream chat. Stream chat. Have I been looking at stream chat? Not really. Sadly, it's just information war. Yeah. Well, we're going to find out if there's a Hamas control center underneath the hospital. Well, no, what'll happen, even if they do, if it turns out it's there, the IDF will publish a video of them going into the hospital, going down into the control center, and then people will say it's fake. They'll say it's like made in fucking Israeli Hollywood. I don't know. I want to see your opinions on Ugopnik's vid. What, the one about just recommending creators? Why? Isn't he just recommending creators? Very important. I'll bet it is.
I just busted right inside him, and he can't extend on me anymore, and he seems a little overwhelmed by my girth and tonnage.
True. So true. Tour in Hebron. This is an old looking video.
מערת המכפלה, ונאלצו להתפלל מחוצה לה. בתקופת המנדט גבר המתח בעיר. במאורעות תרפ"ט אירע טבח קשה בחברון, במהלכו נרצחו 67 מיהודי חברון על ידי פלסטינים. בו בזמן, מאות מבני הקהילה היהודית ניצלו מהתקפה בזכות שכניהם המוסלמים שהגנו עליהם והסתירו אותם בבתיהם. רוב היהודים ששרדו את הטבח עזבו את העיר, ורק מעטים מהם שבו אליה לתקופה קצרה. במהלך מלחמת העצמאות, חברון עברה לשלטה הירדנית. ב-1967, במלחמת ששת הימים, כבשה ישראל את העיר. זמן קצר לאחר מכן, עלתה היוזמה לחדש את היישוב היהודי.
What's that music? What the fuck?
בחברון. זה היה באביב 1968. קבוצה של מתנחלים בהנהגת הרב לוינגר ביקשו אישור מהצבא לחגוג את ליל הסדר בחברון. לאחר החג הם סירבו להתפנות. בין שרי הממשלה היו שתמכו בהם והם הורשו להישאר בעיר.
This is the fucking 6-day war victory theme in a fucking Arabic video. Okay.
בתחילת שנות ה-70 עברו רוב המתנחלים לקריית ארבע, שנבנתה ממזרח לעיר. אולם השאיפה להתנחל בלב העיר לא פסקה. ב-1979 נכנסה קבוצת נשים
Just mute the video. What, and just have the subtitles go? No.
בית הדסה, מבנה שהיה בבעלות יהודית לפני טבח תרפ"ט. הצבא הורה להן להתפנות, אך הן סירבו. תנועת הפתח שהתנגדה להתנחלות יהודית בלב העיר, ביצעה פיגוע ירי בו נרצחו 6 אנשים. בתגובה החליטה הממשלה על ביסוס האחיזה היהודית בעיר. בשנות ה-80 התרחבה ההתנחלות לאתרים נוספים שהיו
They
בבעלות
have MIDI in 67. I can't watch this. It's too distracting.
יהודית.
So it's about
שכונת
settlements
אברהם
in
אבינו, בית
Hebron,
רומנו
okay.
ותל רומדה. כולם במרכז העיר.
Oh.
המתח בין הפלסטינים למתנחלים גבר באינתיפאדה הראשונה, ויותר מכך בעקבות הסכמי אוסלו. ב-1994 נכנס ברוך גולדשטיין.
Hebron is a Jewish city and has been. This mentality is so annoying. Oh God. This is Hebrew, not Arabic. Okay.
רופא מתנחל מקריית ארבע, למסגד במערת המכפלה. הוא רצח 29 מוסלמים בזמן שהתפללו, ועוד כ-120 נפצעו. הצעה שהועלתה בממשלה לפנות את מתנחלי חברון בעקבות הטבח נגנזה. במקומה, הוטלו הגבלות חמורות על הפלסטינים בעיר, שהוסברו ברצון למנוע פיגועי נקם. ב-1997, במסגרת הסכם וואי, החליטה ממשלת ישראל להעביר את רוב חברון לשליטה פלסטינית.
Okay.
החלק תחת שליטה פלסטינית כונה H1, והוא מהווה כ-80% מהעיר. יתר השטח נותר בשליטה ישראלית, והוא מכונה H2.
Do you speak Arabic or Hebrew? No.
האזור כולל את מערת המכפלה והיישוב היהודי בעיר, וכן את הציר המרכזי של חברון, רחוב השועדה והשווקים שלצידו.
But he's saying Hebron,
באותה
which
העת
means he's
התגוררו
fucking speaking in Hebrew, right?
ב-H2 כ-30,000 פלסטינים וכ-500 מתנחלים. מאז כניסתם של המתנחלים לעיר, ידעה חברון שרשרת של פיגועים רצחניים בהם נפגעו ישראלים רבים. זכורים במיוחד הרצח של שלהבת פס, תינוקת בת 10 חודשים, מירי של צלף פלסטיני. 12 לוחמים שנהרגו ממערב של מחבלים על ציר המתפללים בין קריית ארבע למערת המכפלה. הזוג גדי ודינה לוי, שנרצחו על ידי מחבל מתאבד בכיכר גרוס.
ירד מפה מחבל, התפוצץ על...
Well, the closed off part of Hebron after Goldstein's attack is still closed off. That's pretty fucking mental.
הזוג הזה?
היה בום אדיר, ועצמות עפו לכל עבר.
כל הרחבה פה מלאה בחתיכות של בשר. הולכים ככה בין החתיכות של בשר.
פורנו של המוות, כאילו העצמות והאיברים הפנימיים.
How old is this video? 12 years ago. Okay.
מה שאתה לא רוצה. אחד האירועים המזעזעים שקרו לי בחיים, באמת, מזעזע מה שהיה פה.
מאז אמצע שנות ה-90 ניתן להבחין בעזיבה הדרגתית של הפלסטינים את האזור שבשליטה הישראלית. המגמה הזו הואצה בעקבות אינתיפאדת אל-אקצא. ובפועל, אלפי פלסטינים עזבו את האזורים הסמוכים למוקדי ההתנחלות היהודית. מדוע עזבו פלסטינים את H2?
תסתכל, הרחוב פה ריק. לא שבת ולא חג פה, אתה מבין? הרחוב פה ריק, למה? למה הוא ריק?
הסיבה הראשונה היא מדיניות של הפרדה.
התהליך של ההפרדה הזאת מתבטא יותר מהכל ברחוב השועדה, שזה היה הרחוב המרכזי של חברון. דמיינו לעצמכם רחוב יפו, ירושלים, יום שישי, ככה הרחוב הזה היה נראה כל יום. כתגובה לטבח שברוך גולדשטיין ביצע ב-94, סגרו את הרחוב הזה. ומאז ועד היום, התהליך הזה של לא משנה מי, פלסטינים תוקפים יהודים או יהודים תוקפים פלסטינים, בסוף הפלסטינים משלמים את המחיר.
מאז טבח גולדשטיין, וביתר שאת מאז האינתיפאדה השנייה, ישראל מנהיגה בחברון מדיניות של הפרדה. המטרה היא למנוע חיכוך בין התושבים היהודים והפלסטינים. במסגרת זו הוטלו על הפלסטינים הגבלות חמורות. כמה מצירי התנועה המרכזיים ב-H2 נסגרו לתנועת כלי רכב פלסטינים. מספר אזורים סגורים גם לתנועה רגלית. כ-1,800 חנויות של פלסטינים נסגרו בצווים צבאיים. הסיבה השנייה לעזיבת פלסטינים את חברון היא הפעילות היומיומית של צה"ל בעיר.
Why would you name a massacre after the murderer? What, the Goldstein attack? Just because everyone knows what they're talking about. If you say Hebron massacre, that's usually referring to the 20s one, right? Or unless they call it the Goldstein Hebron massacre. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if there's another word, like...
כל מה שאנחנו רואים וכל מה שנראה כאן בחברון מוצדק על ידי ישראל מסיבות ביטחוניות. כל הליכה על הצעירים האלה דורשת בדיקה של העמדות. עכשיו תחשוב על הפלסטינים שרוצה להגיע מצד אחד של העיר העתיקה לצד השני. קודם כל, בכניסה לעיר העתיקה, ביציאה מהעיר העתיקה, שער 1 ושער 6, יש עמדות. בודקים תעודת זהות. רוצה להיכנס לאזור של בית רומנו, בודקים אותו. כל מקום שהוא הולך, בודקים אותו.
Is that the guy whose picture Ben Gvir had in his office? Yeah.
פעמיים ביום. הדרך מהבית למרפאה יכולה לקחת שעתיים.
The tomb of the Patriarchs massacre.
תעודות זהות בעמדה.
I guess so.
אסור לעבור פה, בשעה וחצי הקרובה.
بفهمش
يعني שעה וחצי.
وين انا بدي اروح على البيت. هاي البيت هون ليش ساعه ونص.
כל השערים של הקאסם, השערים שפונים לכיוון רחוב השוהדא, חסומים לכניסה ויציאה של פלסטינים. ככה שבעצם חצי מהעיר העתיקה סגורה והחצי השני פתוחה, החצי שפונה לכיוון השכונות הפלסטיניות. עוצר. עוצר אומר לא יוצאים מהבית יום ולילה. פלסטינים בחברון היו תחת עוצר הכי הרבה בכל השטחים. בין 2001 עד סוף 2003 אנחנו מדברים על 377 ימים של עוצר בשלוש שנים. פעם ב4-5 ימים, שבוע, פותחים את העוצר לשעתיים-שלוש וסוגרים אותו שוב. מחמישי בערב או שישי בבוקר עד מוצאי שבת עוברים בית, כל פעם שיש תפילה. זאת אומרת, כל בית פה מקבל 5 ביקורים כל סוף שבוע או כל חג.
וניכנס לבית זה דפיקות על הדלת. אנשים שלא ביצעו שם פשע, סתם, בחרנו איזה בית. בעל הבית פותח ככה את הדלת, ישן, מעיר את כולם, שם אותם בחדר אחד, כאילו זה אוטומט. אתה לא מאמין בכלל. איפה שיש את השיחים שם, זו הייתה העמדה שלנו, שצפינו מהצד אחד לכיוון הזה, ומהחלון של הבית לכיוון ההוא. וזה היה בדיוק אזור כאילו ששולט, כאילו שאתה בדיוק תופס גם את הסמטה וגם את ציר המתפללים, וזה נוח. אז אם זה נוח, אז אתה לוקח את זה. ולקחנו.
Really, the only news items on fucking today, just like this kind of shit, like this interview. Why is there not more? Why don't you eat fish? I literally had tuna for lunch today. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you answer my question, please? What do you think would be scariest, spending 5 nights on the Gaza Strip or spending 5 nights at Freddy's? Good one. Ugh, I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, fuck. What was worse, Beirut in the 70s or 80s or Baghdad in the 2000s? I don't know. It's not a fucking Trump card, like a top Trump's card. What the fuck are you talking about? How am I supposed to make that judgment? All right. Oh no, did Chud get suspended from Twitter? Did he? No, he's not. He's fighting with this Dark Viper guy. Oh god. Islamists can absolutely be fans of Nazis. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Doesn't Hamas? Yeah, of course they can. Yeah. What? I don't know how normal it is, but they can. Not like incompatible.
היו מה שנקרא פטרולים להפגנת נוכחות, או פטרולים ליצירת הרתעה. אז היינו לוקחים נגמ"ש, אני הייתי עומד למעלה עם המקלע, ומסתובבים למעלה בשכונת אבו סנאן, ויורים. זאת אומרת, יורים על פנסי רחוב, יורים על דודי שמש, זורקים רימוני גז והלם, אקראית ברחוב, עושים רעש, עושים המון רעש.
I really like this picture. Look at this. This is Gaza, the old town. In 1858. Look at it. Back in the day. It's got so much history. Anyway. Ottoman Gaza. Yep. Oh, this is a good doc. Let's watch this. This is from Channel 4. Israel's ultra-nationalist settlers who brought the far right to power. Let's look at this.
A new, dangerous phase in an old conflict.
For Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank, it's been the deadliest year in more than a decade, and tensions are boiling over.
Shooting and stabbing attacks on Israelis have been soaring too.
ואם צריך לפעמים גם להשתמש בכוח כדי להמשיך את קיומנו כאן, אז גם בזה הגיע הזמן שנפסיק לחשוש.
Fighting off corruption charges, veteran leader Benjamin Netanyahu is putting together Israel's most far-right government ever. Just as a new generation of Palestinian militants is taking up arms.
يعني أنا بشوف المستقبل القادم للصراع في الشرق الأوسط مقبلين على حرب.
On a hilltop in the occupied West Bank, a farewell for a unit of Israeli soldiers. It's organized by American-born mother of five, Bashi.
Just a simple thank you from us, women and children, to the simple soldiers.
It's all smiles and sweets, but Bashi is part.
Thoughts on Destiny saying Ilan Pape is utter garbage. I don't know. I know that he's been definitely under question for a lot of things. He's definitely done a lot of things that raised a few eyebrows. But I don't know if it makes him utter garbage. I don't know. But I don't know why he thinks that, so. Yeah.
Of a radical fringe movement
I know Benny Morris said you can't trust like any sentence in the entire book, The Ethnic Cleansing, but yeah. He also said Palestinians not an ethnicity. Is that, why do people care about that take? Like, it's more of a national identity than an ethnic group, right? I thought that was normal. I thought the ethnic group would be Arab, and the national identity would be Palestinian. I don't know what's wrong with saying that. I don't know, unless there's something I'm missing. Fuck.
Building new Jewish outposts on land internationally recognized as Palestinian. Hardliners like her helped bring the far right to power.
What do you want to see them do?
First of all, legalize any communities that aren't legalized yet.
Like this one.
Like this one and a lot more. Second of all, make sure that our roads and our homes are secure and that we feel safe in them, and build as much more homes as we can.
What you're doing here...
Saying a Palestinian Arab and a Sudanese or Moroccan Arab are ethnically the same is stupid. Yeah, but does that mean that like, does that mean Palestinian Arabs and Jordan Arabs are like ethnically different? Like it could be. Are Scottish and English people ethnically different? I guess if we're descended from different fucking like tribal groups, so like Picts and shit. Who knows? Who knows?
Here, building homes here, it's colonialism, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's our forefathers' country. This is our country, and anywhere you'll dig and you'll find Jewish homes. That's what you'll find here.
For Bashi's Palestinian neighbors, the land has been stolen.
I can't come to your
She gone full colonizer. Shit.
home and take half your home.
Just as we're filming with Abu Rami, his phone rings.
Follow me.
What happened?
His brother has been pepper sprayed by Israeli teenagers.
Jesus.
They do the same thing for him every day.
After we leave the area, the settlers return to attack their Palestinian neighbors. Abu Rami sent us these videos. Violence like this is becoming increasingly common. Extreme settlers emboldened, their views now part of mainstream politics. Those views championed by figures like Itamar Ben-Gvir, once convicted of inciting racism and supporting a Jewish terrorist group. He's now set to be Israel's new...
How do you get into a fucking government with that on your CV? God damn it. What a fucking psycho. This is the guy who had that terrorist from Hebron, the Hebron terrorist. He had a picture of him in his wall. Like, it's absolutely fucking insane.
National Security Minister. Zvika Fogel is a new lawmaker in his party.
You talk a lot about security, but consistently there's more Palestinians who are killed in this conflict than Israelis. It's the Palestinians who need better security, if anything, isn't it?
כל מי שירצה לפגוע בי, אני אפגע בו בחזרה. ומבחינתי המושג מידתיות חייב להפסיק להתקיים.
וואו.
אז אני אגיד לך משהו שמאוד לא נעים לומר אותו. אם זאת אמא ישראלית אחת בוכה, או 1,000 אמהות פלסטיניות בוכות, אז ש1,000 אמהות פלסטיניות יבכו.
That's a racist policy for a government to have.
אנחנו יותר מדי רחמנים, הגיע הזמן שנפסיק להיות, אין לזה קשר לגזענות.
At an Israeli shooting academy, civilians learn how to respond if there's a terrorist attack. Support for the far right is ideological for some. For others, it's a response to growing insecurity. 31 Israelis have been killed this year, the highest number in more than a decade.
I don't know why these guys can't just arrange like you know how football hooligans arrange a place to meet so they can fight. Why can't these guys in Hamas just get together and organize a little fucking zone in Gaza to go and have it out with each other? Just leave everyone else alone. Ugh.
עם האקדח, גם בביטחון עצמי מלא, שאני יכול ללכת בבית, מחוץ לבית, ולהגן על עצמי, להגן על משפחה, להגן על אזרחי ישראל, על מדינת ישראל.
A more right-wing government is going to increase the repression of Palestinians. That's going to see more attacks.
הציבור נמאס להם להצביע לאנשים שלא מספקים להם את מה שהם צריכים.
But it's the blood of young Palestinian men that's most commonly shed. Near the West Bank city of Hebron, grief and frustration. This, the funeral of a father of 3, shot during a confrontation with the Israeli army. After the funeral, stones met with tear gas and at times live fire. These mismatched clashes now re-emerging as a regular ritual. More than 150 Palestinians have been killed here this year. Some were carrying out attacks, but many others were throwing stones or simply bystanders. Israeli far-right politicians want to see soldiers take an even harsher approach.
What's with the tire roll? Well, the smoke from the tire is like a screen. It's like a shield, so they can't see you.
صحيح أمن المنطقة لتسكير المدخل الشرقي.
Anger at the killings and the repressive occupation is driving support for a new generation of Palestinian militants.
We're on patrol with around a dozen Palestinian fighters from different armed factions that have united here in Jenin refugee camp. They're the ones that control the streets here. They're well armed. Some of them are as young as just 16 years old. And they've become a model, helping inspire other new militant Palestinian groups.
Palestinian officials are meant to be in charge of areas like this. But many now see them as too soft on the Israelis, who retain overall control. The militants are growing.
Have you seen the video of a tire coming towards an IDF soldiers? One of them tries to kick it and falls. Okay. I wouldn't say these settlers are combatants, but at the same time, I wouldn't say they're civilians. It's pretty gray. Well, as soon as like violence between civilians is justified all the time. If a civilian attacks you, you can attack them. That doesn't stop them being a civilian. That's how I say it anyway. There's civilians who are attacking people, so they kind of, yeah, people have a right to defend themselves against that.
Growing ever more popular, and they warn the violence will intensify.
على هذا الاحتلال وعلى اللوب الصهيوني وعلى المجتمع الدولي قراءة تشكيل هذه الحكومة اليمينية المتطرفة بأن الأيام القادمة ستشهد تصعيدا واضحا ضد أبناء شعبنا وسيكون هناك رد من أبناء شعبنا ولن يقف أبناء شعبنا مكتوفي الأيدي.
But when any Palestinian deliberately kills an Israeli civilian, that's terrorism, isn't it? And it just undermines your cause.
نحن في المقاومة الفلسطينية لا نعتبر أي مواطن إسرائيلي على هذه الأرض هو مدني، هو محتل، خدم في جيش الاحتلال.
Views on both sides are hardening.
All the Arabs can suck my
In the Israeli settlement, home to far-right politician Itamar Ben-Gvir, ultra-hardline views are on display. These Jewish colonies are a fundamental obstacle to any negotiated solution here. Israeli settlers always aim to build more, but also to settle in the hearts of the public. Now they've settled in the heart of government.
Imagine walking around with your country's flag. It's pretty fucking low testosterone, isn't it? God, fuck. These dudes are fascists, bro. Yep. Now, what's this? Hunter Avallone did a Jubilee show. Did he? He went on Jubilee. Did you guys see this? Have you heard about this? You heard of this, chat? Is settling an occupied territory colonizing? Why is it colonizing? It's colonizing because it's paving the way to get annexed. That's why Jewish heavy areas in the West Bank, people on the Israeli right want to annex it. They've already annexed some of it already. So yeah, it is colonizing. Yeah, you establish a presence there so you can strengthen your claim to the land and make it harder to undo. Yeah. Okay. This is former conservatives versus former liberals. Middle ground. Shall we? Should we get some Hunter Avalone on Jubilee? Let's go! Can I talk with you about the settlements and why they are and aren't morally wrong? Okay. Actually, David, do you want to have it out with that Sultan Skinny guy? Because I think, I feel like I talked to you a lot, okay? I want to give both of you guys a chance. Is that okay? Because Sultan Skinny's in here as well. Okay. Sultan, are you okay with that? Or did you want to talk to me?
I'll let that other guy talk first if he has something else he wants to talk about.
Let's see.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. Because I want to go to this Jubilee video, I thought I'd just kill two birds with one stone. Are you okay with talking to David about the ethics of settlements, whether they're right or wrong?
You want me to talk to David about the ethics of settlements? Okay.
I think that's right. Is that okay?
Sure.
I feel like you'd be a competent opponent, you know?
Sure. All right, David.
Cool.
What's your issue with settlements? You think they're
Okay.
right?
So I'm not making a moral stance. I'm just questioning the idea of what makes them immoral. So first of all, a lot of these areas, I'm not sure the exact amount, but had Jewish people living there before the 47 to 49 Civil War. I don't see why there's something necessarily morally wrong for Jewish people to move into those areas, given that they will purchase land, etc.
Right.
And
So
without the argument of the UN calls it illegal, I want to hear like the moral basis of why it is wrong, not necessarily the legality.
right. So besides the fact that everywhere in the world except like the United States and Israel calls it illegal, what's the moral basis for it? So there's nothing wrong with settling in an area that is like uninhabited, right? Like if I find like, a rock in the middle of the ocean and nobody's there, and like there's nothing wrong with like settling. People have settled all the time. The problem is with the settlements in the West Bank and why everyone in the world except for Israel calls them illegal is because in order to have those settlements, they have to displace people on the basis of their ethnicity. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with the land. It has to do with the people.
Wait, they
right?
don't have
Why
to.
is
They don't
that?
have to displace people in order to continue settlements. Not each settlement
They
has to
do.
displace them. You can live in an area, and you can build houses in uninhabited areas. You could say that I would agree with you that any settlement that is forcing someone out would be an immoral action. But I want to like understand why the action of creating a settlement is immoral.
Okay, well, the problem is in the West Bank, if we're going to talk about the West Bank, is that Palestinians have very few rights when it comes to building and having permits that deals with their own houses and their land. For example, if I was a Palestinian in the West Bank and I wanted to build an extra room, right, in my house, and I would need to go to the Israeli government to have a permit. So one, like to even have like to build my own house on my own land on occupied territory, I have to go to my occupying government, to a foreign government that doesn't even respect me as an equal citizen, to ask for the right to extend a room for whatever reason, right? Most of the time, they never get this, okay? But let's just say I want to build this room. If I build this room and the Israeli authorities catch me, they have the right to demolish my house. Okay?
Mhm.
And they have the right to demolish my house because I'm an Arab, because I am not part of the Israeli national identity. So on the basis of my ethnicity, I am being uprooted from my home so that another person who is perceived as being Jewish from like New York or Berlin or whatever can come in and have a summer home there.
So I would say that I would agree with you that anytime the fact of Palestinians not being able to build houses would be the immoral part. And I would say that a lot, especially a lot of these, a lot of settlements like Hebron and other places were completely ethnically cleansed of all Jews. So I just don't see, especially after winning the 67 war and occupying those territories that were, a lot of them were originally inhabited by Jewish people. I don't see I'm talking about like the actual problem of Jews settling in those areas, not the discrimination of it, but them actually living there. Because I hear people.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It has not, bro. It has nothing to do with Jewish people, right? It has nothing to do with the fact that Jewish people want to live somewhere. Jewish people have been living in Palestine for thousands of years, even with the under the Islamic empires. They've always moved. They've always bought and owned property. There was never an issue with Jewish people living there. The problem isn't Jewish people living in land. The problem is people being uprooted from their land so that Jewish people can live there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I would agree. But also, I find it problematic to say that to just like wash away that, oh, Jews were able to live there fine, because obviously for much of these periods Jews were living under apartheid conditions, having to pay jizya, having different rights.
Yeah, I would not conflate the Ottoman or Muslim rules as apartheid. That's historically ahistorical.
So you're saying they had equal rights, the Jews and the Arabs
No,
in
they didn't
those
have,
countries?
equal rights, but like the Islamic empires had a concept of citizenship to begin with.
Okay, so because
Right?
it was
These are not.
citizenship, it's okay that they didn't have equal rights.
Not the same. These are not the same. Like you weren't, and it's also a difference. For example, with Israel, right? So in Israel, the apartheid
Wait,
regime is based.
can I quickly interrupt for a second? Because I didn't have. I just said one thing. So the idea of apartheid is discrimination based on like racial differences, and and in the Ottoman Empire, that would be 100% the basis of where the discrimination comes from and the difference in rights. So I think, if anything, the Ottoman Empire matches more perfectly with the idea of apartheid than the state of Israel.
My friend David, you are 100% incorrect, and I'm going to explain to you why. You're conflating Judaism and like the ethnic aspect of it. I understand that the Israeli national identity, like the modern Israeli national identity, heavily bases itself on the ethnic aspect of Judaism, but in the Ottoman Empire, that was not the case. Okay, the segregation of Jews, Christians, and Muslims was based on a religious connotation, not because we're like Muslims and we want to like separate you and treat you like shit per se, but because Jewish people and Christian people and Muslim people have different legal systems that pertain to property, inheritance, marriages, and so forth. In fact, Israel even still has this system. If you want to get married in Israel, you are getting married based on your confession, based on your creed, right? Muslims have their own weddings, Christians have their own weddings, Jews have their own weddings. In fact, if people even say like, oh, Israel's open to gay people, you can't legally marry a homosexual in Israel. You have to go to like Cyprus to do that because there's no religious affiliation that would actually allow that.
What if they have a straight marriage? I think you actually can get married to a homosexual. It just can't be a gay marriage.
Yeah. Our reason, I mean, it's the same thing, all right? But anyway, with the Ottoman Empire,
phrasing.
Hold on. In the Islamic empires, the major point is being, the Islamic Empire discriminated on the basis of religion. Jewish people wanted to live with other Jewish people because they wanted to practice Jewish laws. And the Islamic empires have a responsibility. The Sultan and the Emir and the Caliphs had a responsibility as Muslims to protect those rights. In fact, if you were to go to Morocco,
it was a religious apartheid, not a racial apartheid. Okay.
Yes, and these are very different things, right? Because Jewish people, which happened a lot, especially in Palestine, converted to Islam and married into Muslim families.
In
fact, one of the really evil and conniving things about Israel as a country is the fact that they base themselves on this perceived notion that Israel is like this place where all the ethnic Jews from all over the world can live, where I don't even have to believe in the religion, but if I have a grandparent who's Jewish, like I can go there and claim citizenship as an ethnic Jew, as my right. But you have Palestinians who are descendants of Jewish people, not only descendants of Jewish people,
Yeah,
like
so I'm
genetically.
gonna quickly
But more importantly, let me
ask
just finish
you
this.
about this.
But more importantly, unlike a huge chunk of the Israeli population, even though that they're Muslim and Christian, they actually believe in the nonsense that makes you Jewish in the first place. So someone who has a grandparent who is Jewish and was lived their whole lives in New York and has every other ethnicity but like 1/8 Jewish, and doesn't even believe in like Moses, doesn't even believe in like all of these stories that make up the covenant of the promised land and all of that, has more of a right to live in Israel than people who are directly descendants from Jews and who still believe in it.
So it sounds like what you're trying to say is that the Muslims are the real Jews and that the Jews are not real Jews. That sounds like
No,
the
you're,
kind of
you're
argument
putting,
you're
you're
trying to
putting
make.
words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. You're being very
So you're
dishonest right
saying
now.
that you're saying the Palestinians have direct lineage from Jews, and that the Jews of today are not real Jews. They only have like 1/8 Jewish heritage, and they're like they don't have their religious beliefs, so they're like not as
No, that's not at all
the
what I
idea
said.
of ethnicity has very little to do with like exact like the religion, and has to do with the people and the cultural ties between those people, and the linguistic ties between those people, and the history that is shared between those people, and the lineage between those people. So I don't know why you think if you just say that that Muslims have more in common, that the Muslims have more in common with the Jews because of their religion, that's like some sort of claim you're making.
No, see again, like and I granted, like you're clearly very ignorant on this subject. You're conflating
Oh,
Muslim,
very good.
Jewish, Arab, and ethnicity. You are, right?
Actually, I'm not.
You're conflating Muslim with ethnicity, Judaism with ethnicity.
I'm
This
not.
is
I'm
this
not.
is
Being
Palestinian
Jewish is an
ethnicity.
ethnicity. I've said nothing about Muslims being an ethnicity, but I'm saying that you keep conflating them.
No, I'm not. I'm saying Palestinians who have been living in the region for thousands of years, many of them have direct descendants of Jews. There have been genetic studies on this. The Palestinians have more in common genetically with Jews from Spain, Italy, Greece, than those Jews have with Jews from like Iraq and Iran, which are like the longest living continuous communities on the planet.
So that's actually not true. So I can get the genetic
That
studies,
is true.
but I
In
don't know
fact,
why
you
we're
can
getting so
look
deep
it
into
up
the
in
genetics.
an article in
But
Haaretz.
Ashkenazi Jews are closest to the closest ethnicity they have is Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews, and then the next closest would be Palestinians would be their closest descendants as well. So I don't know why you're trying to like
Because they
to
have
go
Jewish
through
heritage.
genetics
There's
when they're
lots,
like.
and there's many Arabs, even in Morocco and in Algeria. There's many Arabs who, if you told them you actually have like Jewish like lineage, you'd be like, no, I'm not Jewish. What are you talking about? But they actually have these familial lineages.
Okay, but the
Right. So
point of
what I'm
ethnicity
saying
is
is,
not just the genetic aspect; it's the
Israel is based
cultural.
on, if
And
Israel,
please let me speak. Please let me speak, please. Okay, the ethnicity is not just a genetic argument. It has to do with a continuation of culture, of the language, of the original ties. If we're talking about like, I see you're trying to make the argument of indigeneity, and like the argument of indigeneity is not just to have genetic ties; it's to have a cultural, maintain a culture that is similar to that of the time of when you were the the inhabitants were, Jesus Christ, my brain is frying, but when you were the original indigenous people living there before colonization.
So what you're trying to say is that ethnicity, which I agree with, ethnicity is not just about genetics. It's also about like this cultural heritage, right? You need to have like this cultural heritage to Judaism. Okay, but again, many of the Jews in Israel are Arab.
They're Middle Eastern. I don't know why you're saying Arab.
They're Arab Jews. They
They don't
identify
come
as
from
Arab
Saudi
Jews.
Arabia.
They come from Arab countries. They spoke Arabic. Where do you think hummus and baba
That is a
ganoush comes from?
misnomer.
You think it came from Theodore Herzl? You think it came
It
from
came from the
people who
Middle
were
East.
living in
It came from the Jews who who were expelled from Israel and lived in the Middle East, in neighboring countries towards Israel. I don't know what you're trying to
Wait, hold
point you're
on.
trying to make.
Wait, hold on. They were not expelled from Israel during the Islamic Arab period. They lived in and moved around everywhere. You cannot find me one instance in Islamic history, in Arab history, where Jews were expelled from Palestine.
I can't find you one time where Jews were expelled from the Palestinian area.
Not from the Romans, from the Babylonians.
Okay, so
right.
I could go through and I could get that time period.
And they became under the umbrella term, the very problematic, but we still use it to this day, umbrella term of ethnic cultural Arabs. If you were to go back in time and talk to the Yemenis and the Iraqis and the Algerians and Moroccans who moved to Israel, they would tell you, I'm Arab. In fact, in Israel today, it is still a huge issue in the discourse, in the identity markers of Arab Jews, because they're essentially getting their identity taken away from them. Arab Jews are discriminated against in Israel. Israel as a project validated Arab Jews. It's entirely a European phenomenon.
What is it? Entirely a European phenomenon? Sorry, what's entirely a European phenomenon?
The Zionist project.
So the fact that more than there were more Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews than Ashkenazi Jews, I think it's absurd to say that this is a completely European project, especially when all of the Jews that lived in Middle Eastern countries were expelled from those countries because they considered all Jews Zionist allies.
Okay, so you said two incorrect things right there, so I'm gonna have to correct you on these things. Okay. Just because the majority, if you can argue the majority of Jews living in Israel come from this very, by the way, Orientalist name, Mizrahi, right, which was created by the Nazi Western Jews to refer to the rest of
the Nazi West. What do you mean by Nazi Western Jews?
Ashkenazi.
You said Nazi. You didn't say Ashkenazi.
Oh, I said Ashkenazi. I'm better with my words than you are. Don't put words in my mouth. Okay, don't be dishonest like that. All right.
You said Nazi. You didn't even say Nazi.
I said Ashkenazi. It's not my fault that they sound similar. Okay, it's Ashkenazi.
You pronounce it correctly, so it would be your fault.
These Ashkenazi Jews. Okay.
You didn't even say the Ashka part. You just said Nazi Jews.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Let's not get hung up on that. So, I thought we were going to the. I thought we were.
Loner box. I'm not here to talk to you, dude. Like seriously.
I thought we were going to go to the ethics of settlements.
If you want to learn more about this, David, I suggest you read what Arab Jews have written. How about that?
So I've talked with many Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews, and they're usually more Zionist than the Ashkenazi Jews. So I don't know what point you're trying to make.
Maybe this generation. Yeah. But in the older generations, if you were to look up what Arab Jews in the Knesset were saying, they said, don't even call us refugees.
93.5.
They don't like even this idea that they're refugees. They have an entire history that's been like completely erased, a complete disassociation from their Arabness, as if Judaism and being Arab are mutually exclusive. They're not.
Well, it seems like the Arabic countries have pretty much outstandingly have showed them that that's what they think. They think that being Jewish and Arabic are mutually exclusive.
So I can already tell your level of knowledge regarding this topic by the fact that you're calling them Arabic countries. The Arab countries.
Okay. The Arab countries. So more ad hominems. I appreciate it. Now make your point without the ad hominem.
The Arab countries. You cannot name me one Arab country that had an explicit policy, or even a policy of expelling the Jewish people. No.
Iraq, and if we need to dig through it.
Iraq was an expulsion policy, though, was it? It wasn't an expulsion policy. It was like, but there was a pogrom, and there was
the prime minister of the Istiqlal party, a very right-wing prime minister, very right-wing party. There were talks of expelling the Jews, but everyone around him was saying, "Don't do that. That's counterproductive to the Arab cause and to our country as a whole." What happened in Iraq in the 1950s, and you can look this up, that what Iraq did is that they made a law called the denaturalization law. So actually, if you were to look up Zionist literature, the Zionists who were going into the Arab countries and trying to recruit the Arab countries, it's the complete opposite of them being expelled. They write that it was actually very difficult to get them out because the policy of many of these Arab countries was to keep Jews in. Morocco, the king was very strict in keeping the Jews in. Same thing with Iraq, same thing with all of these Arab countries, because they didn't want a bunch of, first of all, usually the Jewish communities were among the wealthiest and most educated and very close to the governments of these Arab countries, right? So there goes your little apartheid, oh, it's the same as like Israel. No, it really wasn't argument. And secondly, they didn't want all of these Jews to move to Palestine and then continue the Nakba, to continue the ethnic cleansing. They treated Zionism and the surveillance of Jews regarding Zionism as well as communism, which was actually probably even a bigger fear for many of these Arab countries, was communism more than Zionism. They treated them the same way Western countries treat Muslims in regards to ISIS. We don't want these, extremists, these political deviant people to take away our citizens so that they commit crimes in lands far away. That's essentially how they treated them. You have no explicit Arab government.
So your argument is that the Jewish exodus was all manufactured by Israel, and that really the Arabic countries wanted to keep all the Jews, but the Zionist entity was so persuasive and so manipulative that they made all the Jewish population drop by 95% in the entirety of the Middle East. Is that your argument?
Buddy, they had to sneak them out. Look up Operation Magic Carpet. They had to sneak them out. They had to smuggle them out.
Are you in agreement?
No, I was going to ask. I guess the people operating Magic Carpet obviously had a choice. They could stay or leave, right? Why do you think they chose to leave? I guess we can argue about that, you guys. Do you think they left for like a change of scenery, or do you think they left because they were persuaded by propaganda, or because there was conditions in Middle Eastern countries? I guess we can argue about that if you want. You guys?
No, this is very multifaceted.
Probably because of the pogroms, and probably because of the discrimination and the spitting of Jews in the streets, and probably a lot of that more than Israel's persuasive propaganda.
No. So what happened, especially after World War II, again, it depends on like your country, your place, and your individual, right? Individuals left for many reasons. You've had Jewish people from Yemen and from Egypt and all these countries moving to Palestine, like in the early days, because a lot of them actually, first of all, you have to take things into perspective as a Jewish person. This is the first time ever that people are actually talking about creating a Jewish state. This is the things of like dreams for a Jewish person. This is unreal. Nothing like this has ever existed for like thousands of years. So many of these Jews actually left because they wanted to participate in the movement, number one. Number two, for a long time, the Zionist movement was actually having difficulty in persuading a lot of these Jews, especially in Morocco and in places like Iraq. But after the Second World War, when they saw the Holocaust, the results of the Holocaust really resonated with Jews outside. So there was more of a push emotionally. But yes, there was also Zionist propaganda. One of the missionaries of these Zionists, the first place they entered were the schools. And you can even see this within Iraq. Iraq is probably the best country to look at as a case study because it was independent, one of the more independent Arab countries for a longer time. And you can see how it gradually started to target the Zionists, and then eventually it started to discriminate on Jews as a whole because of the fear of Zionism and communism, because they were penetrating the schools, because they were penetrating institutions. So a lot of it was propaganda. In fact, Jews in Iraq were even targeted by Mossad. They actually, as if it wasn't already dangerous enough with the Nakba, with the huge political weight of ethnically cleansing Palestinians and Arabs and becoming essentially a new crusader state in the region, the Mossad would actually make it their mission to make it as uncomfortable for Jews to live in countries like Iraq and Morocco as much as possible by even committing their own terrorist attacks. And this is well documented. So a lot of it is propaganda, but also, yes, after the Nakba, during the 1940s, when Israelis are displacing Palestinians and committing an ethnic genocide, yes, Jewish Arabs were being discriminated against by the local population. But you know what the difference is between those pogroms and what Israel does now? It's that when people were rioting in Aden and killing Jews in Aden, the authorities arrested them. Israelis can go into towns, shoot up Palestinians with the Israeli guard defending them. That's the difference.
Gotcha.
Do you have a final word, David? And then I can move on. I guess we moved on from settlements, but what do you think, David?
I mean, I just wasn't prepared to have a Jewish Exodus denial debate here, and I don't have all the massacres and things like written down.
Please go read the words and the histories of Arab Jews, Arab Jewish historians who have written on this. These aren't my words. You don't have to take my word for it. Arab Jews have written about this on their own. This is their history. You've just never bothered to read about it because you don't care about them.
Whoa.
What do I not care about?
You don't care. You don't care about the Arab Jews. Wait, hold on. Are you Israeli?
You care about the Arab
are you
Jews,
Israeli?
right?
Are you
No,
Israeli?
I'm not Israeli. I'm not Israeli.
Okay. Have you been to Israel?
I have been to Israel.
Okay. Have you ever walked into like the markets of Israel, like the old bazaars, like the old like farmer markets?
Yes, when I was young.
Okay, so try to go again if you ever got the opportunity. Go again and actually talk to the people that are there. They're usually Arab Jews, and talk to them what they feel like about in Israel. Because I remember when I was there, they told me a lot of things. They said we are not treated equal. We're hardly represented. In fact, isn't it funny? I think Israel has 13 prime ministers, and I think over half of them have been born outside of Israel, and the vast majority of them, with the exception of I think Netanyahu, who is only half Sephardi, have all been Ashkenazi. Isn't that interesting? Even though they represent the majority of the population.
Well, first of all, for the beginning of Israel, they weren't the majority of population. That started shifting after the Jewish exodus in the Middle East.
Right, because they weren't the proponents. They weren't the main activists.
No, because they didn't have as much. They didn't have the same They didn't have the same driving force of a Holocaust. They instead had pogroms and slow in let's see here. Let me get the exact
Agreed.
thing.
They did not have a systemic expulsion and genocide as they did in Europe. But no, let's punish the Palestinians for that, right?
Yeah, probably this had to do a lot more with stuff like in Iraq with the Farhud and where 180 Jews were killed, another 240 were wounded, 586 Jewish-owned businesses were looted, and 99 Jewish houses were
100%.
destroyed.
Again, but here's the difference.
In the 1940s, many Jews who left Iraq
they
following the
were
Farhud
arrested.
returned to the country shortly thereafter. And then in, let's see.
100%. Pogroms happen because civilians are just like everywhere in the world. You have racist, irrational people who do things because they heard things from the news. The difference is that when rioters killed and massacred Jewish people, the authorities were set on them. Justice was served. But when Israel does it, it's systemic.
Well, I think with the example that you gave of Yemen, that was British authorities. That was under British rule, wasn't it? That those riots happened.
It was under British rule.
Okay.
But who were the soldiers? Not Englishmen.
No, they're not.
They were Arabs, Arab Muslims.
Who was the governor?
Who was the governor? I wouldn't know the name.
I think it was a British guy, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was a British guy.
Okay.
But that
I don't
isn't
know the policy.
point. Even in
for every
even
country,
Morocco,
though.
if you were to go to Morocco, right, and this has been the case since the beginning, there's very few instances in Islamic Arab history where a government, a dynasty, a king has called for an explicit policy of uprooting the Jews from their home. I think the one case I can name is probably the Qassamids in Yemen from the 1600s, but they're a fringe dynasty, and maybe the Almohads. But in most cases, whenever there was a pogrom, whenever there was a riot, the crown, the government always protected the Jewish people. If you were to go to Morocco, for example, which has a very rich history of Judaism, if you were to go to any of the old cities in Morocco, to the Jewish quarters, you're going to see that the houses are nicer than everyone else's, and that they are strategically placed right next to the palace or to the house of the qaid, of the judge, of the governor. It was always next to the head of the figure because they were always protected by the establishment, which is one of the reasons why, especially later on during the colonial period, pogroms started to happen more frequently in the Arab Muslim world because Judaism's had a bit of an affiliation with the occupiers and the colonial powers. They were always a pristine class.
I'm just reading this for the first time, so I might be wrong, but even for these Moroccan riots, they're talking about French security forces preventing these mobs.
Of course, France was the occupier of Morocco. Bro, Mohammed V, of the King of Morocco, who was essentially the under the subordination of the French governor. When the Nazis, because the Nazis took over France, and they occupied France, and essentially they had like de facto control of their colonies. And they asked Mohammed V, "Give us your Jews." He said, "No, they're under the protection of the Sultan."
That's a while back, because yeah.
Yeah, this is the 1940s. This is the period we're talking about.
Okay. How are you feeling, David?
I'm going to recommend you guys a book, okay?
I'm not going to read a book. I've got too many fucking books. But okay.
You should read these books. It gives you a clearer picture, and it's good for your audience. Okay, so you can have more responsible content and more accurate representations of the history and what's happening. I'm going to recommend you guys a book. It's called "The Arab Jews: A Post-Colonial Reading" by a guy. No, Yehuda Shenhav. Here we go. Yeah, Shenhav. Yes, Yehuda Shenhav. Okay. Not Finkelstein. Okay.
So do you disagree with the fact that like most of these countries were freezing assets of Jewish bank accounts? They were causing pogroms and taking property from Jewish people?
I never deny pogroms.
Okay. So
that the authorities were freezing bank accounts?
Syria, there was the anti-Jewish pogroms. They erupted in Aleppo, and the government froze all Jewish bank accounts in Egypt. Bombs were detonated in the Jewish quarter, killing dozens in Algeria. Anti-Jewish decrees were swiftly instituted, and in Yemen, bloody pogroms led to the death of nearly 100 Jews. So when you say like magic carpet is like, yes, they were trying to get Jews to flee. This was after pogroms and after the freezing of bank accounts and after all sorts of other things. So I think it's like, if you're gonna say that, then I would say, oh, well, like the Nakba, well, most of the people that left were not like forced out. They left because they were scared of other things happening to them as well. Would you deny those as well? Because the Israeli government didn't actually like throw them out.
Well, you're saying that like I'm denying that pogroms happened. Like I've listed examples of pogroms.
You're denying that that's the reason why Jews left the Middle East. You're saying that it's because Israel's propaganda.
No,
and you didn't really cite any sources for Israeli propaganda that caused them to leave.
I'm sure that's the reason many of them did. But again, if you were to look at the accounts of the actual Zionist recruiters, the people who were actually in these Arab countries, trying to bring Jews and convince Jews from these Arab countries to go to Palestine, you're going to get a very different picture. The narrative that you're trying to spew is inconsistent with the literature. It contradicts it. And you don't have to take my word for it. Ask the Arab Jews. Ask Arab Jewish politicians in the Knesset who've announced we're not refugees. We came here on our own accord. The Jewish, what's his name? Avi Shlom, he's an Iraqi Jewish. He actually wrote like he's really extensive literature on this.
Avi Shlaim?
The book I just recommend. Yeah, that's it. That's the guy. He even says, he's like, we were never unwanted. We were never unwanted. See, so you have like this isn't me like saying this. This is Arab Jews saying this. This is the Zionist agents saying this. I'm not even referring to Arab countries and their perspective.
Yeah, so usually when there's an offer to immigrate, like in the case, I'm sure all American Jews knew that they could leave America and come to Israel. They're not going to necessarily take that offer up when they're not being like slaughtered in the streets, their bank accounts frozen, I just don't know
Okay,
why you try to
you're
like
sounding,
deny that
listen, you're
the
sounding
vast
like a
majority of
broken.
the people who are leaving were leaving because it was massive discrimination against them. Like, I don't know why you would deny that.
David, you're sounding like a broken record. I've already said my piece on this. I gave you a book recommendation. All right.
Okay, so what would you say the Jewish Exodus was for? Like, let's say you had to give it a thesis on why the Jewish Exodus happened, just so I could see if you're actually agreeing with me or if you're just pretending you do.
You're alluding to the Jewish Exodus as if it happened under like a few years. Like this was decades.
Yeah,
this was decades. Most of Moroccan Jews didn't even leave like in the first few decades of Israel's existence. A lot of them left in the 70s.
Yeah, after another wave
In
of like
Algeria,
pogrom during the after 67.
In Algeria, a lot of them left during the Civil War and during the War for Independence and after. There was and we're talking like
different countries had different periods when they had their pogroms and they had their freezing of assets. I don't know why this is an argument. Like, you could say, oh, look, this country, they didn't actually leave after the 48. They left after 67. Well, that country didn't enact the same policies until after 67. If you look from 1958, the Jewish population in Algeria would be 130,000. If you look at 1968, the population is 1,500.
Yeah, so when you look at numbers like this, you're kind of taking away the actual stories and accounts of the people who were there. Okay, you have not referenced a single like person or a single like example of this being said. I've listed like plenty books on this. Okay, if it was that simple, it would read like that, but it isn't. In fact, even the word refugee to refer to like the Arab Jews who left is problematic for a multitude of reasons. One, because many of the Arab Jews would not consider themselves refugees, number one. But also number two, Israel, because when you say refugee, like you fled away from your home, right? But if you say that to an Iraqi, that means
a lot of people weren't even able to keep their belongings on their back when they had to leave their home. So I would say that, yeah, a refugee sounds like a pretty good title for those who weren't even able to take a single possession that they had and had to flee with lint in their pockets.
You're gonna have to take that up with a lot of Arab Jews. I'm not the one who
Yeah,
makes the rules.
I've talked to like Arab Jews in Israel. I get it. You saw a book that said that they don't like refugees, but
I want
people
you to
on the
actually
ground.
delve into the literature, please.
And also, I would call them. I like how you keep calling them Arab Jews. A lot of these people would consider them Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews, especially after they were told by their neighbors that they weren't wanted there and that they're Zionist rats and agents. Yeah, I don't see.
It's the same broken record with you, man. Listen, I'm not going to repeat over and over again.
I think we've reached the end of this debate.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Take care, guys. There's like 5 people in the thing now.
That's a different topic for later, but
Yeah.
we'll
Actually,
save it for
I wanted to talk to Loner Box initially before I had to be confronted with you. Yeah, I saw your Gaza video.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point you said that the Israeli war crimes, you depicted them as reckless.
Yeah.
Which I thought it was kind of funny, like reckless, like, we just like oopsies, we put white phosphorus in like Gaza Strip, like we just recklessly bomb hospitals routinely, and we just like, clumsily shoot journalists in the face.
Recklessness is like a war crime. Like the war crimes can happen recklessly. I feel like that's Israel's explicit policy since the 48 has been, if we want to be respected in this part of the Middle East, we need to go fucking ham. We need to fuck shit up. We need to be reckless. Yeah, that's like, yeah.
Reckless.
I even said they blew up a target that had no discernible military use. I mean, I could have said war crimes, but like, I feel like recklessness is a pretty fair description of their own self-described policy.
Well, their policy, I wouldn't even. They haven't characterized it as reckless. Like it's intentional, right? What I don't like about the word reckless is that it kind of takes away the intent of it. You know what I mean? Like we're just gonna do this, and if people die, right? Like, which is bad, and I would agree with you. But if you were to actually look up the doctrine, the military doctrine since Lebanon in Israel, they have a doctrine called deterrence. Some know it as the Dahia doctrine, but it's mainly just deterrence. Deterrence requires and relies upon the targeting of civilian infrastructure and civilian targets, so that the civilian population no longer now has to fear resistance. They have to fear the hosting of these militia groups.
Just to be clear, it's not like they don't explicitly still use the Dahia doctrine, right? People have said that
they do.
People have argued that they do, but I don't think that's like an established thing that they're not. It's like we've been using it since Lebanon.
It's been an established thing since the beginning. I can give you quotes on this from like generals from like the 70s. Like they're open about it too. It's like these
so wait, they were using the Dahia doctrine before the Dahia doctrine came into being?
Yeah, the Dahia doctrine got its name within like the 2006, but really they've been doing this for a long time. They've been doing it. They bombed like UN. I forget what it was, like schools or refugee camp. I don't remember, in the 90s in Lebanon, and the UN agencies were even calling them, please stop the artilleries, and they kept going.
Well, that's what I said. They encourage the use of like disproportionate force. Yeah, because that's they encourage recklessness. Yeah. What would have been a better way to phrase it? Because I don't think, I don't know what world people are living in where people say that being reckless is like okay in war. That's like an oopsie. I don't think maybe if I'd said like, I don't know, Israeli fuck ups or Israeli like failures. No, like recklessness is like, that's been their policy. I don't know why. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't even know like a comparison, but like people saying it's like, it's not good enough to say.
Are you really messing up?
I don't think recklessness is messing up.
And to be reckless, are you really being reckless? Are you really messing up?
No, I don't think recklessness is the same as messing up. Maybe there's like maybe we use the words differently, but I don't think recklessness is like messing up.
So if you're intentionally reckless, you're not reckless. Because reckless, it gives the impression that you had a goal or an intention, but you spilled over.
So as far as I know in law, recklessness is if you are pursuing a particular course of action, like say winning a war, but you are disregarding the risks and the collateral, or like you're disregarding the costs. That's what I consider reckless. It's a state of mind. You're acting to pursue an objective with disregard. That's recklessness. That's why it's a crime.
I think we have different ideas of what recklessness means and what it entails.
Okay, but when I'm describing like a legal case against them and I'm using a criminal, like a word that comes from criminal law.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. But again, like, the way like these things and these reports are written out are also kind of softening and washing, like, is it reckless to just shoot protesters? Is it reckless to just shoot children and kill them? To shoot kids who have Down syndrome? Like, this is reckless policy? Is it reckless to snipe women in the face for reporting the news? You know what I mean? Like this is beyond reckless.
What do you think?
And it seems like, well, I think it's intentional, right? And they said it. It's intentional. I don't know why we're surprised that a country that's built upon the premise of genocide and uprooting people on the basis of their ethnicity, that counts their calories, treats them as second-class citizens, and harasses them on a daily basis in the hopes that they'll leave or eventually, get angry enough that we have the right to kill them. I don't know why we'd be surprised that, maybe they want them to die.
So you think they have an intentional policy of killing civilians, or what? Of targeting civilians exclusively, or what? What do you think they're
Palestinian civilians? Yes.
Again,
actually, Arab civilians. Even in Lebanon, they have this policy.
Yeah. So I don't.
Israel loves creating enemies. It's very good at that because its entire basis of operation is like the military-industrial complex, like times like 100. Like their entire existence relies upon this.
Okay, so
they need as many enemies.
So I know the Goldstone report said that they had targeted civilians as a matter of policy, but then even they retracted it after actually seeing how the IDF were choosing their targets, and even like Bet Salem of all people said that Israel does not intentionally target civilians as a matter of policy. I think it's probably okay to distinguish between those two things. I could go the other way on you with calling it genocide because that's not really been something that's come from the criminal court or any from like these investigations. That's why I feel like Palestinian legal scholars worked their entire fucking the last 2 decades to get it called apartheid. They achieved that, but now it's like, oh, no, let's just call it genocide instead. You know? Yeah, fuck. I don't know.
I was just going to reference that exactly. It took them decades to finally call it apartheid, let alone genocide.
Well, that's because it's not
Right?
genocide.
Israel. Well, it is genocide. If you're uprooting people on the basis of their ethnicity, away from their homes, away from their land, and ethnically cleansing them, that's genocide.
You think ethnic cleansing is a form of genocide? Like just removing them is genocide?
Of course it is.
So even Ilan Pape
course
makes
it
it. So even Ilan Pape would disagree with you on that. That's why he calls it ethnic cleansing.
Ilan Pape is overrated. Ilan Pape is also a bit of an Orientalist. He thought like the Palestinian movements in like the early 20s were like these sporadic and what was the word he used? Like not sporadic, spontaneous. They were these spontaneous rebellions where the rural people were just angry for no reason, like as if they had like no goals and no leadership. Like he's not like.
Okay, so
like,
would you?
for
Well,
me,
okay,
like,
let's just be more simple. International law disagrees with you. That's why they have different words for ethnic cleansing as a
But it
crime
wasn't
against
long ago
humanity.
It wasn't long ago that international law didn't call Israel an apartheid.
Well, no, the international law fit. It was just the human rights organizations who were interpreting the law who made the claim. But I'm saying international law does not consider ethnic cleansing to be genocide. It's not in the law. It was proposed in the 40s and it wasn't there. It's not put in there.
Genocide is the intent of removing, destroying a culture, a people, a religious group, an ethnic group, perceived ethnic group, right, on the basis of their ethnicity.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
right?
that's fine if that's your that's fine if that's your definition, but you're using a private definition.
That's the definition of genocide. That's the definition of genocide.
You think that's the UN definition of genocide includes ethnic cleansing?
You want to bet?
Yeah, have you read case law on this, or are you just reading the words, interpreting them your own way?
No, buddy. It's in like the Geneva Conventions.
The Geneva Convention on the Prevention of Genocide. Yeah, the Genocide Convention from the 40s. Yeah.
But hold on. Do you think what's happening in China with the Uyghurs, do you consider that genocide?
If the sterilizations were real and they were done with that intent of like physically destroying the Uyghur population, of bringing it down, then yeah, it would be, because that fits under the because I've read case law on this. Yeah.
Right. So destroying the population, right?
No, you're using. We're not. I'm talking about confined legal terms. But destroy, maybe you don't know this, but destroy in the Genocide Convention specifically means biological or physical destruction. That's why physical destruction, you kill them. And biological destruction would be sterilizing because you want to limit their population growth. But I don't think the reason people hesitate to call it the Uyghurs want a genocide is because I don't think they've completely proven that the sterilizations were done with the intent to reduce the population. Because usually you find out after the fact.
Do you consider the removal of Native Americans to be a genocide?
I think Native Americans were subjected to several genocides. Yeah. I don't think that accounts for every single death, but they were genocided in terms that, like, whoever that group that Columbus went after, when he put them into conditions that was deliberately engineered to get them killed, then yeah, that is genocide. Yeah.
Okay. So, but also in the United States of America, when they were committing the manifest destiny, they were removing people on the basis of their ethnicity. They had the right to kill them and to raid them and to move them.
Again,
right? But the Native American population is still growing. That doesn't mean it's not a genocide. Just like a genocide doesn't have like a set like time frame. You know, like when we hear genocide, we think of like the industrialization of like the Holocaust. Like this was a very extreme.
I'm not just saying the industrialization. I'm saying that ethnic cleansing was proposed by Lemkin to go into the definition of genocide. The final definition, the one that's actually used now and is enforceable, does not have it because ethnic cleansing went under a crime against humanity. These are different crimes. That's all I'm saying. Like this is true.
So so Bosnia wouldn't be a genocide?
Srebrenica was a genocide because they rounded them up and killed them, and they premeditated it and they planned it. They took digging equipment to the enclave.
Okay, so when Israeli settlers, you know, or soldiers clear out a village, destroy a village in Palestine, is that not a genocide?
No, that's an ethnic cleansing.
What?
Like, I can walk you through the process if you want, but yeah, there's a difference between.
Okay,
so
can you distinguish for me the difference between like targeting a population on the basis of their ethnicity,
Mhm.
you know, because a genocide, you don't have to kill them necessarily.
Well, you do. You yeah,
We
you
have
do.
a
That's what that's what destroy means. It means physical or biological destruction. Yeah.
You don't. You can also remove them.
But who are you? But wait, are you telling me that you're appealing to the international definition of genocide when you say this?
Hold on, let me pull it up. Mm.
I mean, ethnically cleansing literally means that. I don't know why you have to make ethnically cleansing genocide. They have a word for it
Genocide
already.
is a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of a right to live. Individual beings, such as denial of the right of existence, shocks the conscience of mankind, results in great losses to humanity in the form of cultural and other contributions represented by these human groups. Many instances
what definition
of these
are you
crimes,
reading?
this is UN Resolution 96. This is from 1946. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred when racial, religious, political, and other groups have been destroyed entirely or in part.
Yep. And do you
Right. So it doesn't have to be,
do you know what the
it doesn't
precedent
have
is
to
for
be
that? Do you know like have you read any case law on it? Because you know when you have a law, like it's a law, it's an international law. These words have meaning, like they have context behind them. They're interpreted in different ways. So that word destroy, if you look at the case law, destroy means biological or physical destruction. It does not mean moving them. That's why ethnic cleansing is a separate crime under crime against humanity.
If there's a word already called ethnic cleansing that means exactly what you're talking about, and then you still use the word genocide, you're just trying to invoke the idea of the Holocaust to compare it, like or invoke the idea of Armenian genocide.
Wait, let's not do it. Let's
Not
not do
all
it 2v1.
genocides are
Sorry,
the same.
but yeah, yeah, I know they're not all
Well,
the
not
same.
all
Yeah.
genocides are the same, right? Like this is a ridiculous point. Like the Holocaust is not what's happening in Palestine.
Yeah, but
right? But that doesn't make it
not all
any less
genocides
true.
are the same. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a Holocaust. You can do it with radio broadcasts
I'm
and
not saying it's a
stockpiles
Holocaust.
of guns,
I'm just saying
like Rwanda, or you can do it with bulldozers and equipment for digging and a few guns and a football stadium, like they did in Srebrenica. You can do it. I think actually,
Exactly.
but
Isn't what they're doing in Palestine and Gaza right now? Like, come on, bro. Really?
again, I feel like I don't know why I'm having this discussion with you, because like you didn't know that destroy meant biological or physical destruction. Do you know what like special intent means, like dolus specialis, or are we just going to wing that meaning as
UN
well?
Convention on the Prevention and Punishment and the Crime of Genocide defines genocide as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part
Yeah.
a national, ethical, racial, or religious group as such.
Have you okay? But do you know when you
Are
just
they not-
like? Do you know how like it's
I
do you know how
remove-
it's, do you know how it's
hold on.
illegal
If I
to?
remove-
Do you know it's illegal to like in
Yeah.
Canada? It's like was it Bill C-16? You know how like it's illegal in Canada to like to to be hateful towards someone according to their gender identity, right? That's illegal. But if I just go and misgender someone in
glad you
Canada,
brought up
I'm probably
Canada,
not going to
because
get
in Canada, we
jailed
recognize
because laws.
genocide.
Hmm?
I'm glad you brought up Canada, because in Canada we recognize that what we did to the indigenous people was a cultural genocide. We didn't destroy their bodies.
A cultural
but
genocide,
we told them, like,
as in not the legal definition of genocide,
same-
because cultural because again,
I'm denying Palestinians history. I'm denying Palestinians a nationality, even within Israel proper. I'm denying them the right to live on their land, and I'm now denying them the right to life. Come on, like
So-
this is like legal semantics that took forever to even acknowledge that Israel was an apartheid state, right? Like I agree that like sometimes we got to look like what the international conventions say and all of that, but that doesn't make them the standard. We just explained
okay,
it, right?
if you're telling me they're not the standard, that's fine. Then you're just using a private definition. That's fine. You can do that if you want, but you don't need. But that's it's a private definition. That's all it is. Yeah.
But what's the difference?
So here's from the genocide
difference?
prevention from the UN. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group. This is from the UN. Like, it is this
So the Uyghur
special
genocide is not a
intent.
genocide.
Sorry? This is from
So
the
Uyghur
UN
genocide is not
page
a-
on genocide. If it was just cultural destruction, it would not be a genocide in China. No, the reason there's a case to call it genocide in China is because destruction means physical or biological. And if the sterilizations are being done with the intention of bringing down their population, that is biological destruction, that's genocide. I can send you this link or it's up on my screen. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group.
Neither does the dispersal of the group?
Yeah, it's on my, I'll send you the link. It's on my screen as well.
Let me go to your screen. Second. Right, but even like, I don't see like really what the difference is here. You're still removing the people. You're still killing them nationally. You're still denying them a right to exist.
Yeah, you are. That's just not what that's just not what counts as genocide. Yeah, they're doing all those things, but it's just not what counts as genocide. That's it.
If we go, we'll go with the UN argument for that, right? But okay, but if it changes, right? Like that's the thing, right? It changes, and if it changes to include it, it's like whatever. But anyways, like I don't think this is the semantics of it is that important. What is important though is that I don't think we can just label these as accidents, label these as just them being reckless. There is an intent to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians on the basis of their ethnicity. Right? These have strategic purpose.
Like okay, I feel like I've said this from the beginning. I said it feels like we're probably going to be watching another ethnic cleansing, what happens in Gaza. I said that from like day one. If they clear out Hamas and they let the people come back, however, it won't be an ethnic cleansing. It will have been an evacuation.
They're not going to let the people go back.
No, I know, but I'm just saying. If you just engage with the point, I'm just saying right? Like you understand that if the people who have been displaced are allowed to go back, it won't in Gaza. That won't have been an ethnic cleansing. It could have been other things. It could have been war crimes, all that other stuff, but it wouldn't have been an ethnic cleansing, right? You don't disagree with that?
I mean, what they destroyed like all of like half of Gaza and then allow them to go back, it's not technically an ethnic cleansing. Sure.
It would have been a bunch of other things, though. It would have been many other horrible things, but just not.
It would have been. Yeah, it would have been a whole. Like this is like legal mumbo jumbo, right? Like like there's different terms, and that's why we have lawyers and stuff for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's why I feel. That's why I feel okay using the word recklessness, because I know they've had people come down on them for that in the past, right? That's like the ultimate criticism of Israelis like doctrine. Yeah, it's like that they pursue they pursue very much, we're going to fulfill this military objective and we don't give a fuck how, which is like legally what counts as recklessness. Yeah.
Can I quickly ask something? It feels like a lot of the time these words aren't used. These words are used in order to invoke a comparison or feeling of a different area. Like not even it's to directly compare them. Like to call it a genocide is to try to invoke the image of an Armenian genocide or a Holocaust. To call it like ethnic cleansing, at least it has the definition, so I'm fine with that. Like, and it matches with some parts. Some would argue it's proven that, and I'd say that the West Bank currently nowadays has some valid criticism as being like slow moving ethnic cleansing. But it feels like when we use terms like genocide, and I disagree with Loner Box about the apartheid thing. I feel like the whole idea of calling it apartheid is to directly compare it to South Africa when they are completely different in terms of intent.
You can say that, but military occupations are often like, you can say military occupation, but military occupations are often worse than apartheid, right?
David, an apartheid is essentially we live in the same country. Okay, we live in the same country, you and me, right? But because you're a white guy, right? And you look white in your picture. But because you're a white guy, you're gonna live in like one neighborhood, right? And you're gonna be given subhuman rights.
I know what apartheid is.
Okay, but that's what's happening in Palestine.
Yeah, but the important part is the
Israeli government is ultimately responsible. When you're occupying a territory, you are, as government, as the occupying power, you are responsible for the civilian population. You are responsible for that population.
I don't think there's ever really been like military occupations where you give people equal rights. That's the thing. That's what really, and that's what was holding things up for such a long time, which I feel like should have stayed holding it up from being called an apartheid, because clearly the
That's not
problem
true.
isn't the
That's not true.
apartheid. The
I'll give
problem
you
is the military occupation.
no.
If the
It's not
Wait,
that
wait,
the
wait.
military
Sorry, before we get
occupation.
into this massive semantic debate, I want to ask both of you. Russia's had Crimea for nearly 10 years now. You think they run an apartheid system there?
I don't know about the details in Crimea.
The Russian settlers get like basically whatever the fuck they want, and the Tatars are putting
What
political
I heard
prisoners
was
and shit. Yeah.
what I heard is that if the Ukrainians essentially have to revoke their Ukrainian nationality to get a Russian passport, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is completely different from Israel. Palestinians don't have the right to have a passport. Russia is doing very old school imperialism.
Well, I would be careful. I'd be careful with that one, because I think in East Jerusalem, where they can get Israeli citizenship, like I would still say that's apartheid, because the fact that they have to opt into it is pretty like that's an unequal right. No?
Right, and they live segregated. Do Ukrainians again? I wouldn't know, but like, what do Ukrainians have like if they accept the Russian passport, right? Because even in Israel, like Palestinian Arabs, they're not even allowed to call themselves Palestinians, by the way. Do they have those? I don't know. Like I don't know about Crimea. Like, are Ukrainians and Russians like separated? Like, do they live like as separate even though they're both citizens of the same country?
No, they're not separated in the same like Hafrada way. No, but I don't think you necessarily need that to constitute the crime of apartheid. It's just more just that they're not equal citizens.
If they're not separated and they're equal citizens, like what's like even the conversation?
Well, they're not equal. They're not equal citizens, though.
If they could take Russian citizenship, like granted, like you're a citizen if you're a Russian, you know what I mean? Like big whoop, you're a Russian citizen. But like if you're both like Russian citizens, you both have a Russian passport, and you're under like a Russian law, like
that's the argument I would make for Israel. Those who are Israeli citizens, Arab Israelis, have all the same rights as a.
Oh god, we're not gonna go into a discussion about their fucking different rights, because it's not quite so simple. Hang on.
I have a source for that too, if you want.
Yeah, there's a lot of people coming in anyway, but fuck. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys for
Anyways,
now. Okay?
dude, I just wanted to again, like for you, like honestly, most of my issues with you is just semantics. I think you're doing a pretty good job. I just think when we're dealing with like ethnic cleansing and like these crimes that we're seeing on the screen, that like we should really just tell it how it is and like not sugarcoat things, right? But like honestly, you're doing a good job. You're doing solid.
Oh, anything you want to say, David?
I think no, nothing much. I appreciate having the conversation.
All right, thanks, you guys. Take care. Okay.
All right.
You have a good night, bro.
All right, bye. I love the old compliments at the end of the debate. It's so nice, so wholesome. Soy. Okay. Whoa. Do you have any compliments for me, David? Shut up. Hassan fan, but that guy's not a fucking Hassan fanboy. The guy clearly like has quite a lot of information. Okay, like the guy's clearly like quite informed. Okay, probably disagree on some things, but it's not like he's just coming here winging it, you know. Hello, friend.
Hello. I just wanted to bring up a smaller point about the term Arab Jews, which is sort of controversial.
Oh.
Should I get into it?
Yeah, go on.
So, full disclosure, I'm not Mizrahi Jewish. Just have spoken to a lot of them and read a lot of their literature, specifically Albert Memmi, which is a Mizrahi Jewish intellectual. He fought for the decolonization and liberation of Tunisia. Unfortunately, he wasn't welcomed there after the liberation. It kind of became a tragedy of his. He has a very interesting essay that summarizes the point. It is called, What is an Arab Jew? And he has a very interesting quote there, I believe. Let me see.
Where are the fucking donos today, you fucking idiots? The Twitch subs, the hype
We would
train
have
was
liked to be Arab Jews. If we abandoned the idea, it is because of the centuries of, well, persecution, etc., etc. It is now too late for us to become Arab Jews. Not only were the homes of Jews in Germany and Poland torn down, scattered to the four winds, demolished, but our homes as well. So, like, also, you'll be hard-pressed to find a big, even minority of Mizrahi Jews in Israel, which is where they mostly are, liking the term Arab Jew. Partly because Judaism is an ethno-religion. You can be an Arab-speaking Jew, etc. But kind of like putting the Arab beforehand makes it seem,
Remember the
or like
Holocaust?
even saying Jewish Arab makes it seem as if it's merely a religion. But Judaism is a religion, and those two things are very intertwined. It's not akin to Islam or Christianity, where it's just sort of a thing, sort of away from one's ethnicity. Those are very interlinked. I think that was all. Did I summarize it well?
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't know any of these things, so I kept quiet.
Yeah. But it's kind of just good to not like. There are some Mizrahi Jews or Arab Jews that like to be defined as such, but it's good to keep that sensitivity because otherwise it can come off as kind of retroactively trying to whitewash why those Mizrahi Jews felt unwelcome and needed operations like Magic Carpet in the first place. And it was a rescue operation. It wasn't Israel literally kidnapping people against their will. And it's very cynical to mischaracterize it. But in terms of, like, I didn't disagree with everything Sultan said, so I'm not just here shitting on him. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think that is all. I just wanted to come in and say that. Thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah, you have a good one. All right. Take care.
Take care.
Oh, whoa. Operation Magic Carpet sounds kind of racist. Well, isn't there like a whole story about fucking Muhammad with the Muhammad, like the prophet, peace be upon him, with a fucking magic carpet? Isn't that whole thing? Sorry, Sugarlocks, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit, that's so generous. And where the fuck? Someone gave me a prime. Cal L Smash, thanks for the prime. Really appreciate that. Whoa. Oh god, what the fuck is this? Taco Flambe for Harambe with the 20 subs. Holy shit, 20 gifted subs on Twitch. 20 gifted tier 1 subs. Fuck. Nice one. I didn't realize I could just neg you guys into giving me money. Okay, let's do some quick calls. Oh shit. Is there anyone? Oh, I haven't heard this guy before. Mahad. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hearse.
Hi.
Whoa, you're so loud. Hang on.
Remember the Holocaust?
Sorry. I've had to put my volume high because it's like, it's an issue.
Thanks for the sub. Okay, that's fine. What's your story?
Well, I was about to talk to you about like charitability and all that, but I'm confused about the prophet story.
Oh, the magic carpet.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. I just heard it somewhere.
What the fuck? I've never heard that. No.
I don't know.
There is no story about a prophet on a magic carpet. I'm sorry, mate. Like, whoever told you that is probably lying to you. I'm probably making fun of you.
Well, there's something on Quora. No. Look, do Muslims believe that Solomon had a magic flying carpet? But apparently it's just bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, it is bullshit. I'm sorry.
Is it just like, but it did, so did magic carpets not come from like Arabian like folklore? Or is that just like...
It is Arabian folklore, but it's nothing to do with the religion.
Oh, well, it's a good thing I didn't bring that up in a more high stakes discussion.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my what was I gonna say? Sorry. Well, my point was really just there's been a lot of animosity lately, especially with the tensions because of the Palestine-Israel situation.
Mhm.
And I've seen it. Over the last couple of years, but it's gotten really bad lately. The lack of charitability that people have for others online, and I understand that there's a big issue with, for example, if you go on Facebook, Twitter, or whatever, you see people typing something in text, and then immediately just have the worst assumptions of what that person is saying. But it's just gotten a lot worse lately, like really, really bad. Like people believe that the opposite side is completely and utterly just ignoring atrocities, which I don't think people would really do that. And so what's happening is that, for example, I've heard horrible shit being said about you, but I've also heard horrible shit being said about a whole lot of other people. Some people call just sarcastic terrorists or something like that. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Sorry, can I not swear?
Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. I feel like if people are,
Remember the Harlem
I don't
World?
really want the kind of people in my audience who just believe a thing because they heard it in Twitter. So it's not really for like a loss.
Yeah, true. But the biggest issue is, how do I explain this? If you want to bridge a gap with someone, or if you want to quote unquote educate people, you need to be charitable. And I get that. I know you don't want people that are dum-dums who don't understand even the basics. But if there is someone that will actively engage with you, but are either misguided or have some sort of bias or whatever, trying to help guide that person isn't, a bad thing. And treating people with respect, not like, I'm not talking about like, oh, just going over and beyond, trying to treat someone that most likely is a Nazi as a person, which is, I get that everyone has that visceral reaction of just trying to push that person away. And I'm not saying you have to interact with Nazis, that's not the point. The point is that when you speak with people that you ostensibly have almost certainly on a wide range of issues, like very close like ideological ideas, like you guys have similar beliefs and you guys are almost there, you're almost there on the issues, for example, on Israel, Palestine or whatever, but you choose to push because of one slight misunderstanding, or you misinterpreted something one way and that's it, you're locked in that box forever. It's not helpful for anyone. That's literally my point.
Yeah, I don't know. I try my best, I suppose. I mean, there are some people I feel like are just like lost causes, so I'll just do whatever with them. But it's I think even if someone is just like never going to give you anything in response, I don't think it's generally you should still never stoop to that level. Like, don't lie about someone just because they're lying about you, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, but who knows? Okay.
Yeah. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Take care. Bye-bye. Someone's put this in Discord. Hassan, how to counter the human shield argument. YouTube short.
What do I say to inform people when they say Hamas is using schools and hospitals as meat shields? They're psychotic. Ask them if it would be okay to blow up a
if it was in Israel. That's what he's going to say. Yeah, if it was Israeli civilians.
School in a hostage situation, if a school shooter was to go into a school and hold people hostage, is it okay to blow up the entire school? And is it okay to blow up the entire city block, as a matter of fact? Absolutely zero people will say yes to that. Why? Because they intrinsically understand that those children at that school are innocent, but they do not make the same exact assertion for Palestinian children. They think Palestinian children are, just terrorists in the making, that they're subhuman. They're not real human beings. And it would never work if you saw Palestinians as human beings.
It's because, well, the real reason people do it in military forces is because you're in a war with a different government or a different military force, and then that's the calculation you have to take in place, because you are as a state, you protect your own civilians. That's what states do. They protect their own civilians. It's just like fucking firebombing of Dresden shit, you know. Eek. And this motherfucker said there are baby settlers. Ah. I think you're just psychotic. Oh well, got me. Boom. This is a good argument, in my opinion. It's a good argument if you're like soy, or if you just discard every single war that's ever happened ever between anyone. It's like with James O'Brien. It was like, oh, what would you do if it was if there was a bunch of Hamas people in an Israeli building, like in an Israeli school with Israeli kids? It's like in Israel. Obviously they would treat it differently, because as a government you have to protect your own civilians. Yeah, and if you're at war, you don't have as much responsibility for the civilians of your enemy, especially when it's your enemy that's made the choice to use civilian infrastructure, not you. So yeah. But that's how I would phrase it. What about hostages though? Well, they're your own civilians. I'd imagine the hostages are Israeli civilians, no? Why didn't they send in the baby settlers first? Yeah, meat shields. Warthongs, if someone is holding his own children under force, firing at your children, would you not fire at him? Whoa. Ooh. Sons and daughters of Israel. All right, we were supposed to watch Hunter Avalon. I feel like some hostages are not Israeli. They were just passing by vacations. Yeah, again, they're like Israel consider itself. I don't know how that works actually. Like, let's say I was there. I'm not even Jewish. Say I was there and I was held hostage. Does the state of Israel have an obligation to protect me? Or would that just be the Scottish government being like, hey, Israel, please don't let Lonerbox die. He's the best we've got. Otherwise, we have to go back to Count Dankula representing the country. Bro, I'd be dead. They'd see my YouTube channel, and then they'd see the fucking tweets about me, and then they would get big mad. Now you're Lebanese, bro. Being Lebanese will not make you safe in the eyes of Hamas. Okay, I'm just saying. I think some of the worst brutality Palestinians have faced at the hands of anyone has been at the hands of Lebanese Christians. Like, those people have, yeah. You could think of few worse enemies for a Palestinian than the fucking Lebanese Christians. Try to convince them you're a Hezbro. Yeah, could do. Tell them your name is Dan Cohen. Didn't they kill Arabs as well on October 7th? Yeah, they did, yeah. Those are Palestinian Israelis. Those Palestinians they killed, yeah. I think it was like 20 or 30. Tell them you're friends with Hassan. Are you a Lebanese Christian? Yeah, yeah. I mean, my dad does look a bit like Nasrallah, so I could probably just get a picture up of my dad and they won't notice. I'm a Lebanese Christian too. Cool. Good one. Were you born in Lebanon? No. I've only been there once. Not twice, but once I was too young to remember. The second time I went was like for like 3-4 weeks. Coranto, yeah. If I ever go to the Middle East again, I'm going with Corantos. He'll back me up. Do you think Israel is functionally an apartheid? Yeah, of course it is. Of course it functions like an apartheid. Yeah. It does all the apartheid shit. That's my legal opinion. Isn't he Somali? Yeah, but he'll vouch for me. He's fine. Okay, he knows what to say to everyone. He can fight with the taxi drivers. Yeah. So you're Lebanese Christian. What's your opinion on phalangism? I think it's pretty horrible. Everything I've heard about it seems quite cringe, quite stupid. I think they've done a lot of horrible shit. Yeah. What's your illegal opinion? Ooh. The fuck is this? My wife has the cutest Instagram fans. Positivity is all everything comes down to. Life's going to face you with a lot of adversity that will seem bad at the time, but you can try your best to reshape how you view certain situations and even be better off for it. The negativity and fighting isn't the way to go. All roads lead to an end, and I think you'll find your end quicker than you want to. Be grateful and happy and enjoy meeting new people. Don't get all up in your mind about this or that. Reshape how you view it and do yourself a favor. Negativity will be the end of us as a race. Spread positivity and don't think twice about it. Love. Oh, that's sweet. Whore. You're a gross fucking whore with a weird cuck of a boyfriend that enjoys the taste of other men's cock on your lips. I wish you the worst, and I hope eventually he realizes the joke's always been on him. Go suck something, idiot. Thomas Parker. What happened to Thomas Parker? Oh. White boy summer. It's white boy. Yeah, this is white boy winter. Oof. Oof. How many Andrew Tate videos did he watch in the space of one day? It's one day ago. It's the face, the facial expression, the nice guy facial expression. Oh God. Fuck me. All right, I'm supposed to watch this goddamn video. Jubilee. Do I, or do I do it tomorrow? I'm streaming for 5 hours. And I want to finish reading The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. I just want to get finished with it so I can do something else. Jubilee. Can we watch Tantura about this conflict? You can watch it on my Discord if you want. You can do a little session. Watch it now. I don't know. I need money first. Fuck you guys. We're doing okay, you know, but it could always be better. Oh, thanks for the 10 euros. Wait, who's that?
Loner box. You smarmy cuck
Oh,
bastard.
Arwen Finney. Thanks for the £10. Really appreciate that. Damn. YOLO swag with a $9.99. Jenk is built like a J-Dam. True. And Partial Pressure with a $4.99. Hi, Loner Box. Okay. Smarmy cuck bastards. Let's go. Let's go. That was a really impromptu genocide debate. Holy shit. I had to fish back for my links and all. Fucking freshen up on the genocide jujitsu. I don't think people know what they're coming for when I talk about genocide. Like someone just walks into a bar, you know, all swag. Like I could take this guy out in a genocide debate, and I'm like, do you? I can hop on call to ask questions about what defines genocide and apartheid. No, fuck off. I think one of the reasons I've managed to get a fairly diverse audience, because I would have thought people who say things like Sultan Skinny does, like with the apartheid, genocide, and ethnic cleansing and settler colonial, I thought people who believe that would probably find other YouTubers to watch, but like. Because I don't know if I'm really like quite for them, but like it's good that they like I still managed to get people from that side and people from like the fucking Israeli side, and I think it's probably because I don't use the political language of either group. I think it's probably good that I don't do that. Like if I don't use if there's like political language of either group that's like only ever used by one side, I feel like yeah, I don't know. Even though we're describing the same shit, you know?
Fuck bastard.
We're saying the facts, the straight facts. What is phalangism? Is it pretty fascist? I have a feeling that the Lebanese fucking Phalangist party describes itself as social democrat, but they also like hate Palestinians with a fucking ungodly fire, and they've committed like 2 massacres at least against them in the civil war. That I know of. I know they did the Phalangist wing did that, but I don't know. Just a bit.
Remember the Holodomor?
Wishkiller to a Maverick. Thanks for the sub. Can this guy even name all the countries in sub 10 minutes? In sub 10 minutes? Do you think it's possible for Israel to have peace with Lebanon and root out Hezbollah if push came to shove? Absolutely not. It's so fucking dumb. If they can, we'll see if they can do it with Hamas, right? Because I guess we're just on that trajectory now. We're not going back. If they do that, Hamas are a lot weaker than Hezbollah, and they're also in a smaller space. Hezbollah fucking humiliated Israel in 2006 because Israel thought that they could do that. They thought they could invade Lebanon, get to Beirut in like however many weeks, like that they did in 82. They failed. Hezbollah were incredibly experienced. Their propaganda campaign was tip top. Their tunnels were whoo, and Israel was like, "Oh shit, we're just gonna have to kill a bunch of people and then leave." Yeah, that's basically the entire war. They got cucked. They got tunnel cucked. Gnarly Bonesful, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Did you see the New Yorker interview with that settlement leader? It's nuts. No, I didn't, but I'll look into it. Maybe send me a DM with a link. Or put it in stream chat. Stream chat's probably the best place for me to get links from. The True Raven, all back to the 2 Canadian. Will stream for food. Joking. Thanks for streams. I suppose I will, won't I? Better stream for something, and it's not because I care about you guys. It's a joke, obviously. The fuck am I doing? I was gonna do Jubilee, then I changed my mind. What was I gonna do? Oh, okay, I got it. I was gonna do the countries game, but I don't want to do that. You're playing GeoGuessr. Talk to more people. We got some good content for those conversations. Got some fucking rage balls.
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks for the sub, Third Eye. I really appreciate that. Oh, do I watch Hunter Avalon? Did you get 100% alright? No, I got 99. I missed one. Short article. It's not that short. Why would you tell me this is a short article? Would you debate Vosh on if there's a genocide? Probably. I feel there's better things to talk to Vosh about. No, I don't. I don't think I need an epic Vosh rant about genocide. There's better things to do. Life's too short to listen to an epic Vosh rant about genocide and liberals. I like Vosh. I just don't think that's the discussion I want to have with him. Because it's at the end of the day, it's kind of pointless. If we're talking about describing what's happening, like that's what matters, you know. The bigger problem is calling people genocide deniers. Well, that's why I don't like that's like the main reason I don't like the advocacy going in that way. And it also like it's that, and it's also the implications of what you do about it, right? So if a country's committing genocide, like there's a lot, you basically have carte blanche to just fuck them up militarily until they stop, right? Like you invade countries that are doing genocide, or you get the UN to come in and like rule them up, like fuck them up. I don't know. Yeah, isn't Lebanon really small? Yeah, but it's not as small as Gaza. It's not as small as Gaza. That's what you call it. That's the right word. Would you debate Vosh on the left's anti-Semitism? Maybe, if he has disagreements on that. Ooh. I need to know what he's talking about. Why does everyone want me to debate Vosh? I don't know. I think if I knew what he was speaking about recently. Because I haven't really watched him that much. I feel like this is the 8th video he's done that's called They Want You Dead. Okay. Ethan Klein. Israel Stop Lying. Okay. Ooh. Has Jordan Peterson spoken about it with anyone? I don't know. Because DGG wants to use you as a proxy force. What are they saying? I don't know. Debate him on whether you should care about what Hamas does. What, because of that clip? You have nukes, bro. I've never spoken to this person before. Glitterbell? Hello?
Crap. Hi, can you hear me? Am I coming through? Sorry about that.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Hi, I'm a big fan. I think you make excellent content and I appreciate your work. Thank you. You're great.
Oh, thanks.
I use she, her pronouns. Okay. So I want to talk about From the River to the Sea with you, if you're willing, because I've been a little bit frustrated, I think, with the discourse around that phrase.
Sure.
Okay. So, like, to me, like a dog. So I want to start, if we can, with like the idea of a dog whistle, right?
Hmm?
So to me, a dog whistle is a phrase that has a understood implication within an in-group that is deniable to the general public, but is like otherwise deniable to the general public, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that's really frustrated me with the discourse around the like whether or not From the River to the Sea is a chill thing to say is that a lot of it is like, well, there is this alternate meaning that's not as bad.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm just like, and that is what makes it a dog whistle, right? It's like, if it were like, kill all of the Jewish people from the river to the sea, it wouldn't be a dog whistle. It would just be a call to genocide. But the way it's phrased, I feel like it is very frequently used as a dog whistle. Is that like a fair?
Yeah, but I think the way to deal with dog whistles, to me, and like the same as it's okay to be white, for example, or something like that, is just ask a second question. Not like, because again, the point of dog whistles is, and I think the River to the Sea is different in this sense. The point of a dog whistle is to make you look crazy, right? The point of a dog whistle is to make the people who know look crazy to the people who don't know. Because someone says it's okay to be white, and someone who doesn't know is like, okay, yeah, sure. But the person who does know is like, oh my God, that's a dog whistle. The alt-right, the Richard Spencer, the Charlottesville. Then it's like, you look crazy, right? So
Okay.
River to the Sea is probably not done with that same kind of intent. I don't think people who say it, I think some people just like, if you ask them, they'll be like, yeah, get rid of the Israelis. Or they mean binational, one state with equal rights and everyone loves each other. So it's like, just ask a second question. That's how I deal with that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I think that's true. I also think that like in stuff like the conversation that we saw with Ethan Klein and good friend of the stream, Hassan, it felt like there are more and more places where it's being used where there isn't really an opportunity to like ask a question, like if it's spray painted on the side of your house, for example.
Yeah.
It's like hard to be like, okay, well, I see this half of your position, right? And I obviously context always matters. But like, I don't know. I just feel like if people say free Palestine, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Like, I feel like there's a lot of ways that you could interpret that, and there's ways that you could interpret that as like free Palestine within the borders of mandatory Palestine, and you know, as a Palestinian ethno state that's really terrible. Or you could also mean that to be like, hey, Palestinians have it really bad and they should be free. And you could also mean it to mean two-state solution. That's just pretty open. To me, from the river to the sea seems like a clarification of free Palestine that has this really sinister overtone.
Well, because
And
it's like
so-
specifying that geographical, yeah.
Yeah, and also because to me it seems to describe a push, which my sort of idea is like if you push people into an ocean, that has, you know, I don't know. And again, I don't think that everyone who says it is calling for a genocide of Israelis or is secretly anti-Semitic or any of that.
Yeah.
I do think it's a phrase that provides a ton of cover for people who are. And my understanding is that context is really important in the same way that like if you have a Star of David as a necklace that you're wearing, that's different than, again, if it's spray painted on your house, you know. I was listening to some Star stream. It sounds like, and I know that people have mixed feelings about Star, and the people who don't like her are wrong. Star's pretty based. But she was talking about how in the Middle East, when that phrase is used, it probably has a pretty understood meaning. It's really different from what sort of leftists in the U.S. are framing it as, in order to make it more palatable. Am I just rambling here? I'm so
not
sorry
too
if I'm
sure.
going too long on this.
No, that's fine. I'm not too sure because I read about the origins of it not that long ago, very briefly. And I think the original meaning was to get all the Israelis out. Yeah. But then I feel like even not long after that, like in the 60s with the PFLP and the PLO, is they very quickly changed it to mean both groups living side by side in a secular democracy. So I don't know, but I guess when you look at polling, you sometimes get two different questions. You get secular democracy for for Arabs and Jews, and you also get the question, free Palestine from the river to the sea. And I'm like, why are these two separate questions?
I've heard you talk about this, and so that's also one of the things that for me, it seems like there is a widely understood meaning. Like my sense is that about 60% of the people who say it have kind of a sinister like undertone to it, and about 40% are probably well-meaning and repeating a slogan within the sort of English-speaking context. I can't. That's the media I have access to. But I guess what's made me uncomfortable is that like it seems like the percent that's got a pretty kind of grim take seems really high for this phrase, and so like if I'm, yeah. So I don't know. I just thought it was really the whole discussion around it has been like it started really bad, and then they tried to rehabilitate it, and then it turns out that now it's really convenient for people who liked its original meaning.
Yeah,
and
it's
the people.
the only
Yeah,
the other
sorry.
problem I have with it as well, it's like especially for Western activists, it's not really like our place to say what the borders should be and all that shit. Like it's already it's that colonizer mindset. It's that
I think it
imperial
just about that
mindset.
makes sense.
Yeah,
It's exactly, which is another thing is it's like, wait, aren't you describing a conquest here? Sorry, I'm cutting you off. I apologize.
yeah, maybe a conquest, or even just like the fact that it's Westerners who are calling to like change borders around. Even it might even be the case that like what if it's like a like because again when Westerners say it they imagine a single state that's democratic and secular for two groups. The Palestinians don't want that. They've never wanted that, like on more than 33% or something. Right? So I don't know. I just wish if you're a Western activist, you could just focus on like the rights issue because that's so much more universal. Like just say end the settlements, or just say even if you want one state, just say give them voting rights. You know, like yeah, it's just I don't know, or end occupation because occupations are illegal. Yeah, it would
Yeah,
just be a much easier because that's why
I'm
that's
with.
why I don't have a problem at all with free Palestine because
I
that
don't
can
have a
mean end
problem
the
with Free
occupation.
Palestine.
Yeah, yeah.
When people said it like on October 7th, I was like, I'm pretty sussed out by this. But like, as far as I've been aware, Free Palestine has been a phrase that's like associated with like general Palestinian liberation as long as I've been alive, and I've never interpreted it to have any kind of particular, whatever. And from the river to the sea seems to me like an elevation on that. That could be a biased perception or whatever, but I think that's part of why it's maybe so uncomfortable. That when, especially when you hear somebody who's like Israeli saying it makes them uncomfortable, and other people are being like, well, but in the it used to be bad, but then it stopped being bad. And like, dude, I just got attacked, and then people are shouting this at me, and I don't think they're shouting it at me because they want to, respect for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and liberal democracy. I think they're shouting at me because they want me to not be on the planet. It's like I get that. I think they might mean that too.
Yeah, it's just that's why I think, especially when you're in a position where you think, well, the only people who, the Jewish people who like that phrase are like Jewish voice for peace. I feel like if you're reaching to those guys, then you're probably fucked.
Yeah, like not really the strongest. I don't know. Yeah, it's not the strongest.
I need to find the. Have you heard about them? They're like, them being based in Lebanon, like their head office being based in Lebanon, or
I've not. That's very interesting. I
I'm
think I
looking.
read.
Yeah.
I don't want this to be misinformation, but I think I read that a group called Jewish Voice for Peace was banned from Columbia University, and I wasn't sure if it was the same one or not. If anybody more competent than myself in chat,
Hmm.
because I just thought that'd be really interesting if they were saying stuff that I whether appropriate or not was interpreted to be menacing enough to get themselves to get banned.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, apparently the
Yeah,
page manager is based in Lebanon. There are only 20 Jews in Lebanon, and they're not. They're old as fuck.
So
They're not,
is one of them that guy?
no, I just think he's probably not Jewish.
Man, that's the
I
little
don't
problem.
know if
Okay,
this
here's
is like this is like a website called United with Israel. So I don't know if it's true. I don't know what the fuck this is, but apparently, I've heard this from other people. I just don't know if I've been able to confirm it. One of their page managers was located in Lebanon. Then they removed all evidence of their Lebanon connection. I have no idea.
interesting. It just feels like I don't think a conversation about like the discourse is inappropriate. I think that Free Palestine is a phrase that's like pretty easy to interpret in ways that are not really terrifying, and I think that the from the river to the sea is very easy to interpret in ways that are like. So I don't know. I just feel like it's just been sad to me because I just feel like I would say we should. My inclination is to discourage its use. I don't know. It's like, yeah, find another way to express it. And I understand if you use that phrase, if people are uncomfortable around you. Oh, I had another thing that I was interested in, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be super helpful to learn Hezbollah's leadership. Not Hezbollah, excuse me, Hamas's leadership.
Okay.
Because I don't like Bibi Netanyahu, and I don't like the Likud party, and we've talked through many of the sinister people in his cabinet, and then there's been this discussion of like whether or not Hamas on Kevla's stream, she was discussing whether their attack counted as terrorism. If they're a government, is that terrorism? My argument would be if you take hostages, that's kind of in the terrorism realm. I don't know. It seems pretty.
They could just be war crimes. Yeah, why not?
Sure.
Lots of war crimes. I think they've already been accused of like crimes against humanity, right? But obviously, because October 7th is probably a crime against humanity.
Man, I feel like war crimes and terrorism are most war crimes are terrorism. Probably is maybe that's not true, but like when you're in that range, you're doing stuff that's scary enough that I might be Okay, but then when it comes to Hamas, I've Googled it a couple times. It's like there's one dude who's living in Qatar who's like apparently the leader, and then there's some guy who's a different guy who's the military leader. And I didn't spend a ton of time deep diving it, but I just think it'd be really, as we're sort of negotiating the question of like, are they a government? Are they a terrorist group? I think that one helpful way to proceed in that is to sort of look at who operates them and how they make decisions and that stuff.
Hmm. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Who
Anything
knows?
else?
I'm sorry. I just yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I probably will, because I know that I know a few of them grew up in refugee camps in Gaza, right? Like that's where they're from. But
Makes sense.
yeah, does.
I keep being inclined to interpret this scenario as basically it seems like there's 3 different militias that have foreign backing, which is like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi,
Yeah.
and that are being used to aggress Israel basically from 3 different directions from foreign backers.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, my impression is that Hamas running Gaza is basically like if MAGA won America and then got foreign backing to do crazy shit. Like it's like arch conservatives within the culture that's under consideration, with foreign money pouring weapons into the hands of extremists in order to aggress their neighbor, not for the benefit of Palestine, but for the benefit of the people paying the checks. And so, yeah, I don't know that if we look at the surrounding militias as part of it seems like probably a single operation in general from Iran, because they're for the paychecks they're cutting, and sort of a joint effort. Whether or not Hamas counts as a government or as like basically like a a cutout gang that's running a city and its suburbs. I don't know. I think it's a very interesting question.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Well, if you have any if you have any conclusions, you can definitely send them to me.
No, I want you to
Make
do
my job
content on it.
easier.
I don't have any ideas. Come on, man. You're just
Okay.
all right. I appreciate the time.
All right.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good day, bye.
Okay. I feel like I probably need to get some fucking work done. I mean, other work, not this. Not that doesn't work. I think I have an appointment tomorrow in the afternoon. Means I can do gym in the daytime.
How many people did he murder?
Jesus Christ. Rick Montana with the 15 subs. Holy shit. Thank you so much. What an incredibly generous guy. Well, I guess we have no problem with the Twitch side. Twitch is it's so convenient for that stuff. The Benny cackle lives on. Oh dear. What is this guy saying? Let's watch some IDF propaganda, shall we? Let's watch some e-girls running through tunnels. Or whoever this guy is. 6 minutes.
We are here next to a house of a terrorist. This is one of the senior terrorists who is the head of the operational naval operations that led the raids into Israel. His house is right next to a school. His house is 200 yards from the hospital of Rantisi.
Damn.
Next to his house, there is a tunnel. Now I want to show you an operational tunnel. The tunnel is built with electricity. We first saw the solar panels, then the electricity goes here, and it goes down direct.
See, why is it? Why do Israelis, they don't talk, but they don't shout? They're just like in between. Why do they do that? Why? Why do they do that? Why do they talk like that? Israelis talk like that. I don't know. We were all born in a factory. It must be quite frustrating for the IDF because I feel like I'd imagine at least some of what they're saying is factual. It must be so frustrating for them that they just put out these videos and people are just like, nah, nah, fake, like, yeah, fake tunnel.
Directly to the tunnel. Now you can see the tunnel. You can see the tunnel. The tunnel is let down more than 20 meters down. The rowboat found a door that is bulletproof. It's explosives proof, so it looks like a hard evidence, a clear evidence that the hospital direction is connected. This is a covered tunnel. It's part of the same floor and it slides down here. So it's a covered tunnel so nobody can find it. This is Rantisi Hospital.
Okay.
And this is the place where I showed you the tunnel. I want you to see. This is the back side of the hospital. Hamas used this hospital. Tonight we have entered into this building. I will show you the evidence. Let's enter into the hospital. We're now entering into the area of the hospital where we had found the evidence. This operation was conducted by Israeli Special Unit, the Israeli Navy SEALs. This is still an operation that is conducting, and I'm showing you the first evidence to see.
Is this Al Shifa? There's this in what, Al Shifa? They're not inside here already, are they? This is like some other fucking hospital.
We are now in the area of the basement of the hospital. I want to show you a room.
Did he hit his head between two shots? No, he just caught a bullet in his forehead. Like in X-Men. Is it X-Men?
Where we found all the gear, the operational gear of Hamas. Hamas is using hospitals, like we showed the evidence in Shifa Hospital. In other hospitals, we are now seeing it in live in Rantisi Hospital. An operation still conducting right now. Look at what Hamas is holding inside the hospital. I want you to understand, this kind of gear is a gear for a major fight. These are explosives.
He just got really. This ain't no medical gear. That ain't no No, why can't I talk? That ain't no stethoscope, bub. Those ain't no bandages, baby. Fuck me.
These are vests with explosives. Yeah, it's a body vest.
Yeah.
For terrorists to explode on forces.
He's like Nicolas Cage. That's what I got. You got like an Israeli Nicolas Cage.
Among hospitals, among patients, we have hand grenades, Kalashnikovs, and then we have the RPGs. People shooting RPGs from hospitals. This is Hamas. Firing RPGs for hospitals. The world has to understand who is Israel fighting against. We are now in the basement, and in this basement we found a motorcycle. They were all used in the massacre of the 7th of October. They even have bullets in this motorcycle. So they came back.
Isn't that like a boner hole? You're sitting there and you...
From the massacre on the 7th of October into Rantisi Hospital with hostages on a motorcycle. We're still researching this. Yards from here, we find the chair, a woman, clothes, and a rope. A rope next to the legs.
Oh.
And look above this, look above it. It's a baby bottle. It's a baby bottle in a basement. Above a World Health Organization sign. This is a suspicion for an area where hostages were being held. We're now looking at an infrastructure. You don't need to build something improvisedly in a hospital in the basement. Unless you want to hold someone in the basement, you don't want anyone to see him. Again, we're in the same basement, and here we see diapers, and we see I don't know, maybe something. You see diapers.
Yeah.
I want you to see this room. It's in the basement of the hospital. We can see this area is a closed area from the rest of the hospital. We can see the ventilation air that was done improvisedly to this area. And we can see infrastructures that was built in here, toilets.
Well, we got baby settlers, and now we have baby terrorists. Oh no. Shit. Guys, this is chaos. I'm just so fascinated watching this. Like, fuck. And this guy is just so... he's so goofy.
Shower, a small kitchen will provide the terrorists their needs. Also conduct a hideout where terrorists take hostages and hideout. And I will show you now the evidence. You're now entering into the room where we suspect the hostages were being held.
Wow.
I want you to look at this room. People are putting curtains with nothing above, just wall. No reason to put here a curtain unless you want to film hostages and deliver movies. And now we'll show you more evidence.
Oh.
In this room, there is a list. This list, in Arabic, this list says, we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October.
Oh, yeah?
This is a Guardian list where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here.
No, it's just like doing the dishes in the co-op. Shift. Don't know, I'm an expert in Gazan handwriting. This seems fabricated to me. Yeah, and that guy's voice definitely sounded like he had just throated a J-Dam. So, take a pinch of salt, you know? Show us the hostage video with those same curtains. Why do you think I have that at hand? Do you think I've been collecting the fucking hostage videos? Or photographs? Do you think that's what I've been doing with my spare time off stream? Just to see if I might be the one who spots them wandering around the street like crisis actors. Maybe they're actually all in Aberdeen and I'm just like, wait a minute. I thought they said you were kidnapped. Oh God. I have to tell my stream the idea for lying about hostages. Yeah, that's what I have to do. That's my job. Hassan is saying insane shit over this IDF video. No, he's not. No, what's he saying? Like, again. It might all be fake, but let's... Oh, he's watching it right now.
Kitchen will provide the terrorists their needs. Also conduct a hideout where terrorists take hostages and...
To be fair, I haven't done analysis, so we need to get it from Hassan.
Hostages were being held. I want you to look at this room. People are putting curtains with nothing above, just wall. No reason to put here a curtain unless you want to film hostages and deliver movies. There is a list.
A list.
This list, in Arabic, this list says, we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October.
Okay, when I see this shit, I'm like, okay, dude, sure. I don't know why they didn't show the tunnel entrance under the hospital though. I don't really understand what happened there. It's not a list, it's just dates and times. It's just a week calendar. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this feels like a skit. What's going on? I don't know. It could be fucking true. I don't know. I don't know.
She sits down. She covers her eyes. her colleagues also.
Okay. And then he leaves. How often does he do this?
the Red Cross, to arrange a safe corridor for the medical.
How often does he do this on stream? Guy's he's just so Sigma. He just does not give a solitary shit. I want to watch more IDF propaganda now. Fuck it, that was fun. I like seeing, I don't know, there's just something really fascinating. What's this? The days of the week along with the date. Yes, it's a calendar. Wait. Yeah, it's just a calendar, people are saying. Wait, do we have Arabic speakers? Arabic people? Fucking readers? So it's not the names of people doing shifts, he's saying. Let's have a look.
There is a list.
It's just the days.
This list,
oh no,
in Arabic,
huge fuck up. It's just the days. Oh wait, wouldn't it be this? Wouldn't it be the same every week? Why is it 6 days instead of 7? No, 5. Why is it 5 instead of 7?
This list.
It's just dates. So it's just a calendar. List is mistranslation. 5-day work week. What do the hostages do? Is it normal to put times on a calendar? What do you mean times? I don't know where the times are. I need my fucking resident Arabs. Where are they? Where are my Arabs? Where are my... And... Oh wait, it's backward. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's right to left, yeah. Fuck me, man. It's 7 days, but written inconsistently. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1. Oh yeah, I see. See, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay, yeah, they're just days. Okay, nice one. All right, we got to the bottom of it. Ah, we're so smart. Huge intellect, even. So it's not names. So he, oh no. IDF. Why can't they just get someone to fucking check their videos, man?
Says, we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October. This is a Guardian list where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here.
Bro. The top of the schedule mentions the 7th. Yeah, but there's not a list of names, right? It's a list to when they clean the bath. Shut up. What's above each date? The day, the name of the day. See that? 'Cause you go 1, look at it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you get the same thing written here as here, right? Unless these are names of people. No names. Oh. Who's this person? Why is it going so fast? It's just dates and days. Yeah, okay, cool. Or there are 7 guards, and each guard is called Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah? Is that where we are? It starts October 7th, so we know that. Didn't they say each terrorist gets a sheet? Maybe. Yeah, maybe they've got their own thing and they know which day they're assigned to, so they just want to check to see if they're... Yeah, fuck it, whatever. I don't care. Codename Thursday. Damn. The card named Monday was the most vicious killer. I want to watch more IDF propaganda. That was fun. One says President Sunday. No. I want to see more little fucking Hamas cribs tours. Oh no, it's this guy. We can't watch that because there's people getting killed. I don't know if there are any other ones here. There are none that look as interesting as that one. Oh, this is a kindergarten where they found some nonsense. Okay, what does this one say? IDF troops found weapons, ammunition, and explosive devices inside a Gazan kindergarten while operating in northern Gaza. Explosives inside a kindergarten. Wow. Emphasis. The 551st Brigade exposed and destroyed weaponry found in civilian areas over the past 2 weeks, as well as dozens of tunnel openings. They should have put exposed and destroyed in all caps for the real Western audience. The top says Al-Aqsa flood. Yeah, that's what the guy said, yeah. So it's weird that he knew what that meant, but he didn't. Okay, it's just probably just miscommunicated. I don't know, fuck.
אפשר לראות את המטבח של גן הילדים. פה בחדר הזה.
What a mess.
על ארון ומתחת למיטה שכרגע הפכנו אותם, נמצאו שני לבנות חבלה גדולות מאוד, מטען חלול שמוצמד לטנק, וכן שני שקים של תחמושת, כל אחד 15-20 קילו של קלאץ'. אפשר עכשיו לראות את התחמושת, הפרדנו אותה החוצה.
שנייה.
שני שקים של תחמושת כמו שאמרנו.
תראה להם.
כמו שאפשר להרים את זה. כתוב על זה קלאץ'.
תביא לי רגע, נשים באור.
סליחה, פיקה. כדור של פיקה.
לא יודע, הם רואים פה.
זה המטען החלול שמוצמד לטנק. מה שנקרא 105 יסין.
That sounds extremely dumb to put explosive in places where children are everywhere. Imagine that. I would imagine that the kids got fucked off out of the kindergarten, or there are separate rooms that the kids can't go into. I don't think they're actually just letting kids run around with grenades. Like, what the fuck? Why do you think, yeah, why do you think they've got all these guns in schools but no school shootings? Eh? That's suspicious.
מטען יסין 105 ואלה שתי לבנות החבלה.
Hey, UN, is this a war crime? Wow. Probably. Babe, oh wait, we can't scroll down because they want to put fucking dead bodies in my face. Interesting. I want more of these tunnel tours. That's what I want. Same. I know what you guys want. Fucking animals. No, no, no books.
Cuck bastard.
Tab, thanks for the 690 shekels. I love it. You watch IDF videos. Just embrace it. Fuck off. You will never break me. Ben Shapiro is guzzling this story. Oh, God. Ben Shapiro is guzzling the tunnel feed. Oh, God. He loves the tunnel content. Imagine if the Arab translator just said wild shit so the propaganda guy just gets shit on. That would be brilliant. Yeah, they should do that more. Look at this calendar. Oh god. IDF guy soy pointing at a calendar. What is this? Is someone debunking the entire... Oh, what's this? The chilling testimony. I don't want to watch this shit because I have no fucking idea. The IDF thing, at least I know that all you guys won't believe any of it anyway. But like with this, the people of Hamas who attacked the hospital are stealing the fuel. Why the fuck am I watching this? Like,
has to know what Hamas is making here. They're taking over the entire hospital. They're taking over the fuel.
okay, wow, it's a Twitter video. Pinch of salt. Okay, wow. Yeah, apparently Hamas is taking over the hospital and taking the fuel. Yeah, apparently that's a thing that have been said. Could be true. Could not be true. Who
Remember
knows?
the Holodomor?
It's crazy, chat. Mad Flamingo, thanks for the sub. It's absolutely insane that that would be a video that goes out and we don't know if it's real or not. Who knows? Sounds like a J-Dam and her voice is porn acting. Yeah. What? Just stop. Stop. She was too clean. The responsible thing is to ignore them. Yeah, because now everyone just watched those 3 seconds and now they're all saying, oh, she's too clean. Her accent's Israeli. I'm like, fuck off. The video is proven as fake. That would not surprise me. That's why I said it's a Twitter video. Why the
From
fuck
today.
would I lend any credence to that? The Battle of Al-Shifa Hospital. Rocket launchers? Yeah. I don't know. I don't like the fucking war porn. Like not like that. It's just a half-hour video. It's too much.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Villainy, thanks for the 2,000 Hungarian. I really appreciate that. Are you timestamp them finding munitions in the school? Well, you're on Twitch. Send it again. Let's go. Because I love that we need the 800th video of them finding weapons in a school, and then everyone goes, no, yeah. I mean, yes, but come on, what else are they supposed to do, right? Like, it's the most densely populated place on Earth. Yeah. Listen, you smarmy fuck bastards. They show a few seconds after it starts. Okay.
Patients from today.
Here you can see rocket launchers full of AK-47s. Okay, wow. So amazing. Hamas flags purchased from Amazon.il. Clearly. Okay. Hole.
אותו מחסן לייצור אמל"ח צמוד לכיתת לימוד.
זאת
אומרת, הכיתת לימוד הזאת היא כיתת לימוד של אמל"ח, של תחמושות.
No. Okay. Great. We've had such a constant 1K viewer. That's amazing, guys. This is so crazy, chat. Absolutely insane. Look at the chugging. Look at you guys chugging away with your 1K viewer. Corbin and Pierce having a chat. We'll watch it tomorrow. It's the age of Loner Box. That's true. How much longer are you staying on? I couldn't tell you, honestly. You missed the
Remember the
Finkelstein
Holodomor?
stream. We didn't. Oh, Rain Divides. Thanks for the sub. I don't think we did a Finkelstein stream. Oh, we looked at the forethought takedown. That was funny. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. The guy's just he's a bit of a nutcase. Why would you bother? Like, why would I invest any trust in it? Yeah. You'll be live as long as Destiny's out of town. Yeah, I'll wait till he comes back and then I'll stop. Oh no, the waiting room. It's not a gift, it's a curse. I just go to sleep and come back because all you fucking idiots will stay here waiting for Destiny to stream.
Remember the Holodomor?
Araxiel, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Okay. Be your own man, Loner. I mean, I'm like, I streamed at the same time as him yesterday and ended at the same time, so there's no way. Even if I wanted to do the waiting room thing like consistently, I would never do it because I'm not a consistent person. Like, not with stream times anyway. No way. I'm bouncing all over the place. Speaking of the waiting room. No, I can't. I need to... Fuck. Ooh. DGG is my waiting room.
You
True.
smarmy cuck bastard.
Jordan, with a $1.49. Really appreciate that. Lycan Forethought battle about to commence? What, really? On Twitch? Are they... Because Lycan's streaming, isn't he? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where is he? Let's go. Does he actually have a dog as his profile picture? There. That's not Lycan.
¿Sabes por qué cerraron servidores?
That's not Lycan. Okay. Where's Lycan? What's his name on Twitch? Oh, your thoughts on Destiny? Good content, you know? It's alright. Doesn't really, don't really agree with everything. Puts his foot in his mouth sometimes, but, you know, otherwise. It's just called Lycan. Are you sure? Lycan Cooks. Is he streaming? Oh, he is. Yeah, he's streaming, yeah. Discussing Forethought.
Actions. So the argument was, yeah, the fucking the Gazan police and the and Hamas. Well, actually, I don't know anything about the police actually.
Okay, let's organize a hate raid. Let's go.
I don't know.
I mean,
unless they just started
not
getting
that.
called
That's a
Hamas.
joke. TOS.
The Gazan
YouTube.
police.
So, let's go.
Go
Guys. I'm fucking off.
Like,
all right.
It is defensive action, and again, like held up by international law, they are allowed to fight the IDF. And yes, they are both
Okay.
offensive and defensive.
You guys tell me how this goes. All right.
Though.
And I
it's
will
something
send you
that,
out.
Like, you know, I'd rather a scholar on
Here it is.
international law and combat would fill me in on this. Maybe tonight we'll get that.
Go.
So,
Twitch raid going. Twitch raid commencing.
I don't think it's a thing to be live streamed.
Ready
We'll
to
find
raid.
out.
Oh god, there's a lot of beeps.
But it's
ready to raid in
curious,
4,
like,
3, 2,
if you are under
1.
an illegal blockade,
Go.
under an illegal
Twitchers, go.
Is an
All right.
offensive action, not an act of defense.
Cool. Take care, guys. I love you. Bye bye.
They get raided.